Good morning, everyone. I'm going to count down from 5 in order to turn on the live stream. After the countdown,
The Judiciary Committee will please come to order. A quorum being present, without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the yeas and nays are ordered. I'd like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as possible. I would also ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 282, the Territorial Judgeship Retirement Equity Act of 2021, for purposes of markup. I move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 282 to amend certain retirement provisions.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 282, the Territorial Judgeship Retirement Equity Act of 2021, is bipartisan legislation that would bring retirement and senior status provisions for judges sitting on U.S. territorial district courts into parity with those available to judges of the federal district courts. The territorial courts, which include the District Court of Guam, the District Court of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the District Court of the Virgin Islands, are created under Article 4 of the Constitution. Judges on these courts perform all of the duties of Article 3 District Court judges, in addition to the duties of Article 1 bankruptcy judges. They're appointed by the President, confirmed by the Senate, and serve for 10-year terms. The courts in which they serve are essential parts of the U.S. justice system and provide civil, criminal, and bankruptcy adjudication to the over 1/3 residents of the U.S. territories. These judges are in every essential respect the equals of the Article 3 judges of the federal district courts. By law, they must receive the same compensation as Article 3 district court judges. However, because they do not enjoy the same life tenure as Article 3 judges, territorial judges who are not reappointed following the expiration of their first 10-year term are required to reach a higher age and a longer length of service before obtaining the same retirement benefits or opportunities for senior status judicial services Article 3 judges. This straightforward bipartisan bill would correct this imbalance by ensuring that judges in these territorial courts will receive a retirement annuity after serving for at least 10 years and reaching 50 years of age, and allowing them to serve as senior judges after 15 years of service, or at least 10 years of service if the judge is 65 or over. For the same reasons that we insulate our Article 3 judges from political pressure and outside influence by guaranteeing their financial support, we must do the same for the judges of the district courts operating within the U.S. territories. I thank Representative San Nicolas for leading this bipartisan effort, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are currently 4 judgeships in the U.S. territories of Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the Virgin Islands. Unlike federal district judges with lifetime appointments, these judges are nominated by the President, confirmed in the Senate for 10-year terms. In this way, these territorial district judges are similar to judges in Article 1 courts, like the Court of Federal Claims. This legislation would bring the retirement benefits of these territorial district judges in line with the benefits of similarly situated judges. The Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts wrote to the committee last year advising us that the Judicial Conference had officially adopted what's contained in this legislation as a policy proposal. According to the Administration Office of the U.S. Courts, these changes, quote, would enhance judicial independence of territorial district judges. Because territorial district judges do not have life tenure, there has been some concern about potential political influence over these judges. The committee hasn't had a hearing on this bill or examined these concerns in detail. We would also benefit, I think, from better understanding the potential cost of this bill to the American taxpayers. I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 282, offered by Mr. Nadler.
Without objection, the amendment in nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes minor technical changes to the bill's short title, as well as a handful of non-substantive clerical changes throughout, none of which will affect the bill's intent or functioning. I urge all members to vote in favor of the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand how the compensation for these judges would interface with the disparate tax treatment in the territories versus the country. For example, if someone is in a place where they're not paying federal income taxes, do we bake that into the analysis of what would be considered appropriate compensation? And I'd yield to the chairman.
Well, there are the same differences among many states. Some states have very heavy income taxes. Some states have no income taxes at all. I don't see.
Imagine a New Yorker and a Floridian talking about this.
Say again?
I said, imagine a New Yorker and a Floridian
Right.
having this discussion.
I don't see that there's any difference at all.
Very well. I appreciate the clarification. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think the point's quite relevant, and the situation is we're talking about a need to conform all of the salaries of judges in the territories who are subject to presidential reappointment every 10 years.
Would the gentleman yield for a second?
Yes, sir?
Salary is already the same.
Well, okay,
We're
salary.
talking about retirement benefits.
Fair point. So salaries have already been rendered the same, and there's a good question whether they should be, in my view. And so now we're talking about conforming retirement benefits. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the clarification. But the same questions arise. I just wonder, and I hear that the notion is conform them to the Article III judges and to the, maybe not entirely, but to the Court of Claims judges, who are also subject to presidential reappointment, but they're not Article III judges. And I just look at what the thing that struck me here, as I sit here at almost 58 years old, is the notion that we're going to make them eligible for retirement benefits after reaching the age of 50. I encountered a thing like that in the state legislature on some retirement mechanisms. I think most Americans would look at us here and say, what in the world? In an environment where, generally speaking, except for the rapid increase in murder rates precipitated by abysmal defund police rhetoric and the like, and Soros DAs and so forth across the country, but as a general proposition, life expectancy has been increasing. And people talk about sometimes over time whether our Social Security system
would the
can
gentleman yield for a
sustain.
second?
Yes, sir, I will.
I just point out that, yes, they're eligible for pension at 50, but they have to serve a minimum number of years, and they can't control whether they're reappointed.
10 years, Mr. Chairman, 10 years. And then they can retire at 50. There are rumors that go around on the internet about what members of Congress get. Actually, some of the guys who've been here a long time, they do get a lot. Generally speaking, though, it's a very modest, that's beside the point, though. The real point is, I just think people would, the ordinary guy who's out there working for a living and is looking around this country where lots of people are being paid not to work, would look at those numbers and just say that's absurd. And also, it's not the only point that you can work. If you've served for 10 years as one of these territorial judges, you can now, under this bill, you can lower the retirement age so they can leave at 50. And I think I'm not sure exactly what the retirement benefit is, but I think it's really close to their salary. Whatever, maybe somebody can clear that up for me when they have an opportunity to speak. But you've also got the fact that this addresses the ability of judges to serve in senior status. They can voluntarily take senior status. That means they get a far diminished workload, as I understand it, and they still and they get almost all of their compensation. And the rules on that are pretty lax. And then if you don't even meet the 15 years or the rule of 80, you can get a proportional part if you've served for 10 years. I just don't know what world we seem to live in Washington. That's crazy. Most Americans are working hard, and they're working until they're 70 or 75 years old. It's insane. And I say that as a member of the bar for 29 years. Well, longer than that now, I guess, practicing for 29 years. And I'm sure I say it and offend a number of members of the bench. I do know, it's true, that most people who sit on the Article III bench throughout the country could have their choice to work in a private law firm and make far more. I also got to tell you, I know what their lifestyles are like. And for the most part, it's a lot harder to practice law in a private firm and make that kind of money than it is to be an Article III judge. So I just think, and again, this is outside what the Constitution requires in terms of not reducing pay for lifetime tenure. I just don't get it. And so,
Gentlemen, yield
I yield to the chairman.
The intent is to foster judicial independence.
Well,
That's the real intent.
I'll tell you, and maybe that's a hotly debated topic in the country too. If you, most Americans believe that the judiciary is highly politicized because of the predilections of the judges who are on the bench. And one way to fix that is to have the political branches appoint and confirm new judges. So it doesn't make sense to me that insulating judges further so that they can carry out political decisions and be beyond the reach of the people to correct over time is what should be the objective. And it almost passes without comment in this committee. I guess I'm an outlier. So be it.
Well done.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Just write the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I can't say that I haven't enjoyed the discussion that my good friend has just offered. Just coming in, I thought we were on a controversial bill, Mr. Chairman, but obviously the idea of insulating and providing the balanced retirement for judges that over the years as a member of this committee, I remember Chairman Hyde, champion of trying to be fair to federal judges. I'm trying to recall in his debate whether he spoke about political judges. I think he was only looking to ethics, integrity, character, and the responsibility of the federal judiciary, the third branch of government. Now we hear that the solution to a retirement plan is for the body dominated by the other party to appoint more judges. I think the tragedy, with all of the respect that I have for the United States Supreme Court, is the enormity of politicization that has occurred at that level. I've never seen it in my life. I'm a Earl Warren Fellow, which I received in going to law school. Everyone is reminded that he was appointed by a Republican president and was a Republican. But under his court, the prestige of the court was at one of its highest levels. I might even say when Justice Rehnquist was there. And I certainly had much to not agree with Justice, but there was a certain decorum in the court. That is certainly, I believe, not the answer for our friends to get more appointments, because we can see what is occurring at this point as it relates to those. But this is not the debate of this bill about who's appointing and who's not. And so I hope that we can pass a simple bill that is a fix, that makes sense, and responds again to the respect that this committee, under your leadership, Chairman, continuing through John Conyers and all previous chairs, of the respect we have for the third branch of government, and to at least try to do something that has little danger, little opposition, and get it done, and get it done quickly. So I would ask my colleagues to support H.R. 282 and do the job that we are assigned to do as a Judiciary Committee of such esteem and immense jurisdiction. I say that with all affection of my colleagues. Why make this a moment of debate on who has politicized the bench? I'll take that on any day. That is not the appropriate time. What we need to be doing is working seriously to get good legislation passed. I ask my colleagues again to pass this legislation, and I guess I reject the analysis of who's politicizing and who needs to make appointments. I'll end by saying I hope Joe Biden will continue in the years to come to make the excellent appointments that he has made to date. And he'll continue those appointments in his reelection in 2024. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I was intrigued because I didn't hear this debate get about the politicization of the federal bench until the gentlelady spoke. I mean, and so in my lifetime, as a guy who practiced law, tried cases, et cetera, I will tell you that the first politicization that I was truly aware of was the Bork hearings. That was real politicization. And since then, it's been deteriorating ever since then. But I didn't hear politicization until the last speaker, which of this issue. This debate seemed to be focusing on benefits, et cetera, which is probably where it needs to be centered anyway. But having said that, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona, and nor did I make it about politicization. What I spoke to was, and let me put a fine point on it, district court judges, and these judges who are not Article III judges, not appointed for life under the Constitution, judges in territories appointed every 10 years by the president, like the Court of Claims that considers claims against the United States government, those judges, both all appointed subject to repeated presidential appointment for 10-year terms or other terms. This is what we're talking about. But their salaries are conformed to district judges. They make $223,400 a year. Most Americans, Americans are listening, obviously there are a lot of people who make lots more than that, but there are many, many Americans who don't make that amount of compensation. And they're watching this, and so all I said was, you mean you're going to also say these guys get to work for 10 years and get to retire at 50? While they make $223? So, or more as it's gone up? So then the response from the chairman was that this is designed to protect the independence of the courts, of these judges. And then the gentlelady from Texas weighed in on that score. So now it's getting pretty interesting. The guardians of the independence of the judiciary are coming forward. The same people who want to pack the United States Supreme Court, who've prompted and cheered the crowds outside the justices' houses while they're trying to make a decision that you don't like, precipitating, if you take the guy yesterday in Homeland Security Subcommittee talking about stochastic terrorism, implying that this guy went out to try to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh, was inspired by that same rhetoric. You're our guardians of the independence of the judiciary. But the legitimate way to control the judiciary is what is the mechanism of presidential appointment, confirmation by the Senate over time. That is what you guys call packing the court, by the way, when you apply it to the Article III courts, the Supreme Court most of all. So all I'm talking about, well, just one second, let me finish the point. All I'm saying is this is just pure common sense economics and regulation of an employment system that is also serving a very important judicial function. But they're employees. To give them 10-year service and then you can just retire at 50 and just say, well, the only explanation I'm going to give is because we do other judges that way. Maybe we shouldn't have gotten there for other judges. But I don't think you improve it by expanding it. Is there somebody I'm supposed to yield to? It's Andy's time. I don't have the time to yield, Mr. Chairman, but I'll yield back to Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs, yield for a second.
I would.
Thank you. I just want to inject two facts into this. Number one, these judges are confirmed by the Senate. And number two, we're talking about a grand total of 4 judges.
So maybe it
I'll
doesn't
yield to
matter.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. So I see. So the argument is, it doesn't matter. It's 4 judges. We got to pass a bill through the Judiciary Committee to make sure we take care of them so they can retire. Can we get down to the judge? Who's the judge who needs to retire at 50? I don't think you made your argument with that one, Mr. Chairman. With all
Mr.
respect, I
Chairman-
yield back to Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs, can I just answer? I think unless.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and yield to you.
I believe if this same retirement applies to federal judges, you can't retire at 50 unless you've served 30 years. Because the rule is your age plus your years of service has to equal 80. So you can't retire at 50 unless you served for 30 years, which means you'd have to be appointed to the bench at 20, which I guess is
Okay,
possible.
I'm going to reclaim to give it to Mr. Bishop.
To give it to who?
You.
Thank you. The line in the memo I'm looking at says a territorial judge would be eligible for retirement benefits after reaching the age of 50 and serving a 10-year term if they are not reappointed to the bench.
And my time is now expired, and I have no more to yield to anyone, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're right, Dan.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Would the chair yield? I know, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you're the author of this bill, right?
No.
But you know the genesis of the bill. Did it come from any particular federal judicial group, and did they?
It came from the territorial members,
Yeah, what-
members of the House.
Did it go through was it approved by the administrative office of the courts, or?
Yes, it was.
And who's the head of that? Which judge, you know?
Head of the,
AOC.
Judge Moskoff is the director.
And he's appointed by Justice Roberts?
She, no. Yes, she is appointed by the Chief Justice.
I support this Republican bill. Thank you, sir.
Who else seeks recognition?
Mr.
For what
Tiffany.
purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Actually, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much. It doesn't, I mean, you can call it a Republican bill. It comes from another branch of government. It's our duty to review these things regardless of what political affiliation somebody may have or whatever. Mr. Chairman, does this legislation impact only Puerto Rico, Mariana Islands, Guam, and the Virgin Islands?
Not Puerto Rico. Mariana, Guam, and the Virgin Islands.
So it does not affect Puerto Rico?
No, it does not.
Was there a fiscal note on this bill, Mr. Chairman?
No, but no.
And could I assume that there's no fiscal note because it affects so few judges? Is that?
I would assume that. I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. In regards to 10 years of service, I mean, that's what happens in many states around the country. I know it does in the state of Wisconsin. I don't think there's anything that takes away people's judicial independence because they're serving for 10 years, have to go back before the voters. I don't think that that is the case. I think most judges are independent. The other thing is, so this rationale was put out in regards to it's only 4 judges. Do you know why that is how we got to $30 trillion in debt here in America? Yeah. It's only a cup of coffee. That's what you hear so often about, a tax or a fee that's increased, and it's only 4 judges. That is how we got to this point, folks, is not reviewing the little things that have been going on for basically a century here in America in regards to taxation, regulation, and all the rest. And this is how we got to this leviathan of a government that no longer does a good job of representing and protecting the people's liberty here in the United States of America. I mean, that's how we got here, and we should be questioning these things, even if it is only 4 judges. And I would just augment the statement that the gentleman from Arizona mentioned. Yeah, Justice Bork would like to have his reputation back. You want to talk about the origins of where the attacks became relentless on Supreme Court nominees. It started with Justice Bork in the mid-'80s, one of the most eminent jurists that we've had in the United States of America, and he got ripped apart. That, folks, is where it began. And terribly unfortunate that that happened. I'm going to have a hard time supporting this bill with allowing people to be able to retire at 50 years of age. You all remember well a decade ago in the state of Wisconsin when this was kind of part of the discussion that went on when 100,000 people descended on the Wisconsin state capitol. We have to be very vigilant about this, that that we're being fiscally responsible. It is not being fiscally responsible when people can retire at 50 years of age, because I will assure you, when many of us are gone from this committee in the future, someone will point to this and say, well, gosh, they got to retire at 50 years of age. Why don't we do that to this category of judges? I mean, that is the type of thinking that goes on oftentimes in legislative bodies. So I think it's important that we be responsible. I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'll be quick, because one thing you said spurred a memory. The first vote in Congress I ever took that I voted no on, and I told Steve Scalise, the whip, I said, I'll tell you if I'm going to vote no. I went up to Steve, I got to vote no. And he said, why are you voting no? I said, we're going to spend $30 million to set up an agency to review what agencies we should eliminate. And a response from one of my colleagues was, Andy, $30 million doesn't even fill in the ink and the decimal point in the trillions of dollars of debt we have. But that's how we get there, as you say, little by little, ever closer to going off the fiscal cliff. I yield back.
I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you. With this 30 seconds, I think I'd like to make a different response to Representative Cicilline, who said, in order to retire at 50, you'd have to work for 30 years. I'm sorry. I got people who work for careers of 50 years and all across
That's not what
this
I said.
country.
I said you have to work for 50 years. You have to work for 30 years and be 50. You have to,
Yeah, I
the
understand,
combination
and
of your
get to
age.
50.
That's
Amazing.
the current rule in the federal judiciary. I didn't make it up. It's
The
the
American
rule.
people wouldn't get what you just said. Let's put it that way.
The gentleman has the time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is my time. And if Mr. Bishop would like 10 more seconds that were taken away
gentleman's time
from
is
him,
now
I wish he would
expired.
do that, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman's time is now expired.
Okay, I
Who
yield
else
back.
seeks gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the bill, on the amendment nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is adopted. The question, a reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 282 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Aye. The ayes have it, in my opinion. The bill is ordered reported favorably. Recorded vote. No recorded vote. The ayes have it, and the bill is amended, is reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments. The staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3034 to amend Title 28 United States Code to provide an additional place for holding court for the Western District of Washington for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3034 to amend Title 28.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 3034 would amend Title 28 of the U.S. Code to provide an additional place for holding court in the Western District of Washington. This one-sentence bill would allow residents of that district, which comprises half of the state of Washington, from the Cascade Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, to attend federal court in Mount Vernon, Washington, halfway between Seattle and the Canadian border. Currently, residents of the surrounding counties, including Snohomish County, the third most populous in the state, have to travel significant distances to access the federal justice system, leading to increased travel time and administrative costs. Adding Mount Vernon as an additional court location would alleviate those burdens. It would also be a cost-free change because there is an existing facility available for the court to use, and no court personnel will be permanently stationed there. Making use of this existing facility would ensure that litigants, attorneys, witnesses, and other court users would have greater access to the justice that our federal courts provide. This move will benefit the many individuals who live, work, and do business in Northwest Washington, and this legislation is broadly supported by the judges, U.S. Attorney, and Federal Public Defender for the Western District of Washington, as well as the U.S. Marshal Service and multiple county bar associations in the area. I thank Representatives Susan Delbene and Rick Larson for calling attention to this issue and for introducing this legislation to improve the lives of the residents of Washington State. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is common sense. Looks like it's not going to cost the taxpayers anything, and it's a convenience thing that I think everyone supports. I would urge a yes vote on the legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 30.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes one clerical change to the bill's already brief language. The change is non-substantive and will not impact the bill's effect. I urge all members to support the amendment. I yield back. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? No one seeks recognition. The question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a... Does someone seek recognition?
Mr. Biggs, but he's voting next door. Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Arizona has an amendment.
This bill?
He does. I don't know if it's going to be germane, just to be square with you. But he's next door. He's next door voting, and when I have to go next door and vote as well on oversight. Oh, Mr. Bishop wants to be recognized. So.
For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
To alert the chairman of the fact that Mr. Biggs wants recognition.
Oh, here he is. Oh, he's back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3034.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is not the first time I've visited this issue and knowing the way of things and seeing the lay of the land. It was probably not the last time because this is a critical issue. But I don't know that we'll get the votes ever. But my amendment is simple. It splits the Ninth Circuit and creates a new 12th Judicial Circuit. The Ninth Circuit would be comprised of California, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands. The new 12th Circuit would be comprised of Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, Montana, and Nevada. The idea that the Ninth Circuit needs to be split is not new, and I know that I'm not the only member of Congress that is pushing this issue. And a lot of people say, well, it's because of the liberal bent of the Ninth Circuit, but now you have an almost even split. It's never been about the political bent of the leaning of the Ninth Circuit. What it is about, however, is the size of the Ninth Circuit. Currently, there's 2 bills in the Senate and an additional bill in the House. Senator Crapo from Idaho has one. Senator Sullivan from Alaska has one. And Representative Simpson from Idaho also has one. The Ninth Circuit covers 40% of the nation's landmass, 40%, and approximately 20% of the population. It stretches from the Arctic Circle to the equator. It's humongous. The circuit receives more than 11,000 appeals every year, double the size of the second busiest circuit, and nearly triple of the average federal circuit. A 2019 Law Review article by Ilya Shapiro and Nathan Harvey explains in detail the inefficiencies of the Ninth Circuit and the impacts that those inefficiencies have on the ability of individuals to have their cases decided. For example, and I'm quoting now, according to data from 2017, the median time from notice of appeal to a last opinion or final order in civil appeals was an astonishing 22.9 months, almost 2 years. That's just the median time. So there are many appeals, in fact, more than half of the appeals take more than 2 years before you get that final order in. The Ninth Circuit size prevents the court from having the same en banc procedures as every other circuit in America. Having 29 judges decide the outcome of one appeal is an unrealistic expectation, and thus you have a rotating panel of en banc judges. The circuit randomly selects 11 judges to serve on an en banc panel, which results in 6 judges setting binding precedent for 23 other judges, thereby defeating the very purpose of an en banc review. These are but a few reasons for supporting a division of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Each of these problems will only worsen as the population of Western states continues to increase, and they are increasing dramatically. This amendment will make sure that people have access to our federal courts with greater efficiency. This action is necessary. I urge my colleagues to support this. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit into the record without objection if possible, a piece by Ilya Shapiro called, "Is It Finally Time to Break Up the Ninth Circuit?"
Without objection.
A piece by Mark Brnovich and Ilya Shapiro called "Split Up the Ninth Circuit, but Not Because It's Liberal." And
objection.
thank you. And finally, a law review article from 2019 entitled "Break Up the Ninth Circuit" by Ilya Shapiro and Nathan Harvey.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, regretfully, because that's my good friend from Arizona, I continue to insist on my objection that it is not germane.
May I be heard, Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman can be heard.
Thank you. Last May, the chairman ruled that an identical amendment was non-germane because the committee was considering dealt with the boundaries of judicial districts in North Carolina, and you said I was outside of that. The chairman indicated that because the judicial districts in North Carolina were not in the Ninth Circuit, the amendment was not germane. But this bill that we're considering today does impact the Ninth Circuit. You have the Northern Mariana Islands, which is a member of the Ninth Circuit, and therefore, based on the previous ruling of the chairman on germaneness of my amendment last time, because you said the underlying bill and the amendment didn't have any overlay. There was no set there. There is a set today, and you're talking about this bill deals with Northern Mariana judge, and thus I would argue that this is germane based on your previous ruling, Mr. Chairman.
I'm prepared to rule, and while I appreciate the gentleman's intent, and the gentleman's amendment may very well have merit, but it's a debate for a different day, because for a different reason than I expressed on that date, this amendment is not germane, because it is beyond the scope of the bill under consideration. The bill under consideration simply deals with a location of a courthouse in the state of Washington. This bill is way broader than that, and therefore is not germane. The bill is not germane. The amendment, I should say, is not germane. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, then, would you give the gentleman from Arizona what the parameters need to be in order for him to be able to have this bill heard?
It's already been given the hook by
And
staff.
so I think.
With the gentleman we yield.
I think it's important to.
If the gentleman we yield,
His staff gave him the hook.
Yes, go, I'll yield.
there are two ways this bill can be considered. One, as a standalone bill. Two, as an amendment to a bill to which it is germane. Neither of these applies today.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further amendment? Does anyone further wish to speak on the bill? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 3034 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 60 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act of 2022, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 6538, to create an active shooter alert communications network.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. HR 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act, is bipartisan legislation that will improve the tools available to law enforcement as they respond to events that threaten our communities. Far too many of our communities have experienced the threat of an active shooter situation. Even before the horrific mass shooting in Buffalo and Uvalde, many police departments across the country have faced active shooter situations in recent months, including the April subway shooting in Brooklyn, the November shooting at Oxford High School in Michigan, and the shootings at several spas in the Atlanta area last year. The FBI designated 61 incidents as active shooter incidents in 2021, a more than 50% increase compared to 2020, and nearly double the number of incidents just 4 years ago. Many of the details of these shootings vary from situation to situation, but they all required law enforcement to make challenging decisions about how best to keep the public safe, including when and how to inform the public as a situation unfolds. Some police departments have used local opt-in notification systems or social media. These notifications may not reach those in harm's way and could even cause undue fear for those who are already safe where they are, possibly complicating the work of law enforcement and emergency responders. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, the Federal Communications Commission, and wireless providers already have a system in place to send time-sensitive, location-targeted alerts for weather emergencies, Amber Alerts for child abduction cases, and other public safety emergencies. HR 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act, directs the Attorney General to appoint a coordinator to work with federal, state, local, and tribal governments to better use our existing emergency alert system for active shooter situations. This legislation directs the coordinator to establish an advisory panel comprised of law enforcement officers who have responded to active shooter incidents, along with other public safety and emergency response experts. The coordinator is directed to establish best practices for using emergency alerts for active shooter incidents, to promote the adoption of those best practices, and to report to Congress on the effectiveness of these alerts. This bipartisan legislation is endorsed by the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National Association of Police Organizations, the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Police Foundation, the National Sheriff's Association, the National District Attorneys Association, and several state and local law enforcement organizations. I thank Congressman Cicilline for his work in developing this legislation, and I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting it. I now recognize Mr. Bishop for the minority's opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at best, this legislation is unnecessary. At worst, it adds bureaucracy and centralizes more power in the Department of Justice rather than leaving important decisions to the states. According to a 2020 report from the Government Accountability Office, every state has at least one alerting authority. As of 2019, there were more than 1,400 alerting authorities across the country, and FEMA had more than 400 pending applications. Federal, state, and local officials already use the integrated public alert and warning system to send emergency alerts to mobile devices and the emergency alert system to alert media platforms. According to FEMA, these alerts are used for, quote, natural or human-made disasters, extreme weather, active shooters, and other threatening emergencies that are current or emerging, close quote. If the states are already using an alerting system to notify the public about imminent threats, why do we need this legislation? All this legislation would do is add a layer of bureaucracy and inject the Biden administration's heavily politicized Department of Justice into what states already do. We have no idea what the unintended consequences of rolling out a nationwide active shooter alert system might be, because this committee hasn't studied the issue or held any hearings on the topic. Instead, the bill requires GAO to study state and local responses to active shooter situations and situations involving the issuance of a public alert or warning. Why don't we study the alleged problem and learn from the findings before legislating a solution to it? It doesn't make any sense. The best way to combat crime and violence in our communities is to support law enforcement rather than to demonize and to seek to defund them. This legislation is counterproductive and unnecessary. I'm afraid it's simply an attempt from the Democrats to look like they are doing something about the surge in violence and crime across this country, but they're not doing the things that need to be done to address it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself to explain the amendment. This amendment makes certain changes in response to consultation with law enforcement officers who have responded to recent active shooter incidents. They shared that they have learned important lessons from this unfortunate experience, and that the best practices established through this bill could be improved with the input of experiences like theirs, among others. The amendment in the nature of a substitute therefore adds an advisory panel that includes officers who have responded to these events, a public safety expert, an emergency responder, a city planner, and a mental and behavioral health expert. The amendment also streamlines and clarifies the language of the bill. I urge all members to support the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for bringing this bill to markup today, and I want to particularly thank the 16 Republican co-sponsors, the original co-sponsors, and the 15 Democratic co-sponsors, and that is Representative Upton. I'm going to list the Republicans by name. I think the Democrats, you know. Representative Sparks of this committee, Representative Mayer from Michigan, Representative Mace, Representative Don Bacon, Representative Andrew Gabarino, Representative Jay Obermalt, Representative Jeff Van Drew, Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, Representative John Carter, Representative Rice, Representative McCall, Representative Armstrong, Representative McKinley, and Representative Leflow. And I want to thank them for being original co-sponsors, as well as my Democratic colleagues. I've been working on this bipartisan public safety legislation with Congressman Upton for many months to answer the calls of law enforcement for a more robust, reliable, and efficient alert system for use during active shooter situations. More than anyone, law enforcement understands the strain an active shooter puts on a community in an ongoing crisis. Between 2000 and 2020, there were close to 400 active shooter events, including 40 active shooter incidents in 2020 alone. In 2016, in Congressman Upton's backyard, we saw a Michigan Uber driver go on a shooting rampage and then continue picking up passengers. In 2019, a shooter drove around a community in Texas, killing 7 and wounding 25 people. And in 2021, a shooter traveled about 30 miles, murdering 8 people at various Atlanta area spas. And just this past April, a shooter attacked a subway station full of people in Brooklyn and was on the run for 24 hours before police finally detained him. And in the last 6 weeks alone, we've seen active shooters make national headlines, murdering and wounding people in Buffalo, New York, Sacramento, California, Uvalde, Texas, and right here in Washington, D.C. Active shooter events have become ubiquitous, so frequent that some of these horrific events barely make headlines. This is not normal, and we cannot let it be normalized. We cannot become numb to these events, and we cannot settle for the status quo. We have to give law enforcement every tool they need to neutralize these threats and keep our communities safe. In these stressful life or death situations, law enforcement are, in too many cases, relying on social media to communicate with the surrounding community so that no one accidentally walks into the line of fire or a crime scene. Law enforcement needs and deserves better tools than Twitter to communicate with the community. The Active Shooter Alert creates an Amber Alert-like program for active shooter events. This bill will provide law enforcement with cutting-edge technology to send notifications to our smartphones and let communities know if there's an active shooter in a certain area so that they know to stay away. Developing this kind of technology and infrastructure and identifying best practices would be a massive undertaking for any local department, and some communities simply don't have the resources to do it on their own. However, we have already have these resources at the federal level, and this legislation simply gives every law enforcement agency across the country access to the federal alert system so they can send alerts in their area. It also provides law enforcement with access to expert-developed best practices and protocols for sending out these alerts. As we saw multiple times last month, when there's an active shooter situation, law enforcement does all they can to keep people in the surrounding area safe, including going person to person to either evacuate or tell people to shelter in place. But that takes time. time that could cost lives. This type of alert system we're talking about today would be far more efficient and can also provide updates to the community that are otherwise impossible to communicate in the midst of an active threat. I'm proud this bill has earned the support of law enforcement organizations across the country at the national, state, and local levels, and the chairman read them. And so when my friend Mr. Biggs said, we need to help law enforcement is begging for this. It was the #1 priority during Police Week. That's why it's endorsed by all these law enforcement organizations. It also doesn't give any concentrated power to the Department of Justice. It's a voluntary program. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. It's a gigantic success with Amber Alert, with Silver Alert. It's the same thing for active shooters. It will save people's lives. If you don't like it, you don't have to use it. It's a voluntary program. So I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill that has earned the support of the National Sheriff's Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National FOP, the National Police Foundation, the National District Attorneys Association. I know that it has my name on it, but it's co-sponsored by 16 Republicans and co-sponsored by 15 Democrats. It's a bipartisan bill. Look beyond the politics. Do something that will help save lives, that will protect law enforcement, and vote for this very common sense bill. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate my friend and colleague from Rhode Island introducing this bill, and I appreciate him reading the names of the 16 Republican co-sponsors. I will not read the names of the 196 Republicans who have not co-sponsored this bill, but I will mention that I think it is a huge step forward that we are not talking about banning a gun. We're not talking about banning the number of rounds in a clip or how fast a weapon can shoot, or even the fact that a weapon looks dangerous. A rifle looks more dangerous than another rifle, and so we're not going to try to ban that. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Cicilline is bringing a bill forward that actually empowers state and local government to deal with this issue. My problem with this bill is that it is redundant, and state and local government is dealing with this issue and doesn't need the federal government to step in. But yes, I will yield to my friend.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman. The bill is not redundant in that for many communities, they don't have the ability to develop a set of best practices. They don't have the ability to enact a set of protocols, small cities and towns. So in addition to making IPAWS available, the infrastructure that exists for Amber Alert and Silver Alert, it also creates an advisory committee to help communities or states, if they choose to avail themselves of best practices, of protocols, of policies and procedures that often is an impediment because you don't want to put this into place if it's not done well and properly because you want to be sure it achieves the objective. So, it's hard to say we're doing everything we can already to help prevent people from going into an active shooting incident. So I don't think it's repetitious, but to the extent some communities already do it, good for them. There are many, many communities across the country that don't, and they just don't have the capacity to develop and implement best practices. This provides for that as well.
Okay, I appreciate it. And not seeing anybody who wants time, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
And certainly, Mr. Chairman, wish to congratulate Mr. Cicilline and the array of bipartisan co-sponsors that he has. And Mr. Chairman, it just adds to your legacy of putting forward reasonable gun safety provisions that'll make a difference in the lives of Americans. I do want to emphasize Mr. Cicilline's point of the lack of redundancy, because I'm holding in my hand, as unanimous consent may have been joined already by the offering of the letter from the National Fraternal Order of Police, who don't believe that this bill is redundant and have asked the committee to favorably report such a bill to deal with the question of active shooter alert. I think if there's ever an initiative, although we would say, isn't it sad that it is an active shooter occurring? Isn't it sad that lives may be lost? But I think it is extremely important that we recognize the idea of active shooter, and to be able to track the importance of notifying officers so that they can move quickly. Needless to say, circumstances in the most recent case are unique. They are certainly not the same, but Uvalde was certainly a case where there were layers of officers responding. Who knows what would have happened if there was such technology available in terms of officers in some faraway places. So I would make the point that what we are seeing here today is the saving of lives. And in the saving of lives, I think this committee has an obligation. We know that the Second Amendment allows Americans to possess arms. But we've seen over the years the idea that many have. This is a unifying initiative, and it is evidence because of the support of our law enforcement. We want to do what can help save lives today, and we want to do what helps law enforcement save lives. As we do that, this legislation is important. In particular, this letter says active shooter events, however, are not like normal firearm homicide cases. Further than focusing on investigation methods after the fact, these kinds of events place a premium on the abilities of law enforcement to quickly react to a fluid and oftentimes unclear situation. Responding to an active shooter event is chaotic and can be fraught with peril, especially when the incident is not confined to one occasion. Law enforcement officers must prioritize preserving lives and ending the threat. Simultaneously, they need a way to notify the public about the incident, whether that is to avoid a certain area, shelter in place, or announce whether the area is once again safe. The active shooter alert is designed to improve the ways officers and agencies communicate with the public about active threats. And just as an aside, one of the Achilles heels noted in 9/11 was the inability of law enforcement, first responders to communicate. Here we are in 2022 in the backdrop of so many mass shootings to be able to interject a tool that law enforcement believes will be important to saving lives. Families will benefit from saving lives. Children will benefit from saving lives. And just the plain community of people who are going about their daily lives and may be subject to the evil of a mass shooter, to give a tool to law enforcement, first responders, and others to quickly assess the scene and quickly access the scene, I believe is a crucial element to the responsibilities of this committee. Again, I want to thank Mr. Cicilline for his legislation, and as well I ask my colleagues to support the active shooter legislation. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Active shooter situations are often chaotic and dangerous, and they occur with little warning or notice to those who might be in harm's way. As a result, if there's a way to help better notify the American people that a dangerous situation is developing in their direct vicinity, we should try to help make them safer. I think that's common sense. After all, I think that's a goal on which the vast majority of us on both sides of the aisle agree. The question is whether or not this particular bill helps to achieve that goal. The first issue that comes to mind when reviewing this approach is how dramatically different an active shooter situation is compared to the various situations that trigger amber, silver, blue, or Ashanti alerts. In each of those situations, law enforcement is dealing with a potential suspect or a missing person, oftentimes mobile, and they're trying to disseminate identifying characteristics, often a car type or a license plate, to as many people in as wide an area as possible, as quickly as possible. Excuse me. Doing so significantly increases the likelihood that somebody will notice the vehicle or person in question and contact law enforcement in a timely manner. As such, it makes sense that an Amber Alert situation arising in Cleveland might be transmitted 270 miles away in Cincinnati, in the district I represent. But an active shooter situation is clearly different. First of all, in nearly every instance, the potential impacted area is far more localized, so that there would also almost never be a situation in which an active shooter in Cleveland, for example, would trigger an active alert in Cincinnati or vice versa. And second, the goal of an active shooter alert, I believe, would be to alert the community to a dangerous situation, not encourage them to assist law enforcement. While I'm sure tips would be appreciated by law enforcement when a shooter has fled the scene, for example, I don't think in most instances we would want to encourage people to look for an active shooter in the same manner we rely on them to locate a potentially abducted child under an Amber Alert. Instead, an active shooter alert would, in theory, be more geared towards alerting residents to a potentially dangerous situation, advising them on appropriate precautions to take, such as sheltering in place, and then notifying them when the threat has passed. As such, an active shooter alert would seem to have more in common with a severe weather alert, for example, than with an Amber Alert. And that's where my primary concern with this legislation arises. By creating a new federal coordinator and directing that coordinator to begin working on best practices for an active shooter alert system, we might be putting the cart before the horse. Why? Because in the same time that the new coordinator is tasked with creating best practices and creating a national alert system, the legislation is directing the Comptroller General to study the various local alert systems to gauge how effective they are. The problem is that the new coordinator is required to report back to Congress in 18 months, a full 6 months before the Comptroller's office is required to complete the report. It seems to me that this timing could lead to a significant overlap and a number of inefficiencies in the development of a new system. Worse, it could lead to changes being advocated by the federal coordinator to local alert systems that make those systems less effective. With this in mind, it would likely make sense to require the Comptroller's report to be completed before urging the new coordinator to report back to us on the progress he or she is making. However, while this is obviously not a perfect bill, I do believe that on the whole it moves us closer to a situation where American families are better notified of potential dangers in their communities. And so I'm inclined to support it with those reservations that I just mentioned. I do think it could be improved, and I would ask that Mr. Cicilline and perhaps Democratic staff would work with my staff and others on our side to see if there are improvements that could be made. But in general, I think it's a good bill and inclined to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further, for what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was June 4th. The violence broke out at about 11:30 p.m. on South Street, one of Philadelphia's most beautiful and popular, colorful commercial corridors. It was a beautiful night, like many I have spent there. Suddenly, an argument led to guns. Guns led to shots fired, and yet another mass shooting. Now 3 people are dead. Gregory Japan Jackson, only 34, Alexis Quinn, only 24, and Christopher Miners, only 22. 3 people were killed by gun violence and 11 were wounded in the single biggest shooting incident in the city in 7 years. 7 years. But most of us here probably have not heard about this. That's because that weekend across the country, 17 people were killed and 62 were injured in mass shootings. Mass shootings have become ubiquitous, so much so that they barely make headlines. But in local communities like mine, we remember these shootings. They scare us and make us think twice before walking on fun places like South Street. That is exactly why I am a sad yet proud co-sponsor of the Active Shooter Alert Act. Sad that we need it in this country, proud because it is an attempt at a solution to make people safer. The Active Shooter Alert Act is an important step in making communities safer and eliminating the delay on life-saving alerts. Having the capacity to send immediate active shooter alerts to a community will be instrumental in reducing risks to schools, churches, synagogues, hospitals, movies, and the many, many other places we have to look out for gun violence, places where Americans should be able to reasonably gather safely. No one bill will fix all gun violence, but this bill is an important step. I know that gun violence is not normal, and we cannot let it become normalized in this country. I will continue to sound this alarm until we reject America's association with gun violence. I thank Mr. Cicilline, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for continuing to push for gun reform that makes sense to save lives. The American people want it, expect it, demand it. I reiterate my support for the bill, and I yield to my friend from Rhode Island if he so wishes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding and thank her for her words of support. And I thank Mr. Shabbat for your words of support. I just wanted to say that we worked very, very closely with 6 national law enforcement agencies who all approved the language. And of course, these are individuals who have considerable experience in responding to active shooters and really know kind of what is the best way to operationalize this alert system. But of course, I'm always willing to work with you and your staff in ways that you think it can be improved. And I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back to Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Issa seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is
You want to see which amendment first?
I'd like to reserve it, Mr. Issa.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent that my 2 amendments be considered in block in order to be expedient, at least for
objection.
debate. Thank you.
I'd like to reserve a point of order on both of the
twice.
amendments.
Clerk will report the amendments.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6538, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I come before you today with 2 amendments. As I often did when I was chairman of a committee, I asked, if your amendments are accepted, will you be voting for the underlying bill? In this case, the answer is yes. The 2 amendments are of the same nature. They are in order to not be a committee that has endless new bureaucracies, each with a good idea and a good intent. I'd like to expand in 2 ways the bill. First of all, by changing the title of the bill to Life-Threatening Emergency Systems Act. What we're really doing by striking shooter alert and changing the insert is we're harmonizing with existing names that states like New Jersey have already adopted. Second, and which I hope is not controversial, because the second one expands from active shooter and inserts the word shooter or individual perpetrating violence. Mr. Chairman, I think this is a good concept, and when I spoke to Mr. Cicilline earlier on this bill and looked into it, what I discovered was his idea is extremely good, but an automobile is just as deadly, and somebody who, a 5150 or someone else who is acting irrationally may choose that weapon. Additionally, although rare, things like someone using a knife or some other weapon in a crowd and stabbing people, these things occur. The characteristics of any of these perpetrator of violence, and of course, if it's an active shooter, they may choose to communicate active shooter, but expanding this to include similar crimes and similar activities allow us not to return here later and say, well, what about this, what about that? So I know that the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, had said he'd like to work on some changes. I present today 2 changes, relatively minor. They are naming, but they do change and expand the scope of this to be appropriate to individuals perpetrating violence. And if accepted, I would be voting for the underlying bill. Mr. Cicilline, does that mean that you're going to take back your reserve?
Oh, I withdraw my point of order.
Good. Will you support the amendments?
The point of order is withdrawn. Are you yielding?
I'm yielding to Mr. Cicilline.
Oh, no,
I'm hoping to get his wholehearted support.
Yeah, no,
so we can
I'd like
move
to be
on.
recognized in opposition to the amendment.
Okay, well, then I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment because this amendment, because the bill is entitled the Active Shooter Alert System because it responds to an actual problem of an active shooter. This was crafted, as I said, in consultation with 6 law enforcement agencies to respond to dangers that law enforcement faces with respect to active shooting. This was a very particular problem. Mr. Upton, who is the co-lead on the Republican side, had this exact incident in his own community. And as I mentioned, it's supported by law enforcement agencies all across the country who are supporting it and made it their #1 priority during Police Week because of the challenge of law enforcement responding to active shooters. So I know for some people maybe just saying the word shooting is hard, but it's a real problem. It's endangering law enforcement. It's endangering our communities. There's a lot of talk about supporting the police by my good friends on the other side of the aisle. The idea that you won't vote for the bill if it's called active shooter, but you will vote for it if it has a different name is really, really disappointing, to be very honest. Policemen and women are risking their lives to keep us safe. This will help save lives of them and of members of our community so they don't go unknowingly into an active shooting incident. It's the purpose of the bill. I think the amendment is inappropriate and deeply offensive, to be honest. And
Would the gentleman yield if I've offended him?
have offended me. You haven't offended me. You've offended men and women in law enforcement, but I'm happy to yield.
Mr. Cicilline, the reason I chose that title change was not an original thought. It was that other states dealing with active shooters have already used that name. So I hope that at a minimum, even if it's not the ideal name and you prefer yours, that you'd understand that, for example, New Jersey would likely have to change their name to your name. I don't think they intended to
Reclaiming my
offend.
time. New Jersey won't have to change its name. Anyone who currently uses the IPOS system would continue to have the ability to do that. It doesn't change it in any way. This language and this draft, I will remind you, Mr. Issa and members of the committee, was endorsed by the National Sheriff's Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National Association of Police Organizations, the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Police Foundation, the National District Attorneys Association, and a number of other local and state law enforcement agencies. So, with all due respect, I think these men and women who are risking their lives responding to active shooters know better than we do about what it should be called and the problem we're trying to address. And I would just urge you to accept the language that is in the current bill, defer to the brave men and women in law enforcement who have helped craft this, and support the legislation as drafted, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
I do,
What purposes,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
I'd like the last word.
Wait a minute, Mr. Tiffany.
You got somebody ahead of me?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very disappointed that this amendment is not being accepted by the author. I mean, this is being done in good faith by the person, Representative Issa, who's brought this amendment forward. And I don't understand using the language that this is deeply offensive, or it's deeply offensive to police, because police deal with these type of incidents all the time. They know it is not just guns that people use for violence in our society. And Mr. Chairman, I just asked a question. Do we have any bills coming forward that deal with car violence or knife violence?
Potentially. We're always examining. We're always examining our agenda. We're always examining suggestions.
Because, I mean, the data is clear that there are a lot of ways that people commit violence in this country. The biggest problem we have right now is over the last decade, we've become a much more lawless country because we've not supported the police. And it's terribly unfortunate. And I just think about, in regards to the amendment here that is being proposed by the gentleman from California, I just think about the Waukesha parade that, unfortunately, at Christmas last year, 6 people lost their lives. You've heard me talk about this before. 60 people injured. That was not gun violence. That was somebody using an automobile to run down people and to kill them. And just to refresh people's memories, that's as a result of a district attorney in Milwaukee County who, when he was asked about his governing philosophy way back in 2007, he said that, boy, we're going to go softer on crime here. We're going to take a much different approach. And may it lead to a loss of life? Guaranteed. Those were his words. He said, guaranteed, this may lead to a loss of life, but that doesn't change the fact that this is the best way to go. Excuse me. Well, 6 people at a Waukesha County parade this last year, they found out that this guarantee that the district attorney from Milwaukee County followed through on with very low bail was someone who had multiple felonies on his record. Those people lost their lives as a result of it. But that was not a gun that caused the loss of those lives and the people that were injured. That was violence committed using other means. I think this amendment is very appropriate because it says life-threatening, and that's ultimately what we're trying to get at. So, with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
You want to yield to me?
I will yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffany. And, you know, I had another thought. So your point's well taken. And maybe Mr. Cicilline said that law enforcement was offended by the amendment, and I didn't see what was offensive about it. Maybe I could direct question Mr. Cicilline. I don't know whether it'd be, you'd have to yield to him, Mr. Tiffany, but I wonder why he would not also want this system, if it's needed, if it's not surplusage or redundant for systems that already exist, why not make it available to, in the case of the Waukesha killer who ran down people with an automobile, and fled, you know, before. But maybe even a better example, or another example at least, I think of the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing by the Tsarnaev brothers and the manhunt that followed from thereafter. That was a bombing, not a shooting. It was a mass killing event. Why wouldn't, I wonder if Mr. Cicilline would yield to answer why not extend this to reach those events and others like those that Mr. Issa was reaching for.
I'm happy to, if you're yielding to me, I'm happy to. You know, I think this is like, in many ways, arguing that the Amber Alert system should be expanded beyond kids and maybe to shoplifting or other crimes. Look, this is for a very specific and urgent problem. Active shooter incidents that are deadly, that are endangering the lives of law enforcement. And it's funny, despite all of the deep respect I have for all of you and all of the conversations with 6 national law enforcement agencies, they all agreed that this was a very specific problem. And not one of them, these are the brave men and women who are actually responding, who are risking their lives to keep us safe. No one suggested that we had 5 other things we should include in this category. This is a specific and deadly problem. We've had more shootings than days of the year. And the men and women in law enforcement are the people who are in danger. So they've made a judgment by making this a #1 priority for Police Week that this will help save their lives. I think we ought to believe them. If you want to write another bill about
Mr. Chairman,
car
my time is up.
accidents,
I yield back.
happy to work with you on it, but that doesn't seem to be as an urgent problem right now as active shooting
Yield
is.
back,
The
Mr.
gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes, Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized. Would you yield to me for a second?
I certainly will.
Thank you. I just want to observe that listening to this debate, I think that a lot of our friends across the aisle simply wanted to take attention away from guns. And that's why they're bringing up all this extraneous stuff. I thank you. I yield back to the gentlelady.
Will you yield to
Gentlelady.
Actually, I'd like to reclaim my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification. I echo your sentiments completely. I wanted to say that while I know these 2 amendments were brought in good faith by the gentleman from California, I come at it from a different perspective. With all the urgency that Mr. Cicilline offers, with the clarity that the chairman offers, before I got into public service, I was a professor of writing and rhetoric. And I used to warn my students to avoid euphemisms that are less specific, less clear. So when I read a title like Life-Threatening Emergency Systems Act, I can't see that. I don't know what that is. And instead, what Mr. Cicilline is doing with the support, bipartisan support, and the support of law enforcement and many others is speaking with specificity. We have a problem of active shooting across this country. So we shouldn't fog over the meaning of what we're trying to tackle with euphemism. literally, that fails to alert. The very thing we're trying to do here, to alert to a situation of active shooting, when you fog over the meaning by using language like that, you actually are counterproductive and fail to alert. So I rise in objection to these well-intentioned amendments, but they actually would harm the purpose of this bill, and I thank Mr. Cicilline. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I appreciate the lady's comments. The fact is, we had considered armed and dangerous as an alternative and would certainly have been equally happy with it. It just didn't happen to be something that states, and they happen to be blue states, had already chosen to use for this situation. But I just want to bring up a point, and I know that people doubt the intent. I don't often say something I'm not a co-sponsor of that comes in this committee I would vote for if changed. So perhaps you're doubting my intent. But I look at this program and say, you know what, maybe it is time to enhance the capability as we did with Amber Alert a generation ago. Having said that, we are all too aware that only a little over a week ago, a man with a knife intended to murder a Supreme Court justice. Yes, he also had a gun, but he had ties and he had a knife. So the idea that shooters are unique just isn't so. He came with a knife. He came with the very possibility that he would have slit the Associate Justice's throat, he would have killed the family, and he might have done it in a very personal way. So I'm just going to close by saying that I was here some years ago, and I think many of us, including the chairman, were here when a person who was crazed died here on the Capitol with an automobile trying to drive into people, had already been at the White House. Of course, we would have wanted an alert for that fugitive, that active person, and that's why I looked and said the characteristics of this bill are not unique to shooting. They are unique to an individual who represents a clear threat and you want to avoid and be on the lookout for, and by the way, duck and cover. So I thank the gentleman for yielding, but I certainly think we are missing the point if we assume that the intentions of anyone here are not true and pure.
I listened to this, and I'm not sure I can articulate what I'm thinking, but the ferocity of the response to what Mr. Issa has offered is sort of an anodyne, straightforward, logical modification of this is telling to me. The insistence and even the characterization that it offends law enforcement agencies or law enforcement associations nationwide to broaden the term, and the examples that have come out in the offering of Mr. Tiffany about someone in an automobile running people down. I came up with the example of the Boston Marathon bombing and people being on the run from that and dangerous. Mr. Issa just came up with another example. They all logically seemed, if there is not, I think the first instinct with which I approached the bill, and having opened with the ranking members, given the ranking members' comments on it at the beginning, it was that it strikes me as very likely redundant and additional bureaucratization of something that is already all over the place, and we've all experienced it. Now, I confess that I don't have the intricate knowledge, so I was listening for why this fills in a gap or does something important new. But when we get to the question, if it fills in a gap, you want to make it as more comprehensive, make sure things are covered, and then Mr. Issa offers an amendment that would change the name, the hostility to that, because it doesn't say active shooter, it's almost as if, I even hesitate to say it, but it is almost as if the majority is anxious to sensationalize that very concerning phenomenon of the rise in mass shootings that has occurred in the past 30 years as Democrats have destroyed our culture. So I don't see what the point is unless you're trying, and then of course, Ms. Dean concerningly described this bill about an alert system as gun legislation, which I think gets us to the heart of the matter. It's important for you to have this title to the bill, and the title to the bill drives the purpose of the bill, which otherwise seems to be redundant, so you can spread the panic more about mass shootings rather than address their underlying causes. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
The gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. Let me call the roll, and Mr. Cellini and his team have done an excellent job. National Sheriff's Association, Major Cities Chiefs Association, National Association of Police Organizations, Fraternal Order of Police, National Police Foundation, National District Attorneys Association, Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association, Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, Virginia Association of Chiefs and Police Foundation, North Carolina Association of Chiefs of Police, West Virginia Chiefs of Police Association, Metropolitan Police Department. They don't seem to be running away from the idea of the concept of the active shooter. Let me also put into the record that the law in the state of Texas that has very few laws dealing with sensible gun legislation are not running away from it, because they have the Texas Active Shooter Alert Program created by the Texas legislature in 2021, designed to alert individuals in close proximity shooter situations through their cellular devices. Let me also ask unanimous consent to place into the record the letter from the National Fraternal Order of Police, which I read from in my opening statement. So I would like to just remind our colleagues, as I have done in recent weeks, months, and years, mourn the loss of life resulting from an ever-increasing number of active shooter incidents where perpetrators committed mass shootings in multiple locations, endangering the community, our children, families, and law enforcement. And last year, there were 61 active shooter incidents in the United States. Approximately 27 of those incidents involved an active shooter moving from one location to another. For instance, 8 people were killed roughly 30 miles apart at 3 spas in metro Atlanta area last year. The gunman was later apprehended some 150 miles south of Atlanta. We're still reeling from the gruesome murder of 19 fourth graders, 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, that began when a perpetrator shot his grandmother in the home they shared, and she continues to fight for her life. He then drove away, crashing his vehicle outside. He encountered several people before entering the school and committing unspeakable acts. While the actions of these individuals and other active shooters are unacceptable and require Congress to enact measures to put an end to such evil acts, we must also be prepared if they occur and do all we can to help law enforcement. And so it is important to note that many of these systems face low enrollment and messaging delays that sometimes contribute to confusion around the incident. In the case of social media, insufficient account visibility means fewer people are made aware of an existing threat to their safety. And so even though there have been efforts, as I've said, to use text message and social media, it has not been effective to help with our students, employees, patrons, and community members. To the gentleman's point about this language, it is certainly of concern that other acts of violence have been perpetrated. But let us be very clear. We want to give law enforcement, they need a reliable method of communication to rapidly notify as many people as possible within the vicinity of an ongoing active shooter who has the capacity with the number of weapons that are there to massacre and murder tens upon tens of people. Look at the tragedy of Las Vegas. Provide instructions to avoid the area or shelter in place and announce when the area has been restored to safety. We've got to be involved with our team of safety mechanism. And although the system, the DOJ, by the way of an appointed active shooter alert coordinator, would be responsible for establishing the advisory panel, and we know that there are other systems, although this system would be available to law enforcement agencies to use on a voluntary basis, I expect that many agencies would elect to participate based on the numerous endorsements previously mentioned by myself and the chairman. And so I appreciate the good intention of this offer of this amendment, but can we stay focused on the value of the legislation on these four corners? And it really is to deal with what we have been confronted with, the horror and terror of what we've been confronted with. And so I want to make sure that I add to the record the letter of the Major Chiefs Association that again, and to thank again Mr. Cicilline, ask unanimous consent, the Major Cities Chief Association, to thank you for including H.R. 5768 and another legislation that we'll mention into the record. Ask unanimous consent, and they acknowledge that violent crime is up. So it is crucial that we move on this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and thank you so very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back for the purposes Mr. Jordan seek recognition.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Earlier, the chairman said that Republicans are trying to take attention away from firearms. That's not my intention. My concern is about giving more power to this Department of Justice. When, in particularly when what the legislation seeks to do, as Mr. Bishop pointed out, can be done locally, can be done at the local level. This legislation is going to give more money, more bureaucracy, more centralized authority to a Justice Department that we know is the most political we've ever seen.
Oh my.
I mean, I would remind everyone, the National School Boards Association just did their own study of what happened last year when parents were targeted by the Justice Department. And here's what their study said. Chip Slavin, CEO of the National School Boards Association, communicated with domestic policy person at the White House, Ms. Wall, before the September 29th letter was sent. And guess what they talked about? They talked about using the Patriot Act against moms and dads. Again, before the initial letter was even sent. Guess what else happened? Ms. Wall then went to the Justice Department and communicated with the Justice Department about using counterterrorism measures against moms and dads before the letter was ever sent. So that's all the pre-planning that goes into the preparation and all for the September 29th letter sent from the School Boards Association to the Biden White House. And then, of course, 5 days later, the Attorney General of the United States issues his now famous memorandum where he says, set up this dedicated line of threat communication on moms and dads, this snitch line on parents. And 16 days later, the FBI sends out an email to all FBI agents around the country saying, put a threat tag on parents who you deem as some kind of threat. Use counterterrorism measures against these parents. And because 2 whistleblowers came forward to Republican staff, we know that in more than 24 cases, this has been used against parents. So that's my concern. Giving more power, more authority, more centralized ability to this Department of Justice. That's our concern, at least that's my concern with this legislation, particularly when we know this can be done at the local level if they want to. If it makes sense, then do it. God bless our law enforcement who want to do it. That's fine. Do it at the local level. Don't give more planning and oversight and best practices and more millions of dollars to this Department of Justice, which systematically put in place a plan to go after parents. That's our concern. I would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
The gentleman also calls to my mind one other point. I heard it said, I think by Mr. Cicilline at some point in the discussion of the bill, that that local police departments in some small places don't have the resources. Well, they have state governments. So there's not a state in the United States of America that can't set aside the resources very readily to provide for if there's some departments in their community that might suffer these kinds of events, certainly broader than just shooters, as we've indicated, and given examples to support, that they would be unable to solve this problem. So again, to the ranking member's point, what is the desire to centralize authority over this in the United States Department of Justice that has been politicized like no other? And I yield back to the ranking member.
I would love to yield to the chairman, but I promise to yield to Mr. Tiffany. If I have time, I'll yield to the chairman.
Yeah, I just want, thank you, gentleman from Ohio. I would just add, it is so deeply concerning what the ranking member brought up that it was announced just today that the Wisconsin Association of School Boards is pulling out from the National Association of School Boards. they are so concerned about what is going on, this politicization of what's going on at the Attorney General's office and the Department of Justice. They said, we're out. I yield back to the gentleman.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that it may represent now approximately half of the 50 states have decided to get out of this left-wing organization that was in cahoots with the Biden White House and the Garland Justice Department to put this apparatus in place to target moms and dads. Be happy to yield to the chairman.
I just want to point out that the North Carolina Association of Chiefs of Police endorsed the active shooter legislation.
And I think I'd yield the last 20 seconds to the gentleman from Arizona.
Yeah, Mr. Jordan, I just have a question. Could Arizona use its system, which is currently in place, to have an active shooter alert without this legislation?
My understanding is yes.
Yeah, and so when we passed the Amber Alert in Indian Country legislation, we smoothed over in Arizona the entire network that could be used, and I would suggest that maybe this is superfluous legislation. I don't know.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sitting here sort of perplexed because I thought the discussion was a very simple, efficient, cost-effective tool in law enforcement's toolbox called a active shooter alert. But instead, we have a distraction about school boards and cars, and I mean, we need to go back and focus on making sure that we're taking care of the #1 priority for Police Week, and that is passing this bill. And it is a bill that needs to be passed because unlike what some of the statements have been made, there are states that do not provide resources for local governments, and my state is one of them. Instead, it takes the money that we send them to provide resources, and they give it somewhere else called their Lone Star Project, which is a anti-immigrant, targeted immigrants, and their border wall, and all these other efforts. I think even if you just look at Uvalde and looked at who responded, the state was not there as it should have been. It was and then the resources locally were probably not where they should have been. Much needs to be said about what happened at Uvalde, and investigations are going on, and I'm not going to prejudge or say anything. But this whole notion that states can take care of this, that's a dream world. It doesn't happen in my state. With that, I'll yield to the, and I certainly support the bill, and I'm against this amendment. I yield to Mr. Cicilline if he desires to have more time.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I want to just say at the outset, this legislation doesn't confer any new power to the Department of Justice, and it particularly doesn't confer any new power to the Biden Department of Justice. This bill, when we pass it, will survive many, hopefully, successive administrations. But it is, again, a completely voluntary program. And the notion that it's redundant is just not true. The IPAWS system is available to states. It's a much better, much higher quality, much more precise system. Local communities don't have the ability to access it. And so this will require the creation of a mechanism by which local governments, if they choose, it's like strictly voluntary, if they choose to avail themselves of the system, they will have an opportunity to do so as well as states. And I want to just read, because I think they can say it better than maybe anyone on this committee. I'm going to read from the letter from the National Fraternal Order of Police president, who represents 364,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police, maybe people who know a little bit more about responding to active shooters than anybody on this committee. And I quote, "Active shooter events, however, are not like normal firearm homicide cases. Rather than focusing on investigative methods after the fact, these kinds of events place a premium on the abilities of law enforcement to quickly react to a fluid and oftentimes unclear situation. Responding to an active shooter event is chaotic and can be fraught with peril, especially when the incident is not confined to one location. Law enforcement officers must prioritize preserving lives and ending the threat. Simultaneously, they need a way to notify the public about the incident, whether that is to avoid a certain area, shelter in place, or announce when the area is once again safe. The Active Shooter Alert Act is designed to improve the ways officers and agencies communicate with the public about active threats. The bill would also establish a national coordinator within the U.S. Department of Justice to set up and administer an active shooter alert communications network. The active shooter alert coordinator, in coordination with other federal components like the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Federal Communications Commission, would develop best practices and training on the use of a secure communication system during active shooter event. We believe, as you all do, having a network for informing the public during these critical incidents will save lives. On behalf of more than the 364,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police, I'm proud to offer our support. I mean, I can't say it any better. Let's not second guess the men and women doing this work. Let's not look for excuses not to support this common sense public safety bill. And I look forward someday to working on something that will notify about car crashes. Happy to do that. We have an active shooter problem that is endangering the lives of members of our community and members of law enforcement. They are asking for this so that we can help protect their lives. Vote no on the amendment, vote yes on the bill, and let's move on.
Reclaiming my time, please vote no against the amendment. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back for our purposes. Mr. Benz seek recognition.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's no doubt we're all trying to determine what's right for this circumstance. And I would suggest that what's right for perhaps where certain folks are from, urban areas, is quite different than from where I'm from, which is the most rural of areas. And I have here a summary of what some of my 20 county sheriffs have to say in an area which makes up some 3/4 of the state of Oregon. They do not support this bill. They do not support this bill because they view it as a prompt for folks who might be driving by or might be otherwise nearby to come and, quote, help out. We don't want that. And the chaos that folks have suggested is absolutely correct. Why would we add to it? Now, maybe in a city you want to do this, but I'll guarantee you out in my part of the world you don't. We have folks that are very well trained, and I'll actually read some of this to you from Travis Ash, Sheriff of Baker County, Oregon. I just looked this over. I believe this should be done at the local level. I just came from a meeting with our local school district where we are making plans for an ICS structure, notifications, a command post reunification, et cetera. This is a collaborative effort between us and the schools in Baker County. With the mass alert systems we already have in place, along with social media, we are able to disseminate information in a quick manner. The Oregon Department of Transportation already has reader boards along I-84, the freeway that runs through much of eastern Oregon. I would be concerned with the potential influx of good Samaritans traveling through and a potential to add more traffic and confusion to our smaller communities.
Mr. Benz, will you yield for a question?
In just a second, I will.
Okay.
The point here is our local areas are far different than perhaps your urban areas. And so the question is how to get the best outcome. And with that, I yield.
Yeah, thank you. And the extraordinarily important part of this bill is the county that you're describing that already has a system, they are under no obligation to avail themselves of this system. So if they have something or they don't want to use it at all, that's a decision they get to make. They're not required in any way. It simply says for communities that do want to, it's available to them. And I thank you for yielding.
Would the gentleman further yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. It may have missed the author of the bill's attention that when I said that the other amendment I planned on offering was to change the name to Armed and Dangerous, that at least for the gentlelady that said words matter, it would have been not only synonymous, but it would have included the other weapons we've been talking about without doing any harm. Secondly, when you look at the underlying changes in the bill, I did not suggest removing active shooter, but rather leaving it in and adding individual perpetrating violence so that we would include things that you're not including. And let me just give you the easy example. I hear the word active shooter and you think that means something. It does. It means somebody who's already fired shots. The man that came to assassinate Justice Gorsuch did not fire a shot. He did intend to assassinate an officer of the court. He did very clearly come to do violence, and he came additionally with a knife and other weapons. So one of the questions is your bill, based on its name and its current language, limited only when they fire a shot and not to someone who's, as the other name change suggested, armed and dangerous? You're sending an incomplete message. Earlier I heard the statement that there were 400 such events potentially in a year. But how many times is there someone armed and dangerous, or escaped and a fugitive, believed to be armed and clearly to be dangerous, in which the same law enforcement that chooses to be involved would look at this and say it makes sense? The chances of an active shooter are very remote. The chances of somebody armed and dangerous, including an escaped convict, including others known to be in an area, are much more common. And when we look at setting up a bureaucracy that I share with the ranking member the concern of anything new to the Department of Justice, but if we're going to do it, let's at least make it an organization worth the $2 million down payment and the many millions likely to come later. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is anyone? For what purpose does Mr. Jones seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for advancing this legislation, and to my colleagues, Congressman Cicilline and Congressman Upton, for their work on this bill. Notifying communities of active shooters can help keep people safe, and for that reason, I intend to vote for this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. But I want to acknowledge that just 3 weeks after the tragedy in Uvalde, we have not convened today to prevent another tragedy from taking place, but rather to advance legislation that simply notifies a community that a tragedy is already in progress. Instead of addressing gun violence, we are offering Americans new ways of living with it. Like active shooter drills and enhanced school security, this bill will be most effective at reminding us that the threat of gun violence exists all around us, but it does little to actually protect us from it. Gun violence in this country persists not because of a lack of creative solutions, but because we refuse time and again to implement the solutions we know will keep people safe. The shooter in Uvalde, Texas, who killed 19 children and 2 teachers, did so with an AR-15. Just days prior, when a man killed 10 grocery store patrons and injured 3 others in a hate-filled rampage in Buffalo, New York, he did so with an AR-15. The tragedies in Sandy Hook, San Bernardino, Orlando, Sutherland Springs, Las Vegas, Parkland, Buffalo, and Uvalde share one obvious thing in common. The perpetrators used AR-15 style weapons. If we are serious about keeping our kids and our community safe, we must ban assault weapons like AR-15s, weapons of war that have no business being in the hands of civilians ever. If we are serious about keeping our community safe, the bill we ought to be marking up today is another one of Mr. Cicilline's bills, his legislation to ban semi-automatic assault weapons outright. Americans of both parties understand that banning assault weapons is necessary to end gun violence in this country. Over 60% of Americans support banning assault weapons like the AR-15. But it is Republicans in Congress who refuse to act on the will of the American people. It is Republicans in Congress who refuse to save millions of children from being massacred in this country. In the decade between 1994 and 2004, when we had a federal assault weapons ban in place, mass shooting deaths declined. Researchers estimate that if the federal assault weapons ban had not been lifted, we would see 70% fewer mass shooting deaths in this country. Mass shootings have been a staple in this country for most of my life. But like the vast majority of Americans, I refuse to accept that they will define the lives of generations after me. I refuse to accept that the best our government can offer is legislation to help communities live with mass shooting after mass shooting, in our schools, in our places of worship, in our grocery stores, and on our streets. It is incumbent on this committee to advance legislation that will actually end gun violence in this country.
Gentleman yield.
Mr. Chairman, while I support the Active Shooter Alert Act, I sincerely hope this committee will bring up an assault weapons ban for consideration so we can send that bill to the House floor and give it to the vote it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do
gentleman yield?
Yeah, I do.
I just want to point out that contrary to what some of our friends on the other side of the aisle said about the increase in violence being because Democrats did something or other, the increase in gun violence can be directly traced to two events. One, when the Republicans permitted the 1994 assault weapons ban to expire in 2004, and two, when they enacted the legislation to immunize gun manufacturers from lawsuits. Those are the two key events, and I fully agree with the gentleman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is absolutely the case that we also need to be creating a regime where, once again, as should have been the case originally, manufacturers, distributors, retailers who negligently market their products to people who have no business possessing firearms should be able to be held accountable for those actions. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
The Democrats have real problems with the facts here on the 1994 to 2004 so-called assault weapons ban. You say that crime went down, but did you know that the sales of the so-called assault weapons went up during that period from 94 to 2004? The ban in 1994 was a ban on cosmetic features, such as a bayonet lug or a grenade launcher. Crime is not committed with grenade launchers. So the manufacturers and the gun control groups bemoaned this fact. The manufacturers, there were 6 in Illinois alone that quickly changed the cosmetics of the firearms and went back to manufacturing AR-15 style rifles within 2 years of 1994. So by 2004, the number of so-called assault rifles, what you all are calling assault rifles, had doubled during the assault weapons ban. So I'm at a loss to understand why they think that had a significant effect on crime. Here's the other problem they have. Almost all gun homicides are committed with handguns, okay? 95% of these homicides, in fact. So if crime went up because long guns, a different kind of long gun became available, well, how did that happen? Because the crime's not committed with long guns. Moving on, I would like to suggest, since the Democrats want to defund the police, instead of calling this the Active Shooter Alert Act of 2022, they should call it your On Your Own Act of 2022. I think it's very polite to let people know that they're in a dangerous situation if you're going to defund the police. Yeah, you should certainly let them know that there's not going to be any help on the way and that you should duck and hide. But that doesn't apply, actually, in the 26 states that have decided to institute constitutional carry, where law-abiding gun owners can carry a firearm. In fact, you may want to rename this the Lock and Load Act of 2022, because the good guys with the guns, I don't know if the Democrats know this, Mr. Benson pointed it out, but the good guys with the guns are going to be loading their guns when they get this alert. So you could, I don't know if you should call it the Lock and Load Act of 2022 or the You're On Your Own Act of 2022. Probably depends on if you live in a Democrat-controlled crime-ridden area, which gets me to my next point. You know, when you hear a gun go off in Lewis County, Kentucky, it's 10,000 to 1 odds that that is a legal discharge of a firearm. And the one chance that it's not, they're probably poaching a deer. Okay, it is a, you know, if you hear a gunshot in downtown Chicago, which actually is pretty frequent, I wonder if you're going to be able to turn this thing off so you can go to bed at night in Chicago, turn off the active shooter alert. Otherwise, nobody in Chicago is going to get any sleep. But if you hear this, and virtually anywhere else that Democrats control the gun laws and the police funding, that's going to be a problem. But it's just not appropriate in rural areas when you hear gunfire.
Would the gentleman yield?
To say, I would yield if he could. Actually, I'd like to yield to Mr. Cicilline, and then I'll yield to the chairman. Well, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the gentleman talked about that we want to defund the police. If you look at the next bill on the agenda of this committee, which I assume you have, it says that the Victim Act will provide grants to law enforcement agencies to help address staffing challenges, enhance forensics capabilities, further deploy investigative resources, and both civilian
reclaiming-
services. We're not defunding police.
Okay, reclaiming my time, I would like to ask Mr. Cicilline, Mr. Ice's question, because I don't know if he answered it or not, or if he even knows the answer. Does his bill consider or alert people when there's a criminal who has a gun with intent to do harm, but hasn't discharged the gun yet?
This bill addresses active shooting incidents. By word active, it means there has to be an ongoing shooting incident or the threat of an active shooter. Again, law enforcement agencies will have the opportunity to develop.
Does it cover the threat of, so the threat
That will be
would
up to law
somebody-
enforcement agencies to develop their best practices and how they use the system. It simply says
I thought
if
you
you
wanted to
want
be
to
up
have
to the
one.
federal government.
If you want, well, read the bill. It's if you want to avail
Well, if
yourself
we're going to
of
leave
the
it to the federal
infrastructure.
government, we're going to
We're not leaving it to the federal government.
Reclaiming my time, he didn't really answer the question.
I did answer your question. You didn't
Does
like
it
the
cover-
answer,
does it-
apparently.
I'm asking the question then again, does it cover people who haven't discharged the firearm yet, who may become an active shooter?
This bill is not prescriptive. It allows local governments and state governments to avail themselves of existing infrastructure to have an active shooter
Gentleman,
alert
reclaiming
system.
my time, would
And
the gentleman answer the question, if it makes a suggestion to the local municipality or state, would it suggest that the system covers somebody who hasn't discharged?
It doesn't make suggestions. It makes a system, an infrastructure available to local law enforcement if
Will
they
that
want to use it.
Reclaiming my time, will that
Time
infrastructure?
of the gentleman has well expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me an opportunity to weigh in, and I certainly want to thank my colleague, Chairman Cicilline, for his leadership in advancing this bill, which is a public safety bill that has broad support amongst Democrats and Republicans in this Congress and amongst the public safety community across America. I don't understand what the problem is. I do take umbrage at the insults directed at places like Chicago, where while we certainly have been as respectful as we can of the different dynamics that play out in a very diverse country, I get that some people take issue with that growing diversity or feel threatened by it. But if we just factor in the four corners of this common sense bill, one, it's bipartisan. Two, it's voluntary in nature. And three, it's got incredible support from law enforcement professionals all across the country. The National Sheriff's Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National Association of Police Organizations, the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Police Foundation, the National District Attorneys Association, and multiple other law enforcement organizations all across the land. Not city-based law enforcement, although I don't understand why that would be a problem. Why some of the most professional police departments in the country, like the NYPD or the Chicago Police Department or other entities represented by the Fraternal Order of Police, wouldn't be experts in this area, but it also includes the National Sheriff's Association. I think there are sheriffs in every rural county across America that apparently support this legislation as well. So I just commend my colleague, Representative Cicilline, for his leadership here, and I yield to him the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just wanted to respond to the notion that there were some communities that did not have use for this or had a pre-existing system. They're not obligated. This, again, is a voluntary program. It has embedded with it, at the suggestion of law enforcement, the ability to develop best practices if people want to use voluntarily. But the IPAWS system, which is the most sophisticated geolocation infrastructure available, it makes that available to local police departments, law enforcement agencies who want to use it. If they decide they don't have to use it. But if they're a community that decides it would protect the lives of police officers and members of their community, it allows them to do it. It allows them to avail themselves of best practices. It doesn't empower the Department of Justice. It doesn't force any prescription on anyone. It is a common sense idea. This is a public safety bill, as Chairman Jeffrey said. about what can we do to reduce the chance that members of law enforcement or members of the community unknowingly go into a place of danger. That's all, plain and simple. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to him.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what
I
purpose?
seek recognition.
Who?
I do.
For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm unaware of circumstances where this particular solution would be responsive or helpful. It seems in a lot of these active shooter situations as if notice is not something that impairs any sort of law enforcement response. And perhaps I would stand to be corrected if there are circumstances that Mr. Cicilline would like to highlight for me as I consider how to vote on the bill. I would also observe that Mr. Massey made the point that if it is an active shooter alert system, the places that have embraced the most gun control and the places that have simultaneously defunded police at the local level in some woke, reflexive action, they would see that alert go off with such a frequency that one might not even be able to receive other messages on their phone. And then our colleague from New York, Mr. Jeffrey, said, well, what you're really afraid of is growing diversity in the country, which I found a little bizarre because I don't think that what people are most afraid of in Chicago is diversity. Like, I don't think people are worried that lurking around the next corner, diversity might mug them or shoot them or harm them in some way. I think what they're concerned about is a criminal element that is out of control and that I think we all wish that, criminals wouldn't ever use guns in the commission of crimes, but it seems as though even the most aggressive, even the most woke gun control is unsuccessful. And so I think our pitch to the people in Chicago and everywhere else in Democrat-run cities and states is, what do you have to lose? What have these Democrats done for you to improve your safety or your quality of life? And their message to you is, be afraid of those who are afraid of diversity.
Mr. Gates, will you yield? You asked a question. I'm happy to answer.
I would on the factual.
So I'll give you 4 examples, just I think where an active shooter alert would have made a difference. In February 2016, an active shooter in Kalamazoo, Michigan killed 6 people. The Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety issued a warning on its Facebook page, but few saw the post. The shooter picked up new Uber passengers for 2 more hours after the shooting before his ultimate arrest. In August of 2019, a shooter in Midland and Odessa, Texas, murdered 7 and wounded 25 people across 15 miles, including 3 police officers. Police had information on the shooter's description and location, but no way to effectively alert those in the area to take cover. In March of 2021, a shooter in Atlanta, Georgia, targeted 3 spas, killing 8 people over more than an hour and was at large for 3.5 hours before law enforcement apprehended him. And finally, in April 2022, a shooter in Brooklyn was at large for 24 hours after shooting civilians in a subway station and was caught after someone called police to report the shooter after hearing about the shooter's description in alerting systems and reporting. And finally, if you get back to Buffalo, Brandolyn Capehart and Shane Hill, both 20, pulled into the parking lot just as the shooter was exiting. They described him as a white male in his late teens.
I'm going to reclaim my time so that we can have a productive discussion on this. In those circumstances before you get to Buffalo, is it your contention that if everyone received a notification on their phone of a shooter, that would have resulted in a more thorough and effective response?
It would have resulted in 2 things. It would have prevented people from unknowingly going into an area of risk. And some of them, it would have prevented people from getting into an Uber with that shooter driving the car.
Were any of those people harmed?
Well, I mean, the idea is we're trying to prevent people from being harmed.
I agree. I'm just
and
trying
you're saying it's okay to have someone who's an active shooter run around for hours undetected?
When
that
did I
you should
say
be
that?
willing to
David,
no,
when did I say
Gentleman,
that?
yield.
When did I? Oh, no,
so you're
wait,
saying
hold on. When did I say that?
Well, you just said, did he shoot anyone? What we're trying to prevent is harm or the danger of additional harm coming. And notifying people so that they know someone is out there who's been engaged in an active shooting is a way to protect themselves. It's a way to protect law enforcement. It's a way to help identify this person.
Yeah,
there's no harm come to it.
My concern is that in some of these high crime areas where those alerts would be going out nonstop, would you create unnecessary panic? Would you put people in harm's way unnecessarily? Would you encourage vigilantism? And so I ask those questions because I'm still trying to decide.
Yeah,
how
I
I'm gonna
think
vote
the
on this.
reality is you want people to have accurate, timely information. I think people expect
Well, that they
law
can use,
enforcement
right?
expect. What's that?
My concern is it information that people can use effectively?
Yes, because it will tell them where the incident is occurring, that there's a danger, and then they can make a decision. Do I stay in my house? Do I go to the supermarket? No, it's a way of giving them information about where an active shooting is underway so that members of law enforcement don't unknowingly go into it and members of the community don't do the same. It's very simple.
It sounds a lot scarier than
The gentleman
diversity.
yield.
I think my time's expired, but if the gentlelady will claim time, I'd be happy to engage in a colloquy. I have 1 second, so. Yeah, I'll yield it to you.
Gentlemen, the gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? What purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I was taken aback as I was dealing with a personal matter in my office while watching the committee unfold at the statements by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how it was not possible or appropriate or it wouldn't happen, I can't remember the exact wording, for states to be able to take care of this particular problem. And the gentlelady from Texas the gentlelady from Texas had an exact quote along
No, actually, if the gentleman yield, the state of Texas just unanimously passed active shooter alert and signed by Governor Abbott.
Reclaiming my time. Great. My point is, the gentlelady from Texas was talking about the inability of states to carry out the law enforcement function. And the specific, it literally said the quote, is why I got up out of my office and walked down here, as you literally said it. And my point is here we're talking about, federal spending, and the gentleman just said, well, Texas just passed this. Well, good for Texas, right? But we just act like there's this unlimited slush fund in this town to say we're going to go, there he goes again talking about spending. We're talking about, so $2 million, $50 million, $5 billion. Does it matter? Right, when we're $30.5 trillion in debt? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle,
Are you advocating defunding the police? That's who this is for.
what I'm advocating for is allowing the police powers of the states to be able to do the job of the states, which is to police the states. Like, that's the whole point. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they go hide behind this and say, we're not defunding the police because you guys have some bill in here for a grant program, because the idea of the grant program is to then go micromanage what the states have to go do, because that's the purpose of what you want to do. You want to use the federal money, the power and the coercion of the federal government to go tell states what they must do. And you want to do it with borrowed money. You want to do it with printed money.
Would the gentleman yield?
Not just yet. You want to do it with borrowed and printed money, because that's what we do in this town. We go write blank checks because we want to go give a press conference about all the greatness that we're doing in this town, all of the awesome things that we're accomplishing. Meanwhile, you say, well, are they going to do this or not? Well, they actually have to make a tough choice, because they actually have to balance a budget. They actually have to decide, are we going to spend money in a school? Are we going to spend money on teachers? But in this case, what we do is we say, we'll write a blank check. And then my colleagues say, well, we're not defunding the police. But yet it is Democrats across the country that are clearly defunding the police. Austin, Texas, which I represent, $150 million slashed from the budget. People are waiting. They call 911. They can't get through. They're trying to get police. Police aren't trained. The very schools, the police are not actually being recruited now because we don't have the money to recruit them. Why? Because Democrats in the progressive, quote-unquote, oasis of Austin, Texas, stopped funding the police. I could go list by list here of Minneapolis cutting their budget, New York City cutting their budget, Cook County, Illinois, Portland, Oregon, Austin, Texas, Baltimore, Maryland, Los Angeles, California, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, all slashed their budget, cut police budgets. And now my Democratic colleagues want to say, oh, in our infinite wisdom, we're going to go say, here is in our blank check, here's some more money for us to tell you what you have to do.
Would the gentleman now yield?
I will yield to the chairman briefly.
Okay. Very briefly, 2 points. One, these are voluntary. They tell no local authority what to do. The authority can decide what to do for itself. And secondly, with respect to defunding the police, Republican-run cities spend $361 per resident on police. Democratic-run cities spend $498 per resident, at 38% more than Republicans.
In reclaiming my time, that data does not reflect whether or not the adequate number of police or the appropriate level of police are on the streets for what that city needs. That's the whole point of federalism.
That's the whole point of allowing people to decide what they want to do. And if Democrat mayors and Democrat city councils are going to cross the country defund police, we see the consequences of it. You literally can't deny that in the last 2 years, there's been a massive spike in crime, and there's a direct correlation to the fact that we've defunded police across this country. It is literally in front of us, and the American people know it. And here we are again with the blank check format of the federal government saying, here's money, we're going to put it out there. And even the chairman just said, well, it's this voluntary program. Well, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? Just let Rhode Island, let Texas, let Illinois, let California figure out how to police their own states. Because to the gentlelady from Texas, I'm quite aware that we have 30 million people and we have the 10th biggest economy in the world, and I think we can figure out how to police the streets in Texas. I yield back.
I'll recognize myself on the amendment. I'll be brief. I just want to point out a few things. Number one, the rate of murders in the U.S. has gone up at an alarming rate. But despite a media narrative to the contrary, this is a problem that afflicts Republican-run cities and states as much or more than the Democratic bastions. In 2020, per capita murder rates were 40% higher in states won by Donald Trump than those won by Joe Biden. 8 of the 10 states with the highest murder rates in 2020 voted for the Republican presidential nominee in every election this century.
Would you yield for a question?
Not for the moment. Second, large cities with Democratic mayors spend far more money on policing. Talk about defunding the police. Large cities with Democratic mayors spend far more money on policing and hire far more police officers than large cities with Republican mayors. The 25 largest Democrat-run cities employ 75% more police officers than the 25 largest Republican-run cities on a per capita basis. The 25 largest Democrat-run cities spend 38% more on policing than the 25 largest Republican-run cities on a per capita basis. In the most recent budget cycle, the 25 largest Democrat-run cities collectively increased their police budgets more than the 25 largest Republican-run cities. So don't talk to me about defunding the police. About Democrats defunding the police. Republicans talk more about funding the police than actually funding the police. And again, I'll give you the statistic I mentioned a minute ago. Republican-run cities spend $361 per resident on police. Democrat-run cities spend $498 per resident, about 38% more than Republicans. So there's demagogic, false, untrue nonsense about Democrats defunding the police is just that, untrue, false, and if it weren't for the rules of decorum, I'd use worse words than that. Democrats do not defund the police. They fund the police much more, frankly, than the Republicans do. And now I'll yield. I'm sorry, Ms. Jayapal, do you want separate time or do you want me to yield to you?
I think this will be enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. I am having a hard time listening to this and not bringing it back to the people that are murdered in these mass shootings around the country. And I don't really understand why there is opposition to such a simple bill that would create an active shooter alert system if state and local law enforcement choose to use it. And I just wanted to bring it back to a member of our family here in Congress, to a member of our judiciary family. I was not able to speak about this at the time that we had our last gun reform package hearing because it was not public yet. But the doctor who was shot in Tulsa, Oklahoma, was Dr. Preston Phillips. And Dr. Phillips was an incredible man, a doctor who saved lives, who committed his life to helping the community. And he was murdered by a shooter who had an AR-15 that was purchased 2 hours before the shooting and a handgun that was purchased less than 2 days before the shooting. Why am I talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma and Dr. Phillips? Because Dr. Phillips was the father of my judiciary counsel, Elise Phillips. And this tragic shooting has struck home for me, as every tragic shooting does across the country. And so when we are talking about this issue, I hope people stop trying to distract from the issues at hand. And I was wanting to respond to what I believe to be sincere inquiries from Congressman Gates about whether this would help. And let me tell you that this shooter went into a hospital, a public health system, where people were trying to save lives with an AR-15, and people saw him with that AR-15. And actually, because there's open carry there, and the laws don't allow people to do anything in that situation, nothing could be done by law enforcement until he actually shot people and murdered my staffer's father. My staffer's father. Our Judiciary Committee staff, the father of a staffer on this committee. And so when you ask me if it helps that we would have an active shooter system, I want to tell you, Mr. Gates, that it would, because what we would have is the ability for Dr. Phillips to perhaps have gotten that on his phone, to know that he was the one, in fact, being targeted there, and that he could have gone somewhere, found safety, that the other 3 people that were murdered in Tulsa would have had some indication that this was what was happening in their hospital. I was just at the funeral of Dr. Phillips, and what an incredible community there is grieving the loss of this man and all he has contributed. There were people that worked in that hospital, the nurse that he's had for 22 years, other physicians who were there at the hospital.
Ms.
None of
Jayapal, will
them
you yield?
happening. None of them knew.
Does that mean it's a good guy with a gun that could show up and do something to help people? Is that what your argument is?
The gentlelady has the time. I have the time, the gentlelady has it.
If there was an active shooter, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that was your time to yield. My apologies. If there was an active shooter and there was an active shooter alert that would go out, that those people who were in that hospital, in that public health system, or anywhere else would be able to find potentially some safety. Is it going to mean every
Or a
single
gun to
time?
shoot back? Right?
No.
My time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on
Mr.
this
Chairman.
to death amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
This com- I know the time
Johnson.
is
What
expired.
purpose does Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition?
strike the last word. Ms. Jayapal's out of time. You're out of time. My time. My time.
It's your time. Mr. Chairman, I hope that this committee takes a moment to recognize the murder
Time limits
of,
on our speaking.
I understand that. I hope that in your compassion as a judicial
Come on.
The time,
and to honor the life of Dr. Phillips, of a staff member of this committee. I yield back.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, strike the last word.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana is
Since we're
recognized.
talking about protecting and honoring lives, I'm wondering why Ms. Jayapal voted yesterday against police protection for the children of Supreme Court justices. Don't answer that. It's a rhetorical question. I'm not in a colloquy with you. There's 27 Democrats in the Congress who voted not to protect the lives of our children. Hey, that's it. I'm not talking to you about it. There's no explanation or defense for that. But let's talk about police defunding since the chairman brought it up. You went there, Mr. Chairman. Here's the record. Democrats have engaged in a years-long effort to take funding and resources away from police departments, all right? Many large jurisdictions around the country, such as New York City, the chairman's city, have defunded their police departments. Some of these jurisdictions have defunded their police departments are represented by Democrat members of this committee. Indeed, several Democrats on the committee have voiced support for defunding the police, and here's some of that. Chairman Jerry Nadler publicly agreed with reducing the New York Police Department's budget, stating, quote, this is your words, Mr. Chairman, there should be substantial cuts to the police budget and a reallocation of those funds to where we need them, unquote. Karen Bass, Representative Bass, stated that calls to defund the police can, quote, be used as a distraction, yet she supported the intent behind the messaging. Representative Jamal Bowman, March 2021, tweeted, quote, too many police in our country are more concerned with protecting white supremacy than serving the communities they pay their salaries. Then he tweeted the next month, we don't need police with lethal weapons carrying out routine traffic stops. Reallocate police funding to unarmed traffic forces to remove even the possibility of state-sanctioned manslaughter. Cori Bush is a very vocal member of this committee and a Democrat Party at large. She had a tweet. She responded to a tweet from former President Barack Obama. By the way, she's the vice chair of the crime subcommittee here. She said, quote, it's not a slogan, it's a mandate for keeping our people alive. Defund the police. February 2022, this is just a couple months ago, when challenged about the popularity of the Defund Police platform, Ms. Bush stated, quote, defund the police is not the problem. In March this year, Shortly after President Joe Biden gave the State of the Union address, Representative Bush tweeted, "Defund the police, invest in our communities." I mean, look, they're all dug in on it, right? The Progressive Caucus loves this stuff. AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, responding to a report by media that Customs and Border Protection used drones over the protest in Minneapolis following the George Floyd killing, she tweeted, quote, "This is what happens when leaders sign blank check after blank check to militarize police, CBP, etc., while letting violence go unchecked. We need answers. We need to defund." After New York decided to cut $1 billion from $1 billion, folks, $1 billion from its police department, AOC said that she thought the cuts didn't go far enough. She stated, quote, "Defunding police means defunding police." Mondaire Jones, Mr. Jones, responding to a question in 2020 about where he stands on criminal justice reform, he said he supports, quote, "a suite of criminal justice reforms to address racial inequalities and harms in our justice system, including defunding police and reinvesting this money in health, education, and alternatives to incarceration," unquote. He also commented that a man killed by police in commented about a man killed by police in Sacramento, and he tweeted, quote, "The leadership of the department and all those officers must be fired. Then the department must be dismantled and policing reimagined." Hakeem Jeffries, who's supposed to be the next leader of the Democrat Party in the House, he expressed an openness to defunding the police. He said to CNN, quote, "You have to look at that on a case-by-case basis." Pramila Jayapal, my friend, used different language to support defunding the police. She said, quote, "It is completely reasonable for us to shift significant resources from law enforcement and investing in people," unquote. Ilhan Omar, she said she wanted to go further than defunding the police in Minneapolis. She said, quote, "We need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. Because here's the thing, there's a cancer. The Minneapolis Police Department is rotten to the root, and so when we dismantle it, we get rid of that cancer." Ayanna Pressley, she said, quote, "The defund movement isn't new. Folks are just finally listening to us. We got money for wars, but can't feed the poor," unquote. Rashida Tlaib commented on defunding the police movement. She tweeted, "When we say defund the police, what we mean is people are dying and we need to invest in people's livelihoods instead." I've only got 30 seconds left. I've only got 30 seconds left. We could do this all day. Mr. Chairman, it is ridiculous for you to sit as the chair of this committee and suggest that you all have not been in favor of taking resources and funding away from police. That is the record. I've got citations for everything I just read you. I'm happy to enter it into the record if anybody disputes it, but those are your words and the words of our colleagues.
Will the gentleman enter one other?
Don't try to back away from it right now because the polls say that you should. That is a fact.
Mr. Johnson, will you yield for
I will not yield, Mr. Cicilline. I will not yield. These are the facts.
It's
You
only
guys
to
keep
ask
trying
whether you would
obscure it.
allow an
I'm out of
introduction
time and
of
I yield
the,
back. No,
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to talk in defense and in opposition to some of the remarks that have been made by our Republican colleagues. And there again, living in the state of Georgia, you know, we have worked really, really hard for a sense of bipartisanship. And actually, our Atlanta mayor just made an announcement of a $4,000 retention bonus for officers, other police ranks. The bonuses, he says, come with a package of other pay supplements to city and frontline workers. So to your comments about, you know, us Democrats and people in other states that are not, you know, that are Democratic states or what have you, you know, not, you know, our willingness to defund the police, that's absolutely not true. The Atlanta Mayor, Andre Dickens, announced Wednesday that the city's police officers and several other ranks within the Atlanta Police Department would be receiving a $4,000 retention bonus. The bonuses come as part of a package of other pay supplements to city frontline workers. $4,000 retention bonuses to APD officers, investigators, sergeants, and lieutenants. $1,000 retention bonus to APD captains, majors, and chiefs. So there again, we are debunking your thought process of us wanting to defund the police. We're doing great work in Atlanta. We're doing great work in Georgia. And yes, we are led by Republicans in Georgia. Our state house is led by Republicans in Georgia. But there again, we are doing everything that we can to support our frontline workers, to support our APD, because we understand that we need them. We understand how important they are to make sure that our community is safe. So there again, I just wanted to put on the record that we are increasing funding for our Atlanta Police Department. We are not defunding police, and I wanted that to be stated on the record here for the state of Georgia.
Would the gentlelady
And I
yield
yield
for a
back.
moment? Would the gentlelady yield?
I'll yield to you, Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment on what Mr. Johnson said. Although I was not one of them, the 27 Democrats who voted against the security bill for the Supreme Court voted against it because they thought it should be broader, that it should include protection for the employees of the Supreme Court, such as the clerks, as well.
Why not bring
That's
another
why they
bill?
voted against it.
Why not
I
bring
yield
another
back.
bill? Why would you jeopardize the lives of the Supreme Court justices' children because you have another political idea? You have the majority. You could pass that
For what
bill. Bring another
purpose?
bill.
For what purpose?
Ridiculous.
Does Ms. She yielded back, yes. For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just wanted to go back, I think, to the amendment itself and why I think it's a good idea. You know, I get Amber Alert, we're looking for a lost child. Silver Alert, we're looking for a lost senior. Tornado warning, severe weather alert. Everybody can take cover and kind of prepare. But what I don't understand about where we're going here is that it seems more focused, and Mr. Cicilline even described and used some anecdotal examples of when this could be used, and those seem like very specific criminal events, like somebody held up a gas station and law enforcement is looking for the individual. They're literally trying to get the community to help them find somebody that might be armed and dangerous, which is obviously the phrase that's used by law enforcement all the time. But, you know, this bill is misnamed because I think the worry that many of the members over here, and I thought Mr. Bentz did the best job of
Gentleman
kind of
yield?
No,
explanation?
no, can I just please explain what I'm trying to get through here?
Go right ahead, sir.
And what Mr. Bentz brought up was a good point. And I don't know how this technology would work if it's simply blasted out to everybody in the community. And just think of the scenario, unfortunately, if it is a shooting that's happening at a school or happening at a church,
It can be precise.
you know, you're going to have everyone showing up from that community on the scene. And don't take my word for it. You know, I'm not in law enforcement, but I certainly understand the dynamics of if there's suddenly an entire community completely concerned and focused and worried about an event, you're going to have parents and you're going to have grandparents, and they're going to be rushing in their vehicles to that scene. And to me, that would add to the chaos. Certainly not something that law enforcement would embrace. Why would they want that? Why do they want 300 people showing up at an elementary school looking for their child, and who knows what their intentions are at that point? So it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is, what's the name of the bill? If you're trying to simply put in place a system that allows law enforcement to reach out to a community and tell them that there's been a crime committed and that you should certainly be focused on your own personal safety, but the idea that a mass shooting is taking place and we want everybody in the community to suddenly jump in your car and drive to that scene. I mean, we saw what happened in Uvalde. Parents showed up and they were wild because they could not lay eyes on their own son or daughter or grandchild. I don't understand why law enforcement would embrace this. Mr. Bentz obviously said that is not the case, that law enforcement would be a mixed bag. And Mr. Cicilline, his examples were certainly put it in perspective for me. So that there was an exchange, I think, that made sense. Sure, somebody holds up a gas station.
Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm happy to
they're
answer your
out in
question.
the community, that's a whole different situation. And I certainly would embrace this.
Mr. Fitzgerald, if you'll yield, I'll answer your question.
Let me
You
just
ask
let me
it.
just further this.
Okay.
So maybe are the alerts only going out to like the parents and grandparents of kids that are at the school, or maybe the parishioners of a church if there's actually a mass shooting going on? Because that's why I think that certainly Congressman Issa's idea that we rename this, because it seems like it's off. It just doesn't seem like it matches up with what we're considering today.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield.
You know, the one thing that everyone who's talked about the name, and I would prefer armed and dangerous for obvious reasons, but everyone who's talking about it keeps not looking at the underlying amendment, which simply adds the ability for this bill to include the guy brandishing a weapon, the person seen with a weapon, a person who they know has a weapon. As a matter of fact, when we talk about the terrible tragedy of the doctor being killed, how about if you see someone with a weapon, you get an alert before that person is shot and killed? Many murders are one-person murder, like it would have been with Justice Kavanaugh. So why not include in this legislation someone who has not yet fired a weapon, somebody who has not yet killed someone? I have heard no answer from my colleagues of why they're excluding it, and that exclusion makes it impossible for me to support this bill. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Well, I'll just say the last couple seconds, I would think that, I would hope that the other side of the aisle would give that some consideration, because I think it would be a much more accurate description of what you're trying to accomplish. If that's not the case, then I'm not sure where this name came from or why it's associated with this piece of legislation. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is pretty straightforward bill, the Active Shooter Alert Act. It would just simply provide state and local governments with assistance in being able to implement a shooter alert system along the lines of, you know, just like when a child goes missing or when there's a hurricane that is approaching or tornado. Just a common sense bill that is supported by, it's a bipartisan bill, and it's supported by law enforcement, and comes up before our committee for what promised to be a non-eventful markup on such simple, straightforward legislation. But instead, what we get is an exercise in my friends on the other side of the aisle doing mental gymnastics, contorting a straightforward bill in every conceivable way that they could, and doing so with a straight face, acting indignant about the mere introduction, the thought of someone actually introducing something that would help people remain safe when there is a threat to their well-being. I mean, so the American people are not stupid. They're watching this, they're listening to it, and they are disappointed, I believe, with the gridlock that is caused by those who don't want to do anything that is positive. All they want to do is obstruct Democrats so that nothing gets done. The people remain unsafe, people die, and then they are able to claim the mantle of the majority. So this is the same group that is saying that the 2020 presidential election was illegitimate, and people who came to the Capitol on January 6th of 2021 were engaged in a vacation experience. These are the same folks who deny reality, tell you don't believe your eyes, but believe what Donald Trump says, and they follow him all the way into purgatory. Same ones trying to obstruct this common sense legislation. It's just really ridiculous. With that, I'll yield to the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Johnson, thank you, and your explanation is one that I wish to track in some clarification, and that is the apparent gymnastics that are going on for full display of the American people. But I do want to fairly answer the gentleman who raised an inquiry that this is going to be community-wide, creating hysteria. Absolutely not. First of all, as Mr. Cicilline has emphasized over and over again, it is the police that will help design it, but it is targeted. And so the woman that was en route or found herself in the parking lot of the grocery store in Buffalo would have had an alert having it targeted, and would not have gone to that area and or not gotten out of the car or sped off, and her life could have been saved. Or the life of our dear friend, staff person's father, whose bio I read. What an enormous loss, as it was for others. The doctor could have been out of harm's way. To my friends who've mentioned different states like Texas, any kind of carrying of a weapon would not have created anything illegal in Texas if you heard a gun go off, because they have no gun safety laws. And I want to clarify, to make it very clear, that we did see, Professor Donahue of Stanford University said, we saw more mass shootings in 5 years after the end of the assault weapons ban. Not only that, it was worse because those weapons did those shootings in 5 years. And then, as my good friend tried to label us with defunding the police, I take no back seat to the years of support for our officers, but as well justice. But I am reminded, as has been said earlier, I am reminded, it is my time yielded to me by Mr. Johnson. I am reminded.
Gentleman reclaims his time.
This is Hank Johnson reclaiming. I just want to
you're
give
reclaiming your time.
second to Pramila Jayapal to respond. And I guess she's not listening,
And
so
the gentleman's time is now expired. The gentleman's time is now expired. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose is the gentleman from Colorado?
Mr. Chairman,
What purpose does,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a unanimous consent as the author of the amendment, because we've had so much debate and the...
Point of order, unanimous consent, what, to speak again? I object.
No,
unanimous consent?
a unanimous consent to change on the amendment without further debate to armed and dangerous, just so that we get that out of the way.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Ms. Escobar.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been fascinating to watch our Republican colleagues on this committee contort themselves to try to argue against a bill that would provide life-saving alerts to communities where an active shooting is taking place. Let me repeat that so that it sinks into the American people. The Republicans on this committee don't want there to be an active shooter alert. So to try to distract us, they want to question our commitment to law enforcement, when in fact it was Democrats that funded local law enforcement through the American Rescue Plan, and every Republican here voted against it. They then try to distract us with their hysterics about legislation to enhance the Supreme Court's security. They clutch their pearls, they scream, they yell about about Democrats' objections to it. The Supreme Court, by the way, just this for the American public, the Supreme Court already receives round-the-clock security from the U.S. Marshals and even from Capitol Police. The Supreme Court, which is a co-equal branch of government, receives more protection than members of Congress do. And yet, when a Democrat...
Would the gentlelady yield?
Tried to, no, I will not. When
Yeah,
a Democrat from this committee tried to get Supreme Court staff of the court onto that bill so that staff could get the same kind of protections, Republicans rejected that security for Supreme Court staff. So their views of who deserves to be safe, who deserves to be free of violence, it's a pretty limited, narrow view. To the American people, don't be fooled by their hysterics. Their hysterics have nothing to do with your safety or your security. This whole absurd debate is happening around one word, the use of the word shooter in the name of the bill. For them, it's not about saving lives. Let the American people take note and remember who was with you and who was not. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to last word.
The gentlelady yielded back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose haven't you sworn on the amendment yet?
No, it was before his amendment, wasn't it? Yeah, no, on this amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek
Move
recognition?
strike last word on Mr.
Gentleman is recognized.
Right, Mr. Rice's amendment.
I'll be relatively brief. I wasn't going to speak on the amendment, but the gentlelady who just spoke mentioned this myth about Democrats are for police because they had some police money in the so-called American Rescue Plan, which was also called the COVID relief bill prior to that, about $2 trillion. COVID relief, only 9% of the bill actually had anything to do with COVID relief, yet they called it that. And they had some money in there for police. But I think people should remember this as well, that right now they're paying $5 a gallon in my state, in Ohio, more than that. They're paying like $7 a gallon out in Mr. Ice's state, out in California, for gas. They're paying far too much for heating and cooling their homes. They're paying far too much for food. They're paying far too much for virtually everything. Inflation, at record levels. It hadn't been this high in 40 years, 8.6%, I think it was most recently. And inflation is caused by too many dollars chasing too few services, basically, and too few products. That's what inflation is. They were warned by their own people. Mr. Summers, former, I believe, Treasury Secretary under a Democratic administration, said they shouldn't do this because they were throwing huge amounts of money into an overheated economy, which is what they did. And we're all paying for this now in higher prices. And I think Mr. Johnson before very well illustrated how many of my Democratic colleagues absolutely used those words that they were in favor of defunding the police. It's been happening all over the country. It's been happening in American cities all over here. That's one of the reasons that we see the high levels of crime right now. It's also the liberal prosecutors. Not every city. We happen to have a very tough prosecutor in my community. He happens to be a Republican, but he's very tough. When you look at other cities around the country, particularly in California, you've had some absolutely outrageous law enforcement by these prosecutors. They're weak on crime. And so the Democrats have been weak on crime. They have been, not every Democrat, but an awful lot of them were for defunding the police. We're now seeing the results in the streets all over America. And although they're trying to run away from their record about supporting defunding police, the facts are the facts. The facts are they were for it. Republicans have supported police over the years. I'd like to yield remaining time to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Shabbat. I appreciate you yielding. I just want to point out on the theme of what you just said, these lawless criminals who are literally on the front lawns of the Supreme Court justices right now, talk about not prosecuting crime. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, the DOJ, will not prosecute the clear federal statute, 18 U.S.C. 1507, that makes that a crime. You're not supposed to be able to do that. And their inability, their unwillingness to enforce the law is putting lives in jeopardy. And the very lives that are in jeopardy are the ones that Ms. Escobar just tried to obscure the issue. The bill on the floor last night was real simple. Yeah, we know that Supreme Court justices have protection, but their children do not. And the children of the justices of this court, their schools, addresses and locations have been doxxed. Where they go to church is being put out by Ruth Sent Us and all these other crazy far leftist groups. And they are jeopardizing the lives. And the fact that 27 of our Democrat colleagues would not vote to give protection to the defenseless, innocent children of justices is not only patently absurd and dangerous, it works to undermine the institution of the court itself. Who wants to be a federal judge in this environment? Who's going to subject themselves and their families to that when the Congress, this branch of government, won't even stand up for the other one? How are our institutions going to survive if our colleagues will not take a simple vote like that? And don't say, oh, well, they voted against it because the bill wasn't broad enough. Staffs weren't mentioned in that particular piece of legislation. You could have filed that bill this morning, and it would pass the Congress unanimously. And you all know that. You're in the majority, but you are using this for politics. You are trying to send a message to the radical left that you want them on those lawns. You want them intimidating justices. You want them to create this tinderbox, this dangerous situation, and I just think it is unconscionable. I think that was one of the worst votes that anybody could take in their career. It is indefensible, and don't even try to obscure the facts. Everybody in America can look at that bill themselves and see how simple that was, straight up or down. Do you want to support the innocent lives, defend the innocent lives of children or not? They voted no. I yield back.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was participating in another markup in my office, so I hadn't planned to come down to participate in person, was participating virtually. I thought that my colleague, my friend from Texas, Mr. Royce, comments might compel me to come to the dais, but I was actually mistaken. It was not his comments that called me to come down.
I'm sorry to disappoint.
No, well, look, it was actually, and I'm sorry he stepped out, it was Mr. Johnson's invective earlier. And here's why, because Mr. Roy makes an argument about the spending associated with the bill. Him and I disagree on that point, but I recognize he makes that argument in good faith. And we can, agree to disagree on that point. But the invective that Mr. Johnson offered previously, without any substantive discussion on the bill that's actually before this committee, is exactly what is wrong with Congress. I take Mr. Issa at his word with respect to the amendments that he's making, and we have a reasonable debate about the efficacy or whether or not the amendment would be a prudent step for this committee to take. But the notion that we have a discussion that's divorced from the actual bill is something that I don't think any of us should tolerate. It is the theater of the absurd. Only in this committee that a bill that is supported by 16 Democrats and 16 Republicans, Republican members, supported by law enforcement, would be denounced as extreme by some of my colleagues on the Republican side in the House Judiciary Committee. Only here. Just to remind everyone and the American public what this bill does, the Bipartisan Legislation Active Shooter Alert Act creates a program similar to the Amber Alert system for law enforcement to alert the public to active shooters in the community. That's it. That's it. That's what we're debating today. It is supported strongly by law enforcement. To those who disagree, I will quote from the executive director of the National Sheriff's Association, who says, quote, "The Active Shooter Alert Act is an important step in keeping communities safe by eliminating delayed alerts. Having the capacity to send immediate active shooter alerts to the community will be instrumental in reducing risks to schools, to churches, to restaurants, to retail stores, and more, where people have a reasonable expectation to gather safely. This alert system will be another excellent tool for law enforcement to do its job." Not my words. The words of the executive director of the National Sheriff's Association. I don't understand what we're debating. It's a bipartisan bill. It will save lives. Law enforcement supports it. What are we doing here? I mean, honestly,
Would the gentleman yield?
No, look, I will yield in a moment to Mr. Issa. Because I'm not directing this at you, Mr. Issa. Again, I think you've made an amendment in good faith. We can have a discussion about that amendment. I'm going to yield to Mr. Cicilline in a moment, who wanted to respond to a particular comment made by Mr. Fitzgerald, where I think he made an argument with respect to scope of the bill and its potential impact. I'm directing my comments at Mr. Johnson, who apparently has stepped out, because I did not hear in his presentation a single substantive disagreement with this particular bill. I understand his point about the bill that the House considered last night. I voted for that bill. I was proud to vote for that bill. I'm talking about this one. And that's what I'd like to get a response on. With that, I'll yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you very much for yielding. I just want to read from two after-action reports to show why this would be useful. In the Uber driver example I referenced in Kalamazoo, Michigan, the after-action report, and I'll read the quote, said, "Neither Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety nor the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office had a strong social media presence at the time of the shooting, which hampered the department's ability to update the community on the progression of the incident, notify them when the arrest was made, and reassure them that they were indeed safe from further violence. These outlets report incorrect facts and information, leading to viral rumors that spread quickly and cultivate additional chaos within the community and beyond. The reaction and rhetoric that follows viral rumors can hamper first responders' efforts and the investigative phase, as well as negatively impact involved law enforcement personnel. In an aftermath report of February for the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, they put in the report, and I quote, "Our school's greatest vulnerabilities exist because of voids in basic security policies and strategies, such as effective communications and notification systems. Every school must have an effective communications in which everyone on campus can see and or hear and immediately react to a so-called code red or similar active assailant response notification." Those are just two examples of after-action reports that acknowledge it would make a difference to give people immediately accurate information. This is a simple bill. I urge my colleagues to support it.
I regret that I didn't have time to yield to
Gentleman's
the
time has
gentleman.
expired. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I left for a different meeting an hour and a half ago, I said, oh, the committee will probably be almost done when I get back. And I walked in and I said, what are we doing? ISA 1 still. So here we are. What a great committee. I love this committee. I do. I do very much. So a few years ago, I sponsored a bill, and it was received wide bipartisan support, and it was the Amber Alert in Indian Country bill. And one of the things we were trying to do is fix a hole in the system nationwide where Native American nations really could not connect. And by and large, I'm told that hole has been corrected and fixed. So it's now seamless. And I know in Arizona, we've made it seamless. So hopefully around the nation, we've made it seamless. And I asked Mr. Jordan a question earlier. Could Arizona use its system, which is currently in place, to have an an active shooter alert without this legislation? And he said yes, and I think that's true. I think that's true, we could. Arizona could do this on its own. And I would say that the letter that my friend from Colorado just read was interesting to me because in reading the bill, I'm not sure the letter captured what I saw in the bill, because the bill does something slightly different than I thought I heard in the bill, in the letter. So the first thing it does is it sets up a coordination within the Department of Justice, and so DOJ will have an officer appointed by the Attorney General. And that's interesting to me. That's interesting because of the issues that I see now in a large part of a weaponization of DOJ. So that becomes a bit of a problem. And then it goes on, and it's the duties of the coordinator are to encourage federal, state, tribal, and local government agencies to do this, and et cetera. And then it has the goals of the coordinator. And there's a good number of goals down there. And then in carrying out duties under subsection B, when you get to D, you come back to B, then that's when they can coordinate this if it becomes necessary. Okay, so you build up a kind of a bureaucratic schema in order to do this. And so the reason I bring that up is because I think it's more than just saying we're going to have this system put in place. I think it's the fact that you're going to have this whole new bureaucracy set up where a state like Arizona, which is a huge state, I think we're the 4th or 5th largest state geographically, 7.5 million people, something like that in the state, most in one county, in Maricopa County. It seems to me that Arizona could and probably should do something like this now without the federal intervention. And I'm just, it's interesting. I know that we've probably wandered down dichotomous routes and paths here, but for me, as I looked at the bill originally and then kind of listened before I left an hour and a half ago, it seemed to me that I would rather my local officials really put it together the way they wanted it put together. And this, I think, is going to actually empower the DOJ and the feds to actually have some interventionist kind of, certainly if not authority, certainly influence there that my local leaders probably wouldn't want to see. With that, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yield?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I appreciate that argument. I think we can have sort of a debate about federalism and, the role of the states with respect to developing these programs. I don't want to monopolize the gentleman's time. I suspect the sponsor probably has some thoughts about the ways in which, in his view, and I would share his view, that this isn't so much as the federal government designing it, but more just being a resource, best practices and so forth. But I understand there, and I'll yield back to the gentleman.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I would say that I agree that maybe that would be the case, except for when you get to the section D. And section D says, in carrying out duties under subsection B, the coordinator shall notify and coordinate with FEMA and all of this. You know what? If the intention is merely to be advisory in nature, it begs the question why we're even doing this then. So I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back for our purpose. Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I was very excited to come in for the vote on the Active Shooter Alert Act of 2022 because I thought this would have not just bipartisan but unanimous support on the committee, because who could oppose an alert system for active shooters that's totally voluntary for the states to participate in, and it's legislation that's been brought forward by the sheriffs, by the police chiefs, by the National Police Foundation, and endorsed by the DAs, the police officers, and so on. Well, we've seen instead what we've gotten, which is, the kitchen sink thrown at it in a desperate effort to bring this legislation down. I want to bring some good news, though, to the committee, Mr. Chairman, which is it doesn't have to be like this, because I actually serve on a bipartisan committee that gets things done and that is not obsessed with partisan polemics and invective and denunciation and combat, and sees every piece of legislation as an opportunity to just club the other side. And that is the January 6th Select Committee. Well, I appreciate the laughter of my colleagues, because some people have accused us of being partisan because all of our witnesses are Republicans. You might not have noticed that, but then you might not be allowed to watch the hearings. And you can see Attorney General Barr there. You can see Mr. Stepien, who's Donald Trump's campaign manager, and so on. But the truth of the matter is that this committee is a bipartisan committee. You perhaps would laugh at your Republican colleagues. I wouldn't laugh at Liz Cheney, who was elected as the chair of the House Republican Conference and was the number 3 member of the conference. I wouldn't laugh at Adam Kinzinger, who's a member of the National Guard Reserve and a distinguished member of the House of Representatives. But in any event, you're entitled to your laughter. Our committee has been commanding the attention of tens of millions of Americans. Why? Because we don't engage in partisan combat all day long, which is all some members of Congress apparently want to do. We actually have a common value, which is trying to get to the truth. And I thought we would have a common value here, which is trying to enhance public security and public safety. Now, some people—
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm sorry?
Would the gentleman yield?
I will eventually, but I just want to make my point. Some people are so enraptured of the NRA that they want to turn everything into a fight over guns. Of course, this has nothing to do with guns. We don't have to get into the serious philosophical debate about what the Second Amendment means. Some people believe the Second Amendment means that you can't have any gun regulation at all, and they oppose any kind of gun regulation, no matter how reasonable, no matter how much public safety it's going to provide, because they say that violates the Second Amendment. Then there are those of us who are on the side of Justice Scalia, who says that the Second Amendment right, like other rights in the Constitution, is not an unlimited right, but is rather subject to reasonable regulation in the service of public safety. And so Justice Scalia in DC versus Heller invokes, for example, background checks. He invokes unusual and dangerous guns. He invokes the full panoply of gun safety regulation that we've had for centuries. But now the NRA dogma, the absolute propaganda line that must be followed, is no gun safety regulation at any point, to the point where they are projecting gun safety regulation into a bill that is for an active shooter alert communications network. Here again, they have to prove their bona fides to the most right-wing forces in the country, which represent a tiny minority of American public opinion. Now, what do they say about the bill? Well, some say it should go much further. It shouldn't just be active shooters. It should also be car accidents, or it should be people wielding knives or fisticuffs or whatever it might be. Great, you got a real bill for that, responding to a real problem, bring it in. We know this responds to a real problem, and the entire law enforcement community is telling us to pass it. And some people say, oh, well, we can't support for that because that's a violation of federalism. It's totally voluntary. This is how federalism is supposed to work, interactive between the different levels of the government. So, Mr. Issa made a point, I think I've got him right. He said that he wants to know whether it would apply to someone who hasn't shot anyone yet. Well, the definition of active shooter is, active shooter means an individual actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill people with a firearm in a populated area who poses an active imminent threat. So I read that, Mr. Cicilline can correct me if I'm wrong, but I read that as someone who's either shooting or who's already shot people or is trying to kill people. So it would cover the case that I think he's talking about. I don't know if that changes his opinion in any way, but if he doesn't think it goes far enough, I think it does capture someone who's
The time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Owens seek recognition?
I strike the last word. I'd like to start off by saying I happen to be leaning towards saying yes because I've talked to the head of the FOB in Utah, I've talked to the Public Safety Department, and I think we're a very creative and innovative state who can actually do some things with this that helps to keep what's concerns. There are concerns, but we can actually keep our state safe. I do want to make sure that everyone understands why we're not impressed with titles anymore. We understand that a title has nothing to do with the substance of a bill. And when we listen here, because it comes down to trust, my friends, we listen here of 2 years of defunding the police, and yet today, they're trying to prove that we should not listen to our lying eyes, or listen to our lying ears and our lying eyes. They vote against protection of the children of our Supreme Court justices with no shame. They're silent about the burning, the burning of buildings and businesses with Antifa and BLM and say that they're not terrorists. The murder attempt, and there's nothing being talked about with that. Open borders in which over 100,000 Americans have died, and nothing's talked about that. Crime is on a rampage. What we want to do is make sure that American people in this side of the aisle can trust and not play checkers while the other side is playing chess. And that's what has been a problem up to this point. We don't want to buy into something, and we've actually taken the leap to get to January 6th. That is a leap that is remarkable. But when those kind of things happen, understand it takes away the trust of the American people, takes away the trust of this side of the aisle, because we realize you're not serious. You got an agenda, you got propaganda, you got to get out there. January 6th got to come up some kind of way. And so, yes, I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you. It's taken us 2 hours to get here. But no, there's a reason why the 2 hours and plus is happening, because we do not trust the intent. And we're going to make sure we look at every single line, every single sentence, every single dot, because we know we've got to pay the price if we don't do it the right way. And I hope the American people understand that. Let me just finish up. I hope the American people understand that while we are so cautious, because we've gotten to this point of misery across the board for a reason. There is a part of the Democratic Party that uses misery as a political strategy. Understand that. So a lot of stuff is not by accident, is on purpose. So we take things as simple as this. It seems like a really easy one to go for. We're going to dig deep, because it's up to us to make sure that we're not paying a price because we just trusted the name of a title. We're not going to do that anymore.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield back to my colleague.
Yeah, thank you. One of the proofs of exactly what you're saying is that the harmless addition of basically someone who has a gun but hasn't fired it yet, someone who has a weapon but hasn't used it yet, excluding that because you can only have it after somebody's fired it, and they wouldn't answer Mr. Roy's question when he asked him, does it apply before they fire, and he wouldn't answer it. leaving that out is such a gaping hole in this that you have to ask, are they just trying to make an issue with the word active shooter to the exclusion of someone who's armed and dangerous? And the answer clearly is yes. By objecting, not offering a secondary amendment, but just saying, no, we're going to vote this down. They're doing it for a reason, and sadly, it's because it's not about the function that this bill, this program would induce. And I'm just sad for that, and I thank the gentleman. Yield back.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. If there are no further requests for time, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. The amendment occurs on the amendment. The question occurs on the ICE amendment. En bloc as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings. Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Aye.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
How am I recorded? Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen, you are not recorded.
I want to vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? I missed my spot.
Mr. Jones, you are not recorded.
Vote no.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Tiffany?
Mr. Tiffany, you are not recorded.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Move to strike.
For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I haven't had a chance to talk on the underlying, and I just wanted to revisit, especially in light of the comments of Mr. Neguse, which I'm sorry to disappoint in terms of what the point I was making. But on this point about spending, I mean, because it's actually important, because we're talking about, what is it, $2 million? I don't remember what the dollar amount is here. It's not an enormous sum compared to the enormity of our federal government spending. But the reason I wanted to highlight it and bring it up is, I think it was the gentlelady from Texas who said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing because I was walking down the hall, it's not a direct quote, about our state, our shared state in Texas, or any state, not necessarily being able to do these things, or something in that kind of zip code. And my only point is, sitting here as we are $30.5 trillion in debt, and regardless of which side of the aisle we're on, if we're in the majority or not, we just keep making programs and we just keep doing things as if we have an unlimited pile of money, because that's how we treat it. And it is something that I try to point out on the floor. It's something I try to point out in committee. But it matters, because even something that seems like, well, good grief, man, what are you getting hung up on $2 million for a program here that's trying to create something to coordinate? Because everything we do is going, oh, let's create a grant program. Let's just go do some money through some DOJ. And the notion here on this one, I hear my colleagues on the side of the aisle saying, well, this is just to coordinate. It'll just help gap fill, I suppose, for a state that doesn't have the resources and can't do it. But in terms of, we're talking about Texas, we're talking about a state whose GDP, the last time I checked, was $1.83 trillion. Like, the state of Texas budget for the 22-23 cycle is $264 billion. Now, some people might disagree with the state of Texas, and Governor Abbott, for example, in the legislature passed $3 billion to go secure the border, and to have Department of Public Safety, Texas troopers having to go down and gap fill and backstop Border Patrol when we're not actually doing the job of securing the border. I realize my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagree with that. But my point is just, and it goes back to a little bit of what I think Mr. Neguse's complaints were about Mr. Johnson, getting off track in I think his words and framing, about talking about our accusations of defunding the police, and going down a laundry list of our views of the fact that we think colleagues on the other side of the aisle and Democrats across the country have sought to defund the police. I think that's fairly factually evident, but okay, taking the gentleman on his point, my point is that we've got a committee here and a body that is saying, we're gonna go solve a problem. We're gonna go give $2 million to DOJ, and they're gonna go hire a coordinator, and that coordinator's gonna get together, they're gonna coordinate, and then that'll help us get the active shooter alert. But then we're saying Texas can't do it. But then the gentleman who's now in the chair said, oh, but don't worry, Texas did it. They did it already. And it's to the point of, one of my colleagues said, well, I think it might have been Mr. Gates, so why are we doing this? And I think we don't ask that question enough, right? It is the response to do something, which I understand. I understand the impulse. Uvalde is just a few miles out of the district that I represent, and I know the people there well. I understand the impulse, but we do this all the time in response. I would even argue a little bit on the court bill, which I voted for, right? We go, boom, we need to go do something. Let's do something on the court. Then there was a debate about staff. Well, then staff's families. Well, how far do we go? Well, what does that cost? Well, do we do that for all the circuit courts? Do we do that for all the district courts? Do we do that for all Congress? Right? We get crazy people threatening us on both sides of the aisle all the time, right? Does Capitol Police roll down to Texas or to any one of my colleague states? My point is just, we have to have some limiting principle. If we don't have a limiting principle, how on earth can we make tough choices? And we don't have a single limiting principle here anymore at all. We don't ever sit down on the floor. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will say, well, raise taxes. We ain't gonna raise enough taxes to make up $1 trillion and whatever dollars a year deficit. I say, well, that's fine, let's just keep racking up deficit. And I hope everybody understands I'm a pretty equal opportunity basher of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the spending front, and I've done so repeatedly on the floor. But I bring it up on something as seemingly small and not controversial in my colleagues on the other side of the aisle's opinion, on something as small as $2 million and something that's just coordinating among states, because I think it actually is a example of the problem. Introduce a bill, this sounds good, active shooter alert, let's just do that. What's another $2 million and what's another person hired at the Department of Justice? But this is what we do all the time. This is what we do every day in this body. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any, yes, who seeks recognition?
Me.
For what purpose you seek recognition, Mr. Biggs?
I'm Bishop.
Mr. Bishop, I'm sorry.
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, we just had the vote on the amendment, and I was hearing Mr. Cicilline, you were over here conversing with Mr. Issa, and I was overhearing part of the conversation about what exactly this bill does. And just to sort of reframe it, my understanding before, Mr. Issa suggested broadening this, and you said in response, in refusing that suggestion, that you wanted to limit it to this specific problem of an active shooter. And as I had a few minutes to do it, and well, you were over here in the conversation when I overheard part of, because I think Mr. Issa raised the question during the debate, and I may have missed something along the way, but raised the question whether the individual, the deranged individual who attempted to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh because he didn't fire a shot, whether this alert system would be amenable to that. And I didn't really understand your point then. I thought you were telling Mr. Issa that someone would not have had to have started shooting in order to be an active shooter. Would you, I'd like to yield to you for an answer to that question. What
Yes,
is the answer?
in the definition section, which is on the first page of the ANS, the term active shooter means an individual who is engaged in killing or attempting to kill persons with a firearm in a populated area and who is determined to pose an active, imminent threat to people in that populated area. So I think that person would be covered.
Well, actually, I was about to come to the definition because since hearing that, or hearing your conversation, caused me to turn back to the language of the bill, and I'm not sure that's clear. It's someone who is engaged in killing. That means they have fired the gun. Or attempting to kill. So they've begun it's not a plan to kill. It's not a plot to kill.
If the gentleman will yield, the way that the active shooter alerts work is they are a system where the community can be notified of a danger of someone who is engaged in or poses an active, imminent threat to people. That will be a determination made by law enforcement when they activate the system. They certainly don't wait until the killing is complete. There would be no point in that. So they do it when they recognize that there's an imminent threat of a use of a firearm to kill someone, and law enforcement will make that judgment all the time. They do it now on Twitter or Facebook. They would have the right to set the standard of when they would activate the system, and that would be the decision of local law enforcement to do that.
So, and it further begs...
We obviously trust their judgment to not use it in instances when it's not appropriate.
But it begs a question for me because you were quite specific about defeating the ISA amendment because you didn't want to have a broadening. You wanted to deal with something very specific. And then when you get to the definition, it doesn't seem to me that the plan to kill someone with a weapon, even if detected, could trigger this system. And I think you're saying, well, we expect everybody to get worked out.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is this legislation is designed, and you can't, this isn't divorced of like reality. There are active shooter alert systems in place. They have been in place in a number of places. They have in those systems a standard and when it should be activated. That judgment is made by local law enforcement when they believe there is evidence of an imminent threat of the use of a firearm to kill somebody. They make those judgments every day. And so they would continue to be required to do that. Mr. Issa's amendment was, well, could we, I think what he was attempting to do is to say, could we enlarge this to not only apply to firearms, but to enlarge it to apply to other kinds of weapons that could cause death? I think there's a way that we might be able to do that. I obviously want to check with the law enforcement community, with the Department of Justice about what are the implications to existing active shooter alert references in the U.S. Code. But that's a different question than changing the title. That would be saying, if the police were notified of a danger of someone using something other than a firearm that could cause imminent death, could they use the active alert system? The answer is yes. And the question is, do you want to make it explicit in the bill? And that's something I've agreed to work on with Mr. Issa. But I think currently there is in place a system for law enforcement agencies that have an active shooter alert of deciding who makes that judgment, how it's made, and then how the system is activated. That would remain.
All right, I submit that the definition's problematic, but then if I turn over to another part on the bill on page 9, it says the study is to address differences between the definitions of the term active shooter used by different states. So in other words, what we're revealing here is exactly what has been said all along on this side, which is, what is the purpose of doing this federally? It's not like you're going to have an active shooter flee across state lines, multiple states or something, or you would do it, you're dealing with that. And then you're observing that there are differences in the definitions of each state, so you have to upend their different definitions in order to figure out how this operates.
I'm happy if the gentleman yields. Well, your
time's expired.
Sorry. The gentleman of the time expired. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
Reserve a point of order.
Mr. Jeffries reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6538, offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Page 1, strike line 4, and all that follows through line 2 on page 9, and redesignate sections accordingly.
Yes, unanimous consent that the amendment be considered read, and Mr. Johnson is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment eliminates everything from the bill except Section 5, which authorizes a study of the current state and local responses to active shooter situations and the issuance of public alerts. And let me tell you why I'm bringing this amendment. For background, we've been here a while talking about this. People may have lost sight of what the bill actually does. The bill federalizes an active shooter alert system without first looking at what works and what doesn't work in the states that currently have these systems. It includes the vague definition, this bill does, of active shooter as someone who poses a, quote, active imminent threat, unquote, without clarifying what an active and imminent threat is. It also includes the overbroad definition of, quote, populated area, which encompasses any place where there is at least one person in addition to an active shooter. Pretty broad. There are real concerns that these overbroad and vague definitions could cause too many alerts to go out, which of course would lead people to become desensitized to active shooter alerts and ultimately ignore them. This bill, as drafted, listen to this, requires an advisory panel to submit a report on best practices within 15 months of its passage. But it also includes a study portion to look at what states are currently doing and to determine how states define those essential terms, active shooter, populated area, the rest. But here's the deal, and I don't know, maybe this is a good faith oversight, I'm not sure, but this study isn't required in the bill to be finished until 2 years after the bill is enacted. So let me just state the obvious. If you're not following this, it makes no sense in the world to study the issue for 2 years but require best practices to be reported within 15 months. There are other significant and very legitimate questions here. For example, the underlying purpose of an Amber Alert, I'm sure we would all agree, is of course to alert, but it's also to enlist the public in assisting law enforcement, to look out for a particular vehicle on the highway, for example. But an active shooter situation is obviously very different from a kidnapping. First, unlike a child abduction, which typically happens with little news coverage, an active shooter situation typically draws headlines and cameras and ubiquitous news coverage within just moments. Second, while public participation with law enforcement is a big help to those officers when they're on the lookout for a roving vehicle, for example, There isn't a need for citizen assistance in an active shooter crisis. In fact, as has been pointed out here today, that could actually make the situation even more chaotic and dangerous. If this happened in close proximity to some of my neighbors in Louisiana, they would get their own arms and go try to help. Another concern is what we have highlighted here so many times this morning, as Mr. Bishop just asked yet again. Why should the federal government insert itself into this arena at all? Occupy this field that the states are carefully handling? Why should we give more authority to a federal Department of Justice that has created a true crisis of trust in this country with its partisan and corrosive actions over the past 18 months? Look, I know there's a rush right now for Congress to just, quote, do something, right? It's a very emotionally charged time. But let's do things here that will truly help in the crisis and maybe even take a stab at the moral decay that is the real root of this cause of all this. Once we know which practices actually work, then we can craft a well-tailored bill to support states in addressing this issue. I suspect you'd have all the Republicans on board to support that, but as has been noted here, there's no willingness or no interest to do that. There's no real bipartisan effort here. We didn't have a real thoughtful debate about the language in this bill. It was just presented. And these are legitimate concerns. I mean, this is not political at all. This is a legitimate questions we have about the text of the underlying bill. So for all these reasons and many more, my amendment would simply eliminate everything but the study portion of this legislation, which has merit. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I'll yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'll yield. Ms. Raskin?
My friend from Louisiana invoked the term moral decay, and I'm wondering whether you believe public officials lying about public events such as elections constitutes moral decay.
Seriously? Seriously. I
Yes,
know you've been in the
seriously.
basement. Hold on.
Seriously.
To reclaim my time. I know you have been in the basement doing nothing other than January 6th commission hearings for the last year and a half.
The
We've missed you
gentleman
here.
will
No, this is my time.
will be
This is my time.
reminded.
This is my time. We've missed you, Jamie. I'd love to see you here in the committee in person. I know you're busy, and I know that drives you. Your seething hatred for Donald Trump drives everything you do right now, but that doesn't have anything to do with the hearing here.
Would the
If you want to
gentleman
talk
yield?
about, wait, it's my time. If you want to talk about the moral decay in this country, I would welcome a public debate on that subject, because it is the policies of the radical left that has gotten us to this point. Thoreau said there are thousands hacking at the branches of evil to one who's striking at the root. I think we ought to look at the root causes, and I'm glad you brought it up. Let's talk about that when we have more time, but I've only got 4 seconds, and I yield back before we get into this in a little more heated way.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize my... Oh, I'm sorry. Does the gentleman from New York withdraw his point of order? The gentleman withdraws his point of order. I now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. And I'm going to yield to Mr. Raskin in just a moment to respond. I strongly oppose the amendment, which essentially is a vote against the bill. And the notion that the development of best practices can't happen before a study. There are active alert systems in place right now. And law enforcement officers benefit from learning from each other. So we want to be sure that once active alerts continue to be implemented, that we have a study done on to see what works best, where are there problems, so that that can be shared with law enforcement. The development of best practices happens all the time within policing. They learn from each other, they study how they do their work, they make improvements. So the notion that the bill includes provisions for the development of best practices and also a longer range study on the effectiveness makes perfect sense. And by the way, this is all voluntary. You don't have to follow any of it. You don't have to use it. You don't have to avail yourself of any of it. It simply says to a community, if you choose to develop an active alert system, you can access the federal infrastructure that provides the most accurate information. You can have the benefit of a set of best practices that have been developed by looking at what's being done across the country by police professionals, and you can decide either to do it or not. But I certainly don't think the answer to the growing number of active shooting incidents in this country and the plea from law enforcement to help protect them from unnecessary danger is, let's study it. We know we have a problem. We have the ability to enact provisions that allow municipalities and local law enforcement to avail themselves of a tool that can protect law enforcement.
Would the gentleman yield?
Let me just finish. That can protect members of the community. This is a very common sense idea. I will tell you, frankly, that I thought we would come here and this would be like a 15-minute markup. It never occurred to me that a bill that had 16 Democrats, 16 Republicans, strongly supported by law enforcement, and that was voluntary, providing a service to those we serve, would be controversial. Only in the House Judiciary Room. And now I'll yield to Mr. Raskin for his ability to respond to the comments of Mr. Johnson.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Cicilline. Let me just offer two brief points to my friend from Louisiana. Number one, we're not meeting in the basement. On the contrary, we're meeting in front of tens of millions of Americans who are tuning into this, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, because we are laser focused on getting to the truth of what happened to us on January 6th. And I would encourage my friends to tune in case they haven't. Even Fox News is covering it at this point. So I think it's politically licensed on your side to check it out, because this is something that every American needs to know about an attempt to overthrow the 2020 presidential election and to put down and overthrow the peaceful transfer of power in America and the unleashing of a violent mob against the Congress of the United States. And people died that day. 150 of our police officers were wounded and injured. So I hope that anybody who really cares about law enforcement will pay very close attention to the officers who are demanding a complete accounting of what took place on January 6th and in the events leading up to it. But the reason that the phrase moral decay struck me was that it seems as if the word evil or the phrase moral decay are used to try to end a conversation as opposed to begin one. So for example, when we see a massacre take place in Buffalo, where an 18-year-old white supremacist takes an AR-15 and mows down people shopping, or the episode of 19 school children being assassinated in Uvalde, Texas, what I hear from my friends is, well, that's evil. And then that's the end of it. Thoughts and prayers, and that's evil. And the invocation of evil appears to be an attempt to essentially strip us of any responsibility for acting. We are representatives in the United States House of Representatives. We have to act on these things, which is why we have been fighting to ban the high capacity magazines. It's why we've been fighting for a universal violent criminal background check. These are the reasonable gun safety things that are perfectly allowable under the Second Amendment. See Justice Scalia's opinion in Heller versus District of Columbia. And it is the responsible thing for public officials to do, not to act like amateur theologians and just say, oh, well, there's evil in the world, there's moral decay in the world. Even if you believe there's moral decay, as I do, because we have people as high as presidents of the United States who are openly lying about things that they've been told are lies. As the Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, told Donald Trump that his claims were BS, and I'm putting that politely. They are nonsense, baloney, nothing there. He was told by his own campaign manager, nothing there. All of it is nonsense. Thank you for that, and I yield back to you, Mr. Cicilline.
For what purposes does Ms. Fischbach seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield to Mr. Johnson from Louisiana.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin is my friend, and we have spirited debates and discussion, and I think it's productive. And since we've now opened this Pandora's box, I won't use the committee's time all afternoon to have this debate. But although I'd love to have it with you, my friend, about the root causes of all this, because I do think that as a Congress we need to address that to the extent that we can, and we're not, because we're hacking at branches instead of the root of the problem. What I meant first by your time you've invested is, look, it's been, what, 17 months, you know, the January 6th committee, I don't know how many months, I think it's been about a year that you all have invested thousands of hours, apparently millions upon millions of taxpayer dollars, interviewed hundreds of witnesses, compiled 100,000 pages of documents. You hired lawyers, consultants, and big network TV producers, and all for what? I mean, what everybody's watching is a rehash and a replay of a moment-by-moment dissection of a terrible event that took place a year and a half ago. You know, I guess you all expected that. No, hold on. Well, let me finish. I guess you thought that the American people would be riveted by the production, but the American people have lived through this. They moved on. You know what they care about right now, my friend? They care about the cost of their groceries, the cost of their gasoline. They care about soaring prices, unhinged crime in our cities. They care about uninhibited illegal immigration that is destroying the very fabric of the nation. Now, you want to talk about moral decay? Yeah, that's a really, really important, I think it's a foundational issue for us. We know that politics is downstream from culture. Culture is downstream from the moral underpinnings of the nation. And when the founders of this country put this republic together, by the way, we're still an experiment on the world stage. We don't know how long a constitutional republic is going to last. What, July 4th, we turn, 246 years old as a nation, I guess? I mean, this is not a long span of time on the span of human history. And But the founders were very clear about one thing, and I think we all ought to take a sober look at this. I think we ought to go review, Washington's farewell address, the first president, because he gave a lot of admonitions to us on how we would keep a republic, but he said, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are the indispensable supports. And John Adams came next, our second president. He said, our Constitution is made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Why did they say that? They didn't say we all had to be Catholics or Baptists or, any particular religion. But they said you had to have religion because religion and morality are the seedbed of virtue, and you must have virtue to maintain a government of, by, and for the people. See, we set up a nation, one nation under God. We removed the king, the lowercase king, the earthly king as the sovereign, and we said, no, God himself is the sovereign, and we're going to govern ourselves. Lincoln said that in his famous address at Gettysburg. He said this proposition that we are one nation under God, it's articulated in the Declaration of Independence, right in the second paragraph. That's the revolutionary principle that founded the country. We're losing it because we are turning our eye away. Our disbelief in God has become a foundational problem, and what results of that is a lack of a basic moral principle. We're not saying we have to establish a religion. We're saying you must have common virtue among the people or you will lose it. You can't hire enough police if you don't have moral virtue in the people. No, you got me started. Let me finish, okay?
Well,
that is a root problem, my friend.
Public officials lying.
It's Ms. Fishback's time. I'm just saying, my friend,
Okay, well,
we can have this debate. Wait, let me finish.
Nothing about public officials.
We can have this
Clock's
debate.
time.
We can have this debate, and it is an important one. But my point here today is that this bill is not getting us to that. What we're trying to do right here is federalize an issue that the states are already handling. Why is it that infinite bureaucrats in Washington insert themselves in this issue? If best practices studies exist, as Ms. Cicilline said a few moments ago, are local law enforcement and state agencies not competent enough to gather those up? Do they need Washington bureaucrats to direct them to all this, to gather it for them and package it at the expense of U.S. taxpayers and send it to them? They don't need that. They don't need that. Why are we trying to federalize everything? The government is too big. It's doing too many things, and what it doesn't do well. We need to restore the power to the people. We need to get back to the moral foundations of the country, the basics, the principles that are going to hold this republic together. If we're going to keep the republic, we have to remember the foundations, the things that made America great in the first place. That's what we're losing. That is the root cause. And we're twisting at windmills up here with all these little, policy and principle and political skirmishes and not addressing the real issues. That's what we're talking about, Jamie. When somebody goes in and shoots people, it is evil. We ought to call it evil. We ought to pray for the victims and pray for our country and rely upon God who gave us all this through his blessing. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Madam Chair, I yield my time. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition? Maybe she has stepped away. Anybody else? No, I have one more. Mr. Jeffries? If not, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature, on the amendment. The question occurs on the Johnson amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those no?
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. Is this in the nature? In the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill, H.R. 6538, as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the bill is reported favorably. Members will have 2 days to submit views without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes.
Do you want a roll call vote?
Is a roll call vote?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So
Here we
now
go.
we're up to Victor. Oh, wait. Well,
They want a roll call?
It's a little delayed.
I know, I think it's too late.
Too late.
Sorry. It's been called.
Too late.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5768, the Violent Incidents Clearance and Technological Investigative Methods Act of 2021, or the Victim Act of 2021, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 5768, to direct the Attorney General to establish a grant program to establish, create, and administer the Violent Incident Clearance and Technology Investigative Method and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. Yep. H.R. 5768, the Victim Act, is a bipartisan legislation that will help bolster law enforcement agencies' ability to investigate and clear cases of homicide and non-fatal shootings. As communities continue to face increased gun violence and homicides, this bill is a vital step toward improving public safety. While the media narrative has focused on violent crime increases in urban areas, we know from further examination of the data that violent crime impacts every community in this country. To address the changes our law enforcement agencies are facing, this bill would provide funding and support for agencies to hire and train detectives and investigators to improve case clearance rates for homicides and non-fatal shootings. As the Fraternal Order of Police emphasized in their letter of support for this legislation, quote, these important resources would improve law enforcement agencies' abilities to close homicide cases, which would punish the perpetrators of these crimes, provide justice for victims and families, and grant peace of mind for communities and dedicated law enforcement officers that serve them. Low clearance rates not only prevent victims from assessing justice, they also damage the public's trust in law enforcement. By investing in the personnel and technology needed to solve cases of homicide and non-fatal shootings, agencies can help build public confidence and improve community safety. Homicide clearance rates have dropped consistently since the 1960s, leaving many unsolved cases and many victims and their families still searching for justice. While the United States has experienced a substantial decline in homicides and violent crime since the peak rates in the early 1990s, the low clearance rates have impacted the public's perception of law enforcement by providing state and local and trial agencies with additional resources. The Victim Act would equip agencies to better respond to and investigate these serious crimes, bringing justice for victims and keeping our communities safe. This bill is widely supported by law enforcement organizations, including the Fraternal Order of Police, the Major City Chiefs Association, the Internal Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Association of Police Organizations, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the National Police Foundation. I thank my colleague, our colleague, Representative Val Demings, for her leadership on this issue, as well as her bipartisan co-sponsors for introducing this important legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the wake of left-wing efforts to defund the police, it's no surprise that violent crime is on the rise in America. In 2020, the United States tallied more than 20,000 murders, the highest total since 1995, and 4,000 more than in 2019. Democrat-run cities in particular have suffered significant increases in homicides. In New York City, the New York Police Department's data shows the overall crime rate rose over 11% in October 21 compared to October 2020. This jump in crime continued after New York City defunded its police department by, as Mr. Johnson said earlier today, $1 billion. In Chicago, there were 1,016 more assaults in 2021 than 2020. In Los Angeles County, homicides increased 23% from 2020 to 2021, the increased homicide rate occurred after Los Angeles defunded its police department by $150 million. Philadelphia saw nearly a 13% increase in homicides in that year's time. Philadelphia, of course, decided to cut its police budget by $33 billion in 2020. Portland, Oregon experienced increased homicides and aggravated assaults between 2020 and 2021. Like other Democrat-run cities, Portland had decided to defund its police department in 2020. And we could go on, and all those cities who made a decision to defund police were being urged on, as Mr. Johnson went through that list a few hours ago, by Democrat colleagues here in the United States Congress. Democrats on this committee want to paper over the failures in Democrat-run cities by throwing federal tax dollars at the problems they helped create. But this bill does nothing to solve the underlying problem. This bill simply creates yet another grant program. As Mr. Roy talked about earlier, more money in a new grant program. You know, when Mr. Roy was talking earlier about the record level of debt we have, you know how we got a $30 trillion debt? $1 at a time. $1 at a time going for new programs, redundant programs, programs that trying to compensate for decisions made about, in this situation, about defunding the police. Under current law, there are already grants available to law enforcement to hire personnel. In fact, last year, the Justice Department awarded more than $139 million in grant funding through the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services. That money provided funds to 183 law enforcement agencies and allowed them to hire 1,000 additional officers. This legislation before us would spend another $100 million per year at a time, as Mr. Roy indicated earlier, of record deficits and record debt, not to mention a 41-year high inflation rate. Taxpayers from my community and others around the country who support their law enforcement, who didn't defund the police, should not be forced now to have their tax dollars sent to communities that don't take law enforcement as serious as they do. Don't be fooled. This isn't about Democrat support for law enforcement. This is an election year cover for Democrats who spent the last 2 years demonizing law enforcement, demonizing our men and women in uniform, and slashing their local police budgets. I urge opposition and yield back, Madam Chair.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5768, offered by Mr. Nadler. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will now recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in nature of a substitute makes several minor changes to the underlying bill. It ensures that this grant program does not conflict with existing DOJ grant programs. It also clarifies the reporting requirements, adds necessary definitions, and makes technical and conforming changes. I urge all members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments in the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Ms. Deming seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word or speak on the bill.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I am proud to introduce the Violent Incident Clearance and Technological Investigative Methods Act, the Victims Act, to improve the homicide clearance rate, keep communities safe, and put murderers behind bars. Madam Chair, we live, despite some of the stuff that we have witnessed and heard and seen today, which a lot of it has been totally disgraceful, disgusting, and I say that as someone who worked in law enforcement for almost 30 years, but despite the shenanigans and shows that we have seen, we do live in the greatest country in the world, but the painful truth is half of gun murders in the United States go unsolved. I can remember as a police watch commander being on the scene of a homicide, the body of a young person lying on the sidewalk, and thinking about the family who was going to get some really bad news in the wee hours of that morning, but had no idea that that bad news was on its way. Notifications to families is always tough, but when law enforcement breaks the news with no closure, It is especially devastating and heartbreaking. Madam Chair, real life is quite different from television. Real issues are quite different from what you might hear and see in this committee. I saw firsthand that gun crimes are often hard to investigate and solve. The United States murder rate rose 30% between 2019 and 2020, the largest single-year increase in a century. Homicide rates in rural areas rose 25% in 2020, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Research indicates that law enforcement agencies can impact clearance rates by improving investigative processes and supervision, detective support, and organizational oversight. The Victim Act would establish a grant program to help state, tribal, and local law enforcement agencies improve their clearance rates for homicides and non-fatal shooting. The Victims Act would support victim specialists with the sole purpose of providing assistance to survivor. Madam Chair, the Victim Act has received overwhelming support from multiple law enforcement organizations. I hope this time that matters. For example, the National Association of Police Organizations, who said, through this legislation, law enforcement will be able to focus on solving these violent crimes that have been a detrimental impact on our communities and improve the services that they render to victims. The Fraternal Order of Police supports this legislation. The Major City Chiefs Association supports this legislation. The Victim Act is also supported by the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the National Police Foundation, Everytown for Gun Safety, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to place these letters of support in the record.
Without objection.
Survivors of homicide are broken. Their grief undescribable. Survivors of gun violence spend each day terrified that they won't be so lucky the next time. As members of Congress, it is impossible to solve every problem. My God, we should try. But we can help law enforcement solve the most heinous crimes and bring closure and some peace to families and survivors. As a former social worker who worked with broken families, as a former police detective, I want to thank my colleagues who are here in good faith for their support of this legislation. We can, members of Congress, if we choose to do so, make a difference. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
An amendment at the desk.
Excuse me.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5768, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas. Page 3, after line 19, insert the following.
Reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
7, defunding law enforcement can have deadly consequences for residents of jurisdictions that
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair. Yeah, note per the ranking member's commentary and an extension of what I was saying earlier on a smaller amount of money, this bill is, as they say, real money. This bill is $100 million per year for 10 years. That's $1 billion, which even in Washington, I would argue is real money. So we have $1 billion allegedly being targeted and directed under a grant program run by the Attorney General of the United States to establish, create, and administer violent incident clearance and technology investigative methods. Well, again, back to sort of the core point. I mean, I go back to the GDP of the state of Texas being $1.8 trillion, the budget of the state of Texas over 2 years being about $260-something billion. Where is this $1 billion coming from? I mean, every dollar we spend is another borrowed dollar at this point. Even if we're going to argue about how we should make up the gap, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say we need to add more taxes. Colleagues on this side of the aisle will say we need to cut spending. Okay, great, let's have that debate. I'd love that debate. But literally at this point, I would just ask, this is $1 billion over 10 years, $100 million a year. Where are we going to get that money? So we say, fine, let's print that money or borrow that money, which is what this would be. We don't make any illusion that this is somehow going to be magically paid for. So we're going to take this money and we're going to print it, borrow it, and then dole it out to states by virtue of whatever the Department of Justice and the Attorney General says to create a program allegedly to go deal with crime and dealing with the backlog in homicide investigations. Well, again, why are the states not able to do this? The states aren't able to tax. They're not able to make decisions about their budget. I mean, what is it about the federal government that the federal government needs to do this? And I don't know why we don't ask this question a lot more often. And so I'd like to just say that while we're talking about this, that I would note that the cities and the locations across the country that have cut spending, that there's consequences to that. So I'm offering this amendment to point out that defunding law enforcement has consequences. I would note I'm not picking on other jurisdictions. I picked 3, and we got Philadelphia and Rochester, but I go after Austin, which I represent. I represent downtown and South Austin, and would note that there are, in fact, consequences to cutting the police force. And there's study upon study about this, and then there'll be the leadership of these jurisdictions will say things like reimagining, and they'll say things about redirecting the dollars. But when you talk to anybody on the ground, and you go, well, we have now far fewer police officers per capita in Austin, Texas, and we have far fewer officers able to respond to 911 calls. So we have people in danger and crime going up. It's almost completely not debatable. It's just the facts on the ground in Austin. So I represent Austin. Why do you all need to give me money to do anything at all? Like, why can't we just figure this out in Austin, Texas? I strongly disagree with the City Council of Austin, Texas. I think they are bat crap crazy, lunatics. But I can deal with that in Austin, Texas. Right? We made bad choices in Austin, Texas. We cut the police. Now we got crime running rampant.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll yield for a brief question.
Thank you so very much.
Question,
Again, if you believe that Austin does not need it,
right,
or if they were able to get it, would not use it appropriately, right, then Austin does not have to apply for this grant funding.
So reclaiming my time, we all know precisely what the city of Austin would do, which was apply for it, because it's free money. And then they'll take that free money and go use it for all manners of nefarious policies, bypassing the state budget process and the taxing authority of the state and the ability to make those decisions. And they will gladly take free money from the feds because it's free. But it's not free because there ain't no free lunch. It's not free. We're borrowing the hell out of it. And now we've got massive rampant inflation, massive interest rates, destruction of our financial stability, and we're creating another program to spend another $1 billion. And I would just stipulate that if the city of Austin is so stupid as to cut its police, then we should have that fight out in Texas. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Roy contradicts himself in his own amendment. On the one hand, his amendment says that various cities cut their budgets. Austin by $150 million, Philadelphia by $14 million, Rochester by $3.5 million, and crime went up. On the other hand, he is objecting to providing money to those cities. He is objecting to
Yes, I am.
funding the cities. So on the one hand, he's accusing Democrats of defunding, and then he's opposed to funding. That makes no sense at all. And the fact of the matter, no. And the fact of the matter is, the premise is all wrong anyway, because in Republican-run cities and states, the murder rates are higher. Per capita murder rates are 40% higher in states won by Donald Trump than those won by Joe Biden. 8 of the 10 states with the highest murder rates in 2020 voted for the Republican presidential nominee in every election in the last 20 years. And the fact of the matter is that the largest Democrat-run cities employ 75% more police officers than the 25 largest Republican-run cities on a per capita basis. The largest Democratic-run cities spend 38% on a per capita basis, 38% more on policing than the 25 largest Republican-run cities. In the latest budget, in the most recent budget cycle, the 25 largest Democratic-run cities collectively increased their police budgets more than the 25 largest Republican-run cities. So Republican talk about Democrats defunding the police is nonsense. And who wants to defund the police? Mr. Roy. He just proposed an amendment that would stop funding, which is another way of saying defunding. So I don't want to hear any more about about Democrats defunding the police. It's the Republicans, or at least Mr. Roy, who wants to defund the police. And the fact of the matter is that Democratic areas spend more per capita on police than Republican-run areas, and there's no denying those facts. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
I yield back.
You yield for a question?
I yield back. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
To speak in favor of the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I thank the chair, gentleman and chair. I want to just point out something to the chair. The money that Austin cut from its budget was money that Austin raised in taxes from its budget. What Mr. Roy is suggesting is that had they not cut that money from their budget, they would not have seen the increased murder rate that they saw, number one. And number two, he's not opposed to this bill because of defunding the police. He's opposed to this bill because it's another wasteful federal program. When the federal government decides to allocate $1 for a police activity, it steals 50 to 60 cents of that dollar for bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., and only sends 30 to 40 cents of that dollar to the jurisdictions that need the money. So it is wasteful for the federal government to decide to have a program that funds something in Austin as opposed to letting the people of Austin decide if they want to have that program. They should have had these programs in place, and that $150 million that they cut, that they used for other purposes, they could certainly use again and restore that money, and hopefully they have restored that money to their police department. But to have the federal government spending money because we don't have to balance a budget is completely different than asking a town or city like Austin and a state like Texas to make that kind of decision. But I actually wanted to ask for time for another purpose, and that is to ask my friend from Florida if there is in this bill an intention to use rapid DNA. And I don't know if you're...
there is a portion in the bill that deals with expanding forensic capacity.
Okay.
And so the agency that applies would be able to decide how to best do that.
Okay.
That's rapid DNA, which we desperately have a need for,
Thank
of course,
you.
across this country.
I wanted to make sure that we highlight the advantages of rapid DNA for those that don't know about it.
No doubt.
And it is being opposed by those lab technicians that are working in an archaic area as opposed to the rapid DNA, which is more reliable and much faster. We could work on and really close the backlog of analysis on rape kits if we used rapid DNA. We could go to a crime scene. It took me sometimes 6-8 months to get DNA back from the lab for a murder case.
The recipient would have the ability to use that expanded capacity in the way that they see fit, based on their needs.
And what I'm hoping is that this bill or other legislation, or at least the message that can be sent from Congress to the courts and others to make sure that rapid DNA is qualified as evidence for murder trials, rape trials, other trials. I think it is so vital that we move into the next. This is the equivalent of a breathalyzer for DUI cases. If we can move forward with rapid DNA, and there are several firms that are using it. Right now, it's being used on our southern border to determine family ties to help prevent human trafficking. It is being used in so many areas because the DNA sample will come back in 1 hour and confirm a family relationship or no family
As
relationship.
opposed to having to be sent across to a lab across the country and waiting for months and sometimes years. So
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly. So I hope that our federal government, regardless of this bill's success, will take rapid DNA seriously and move forward, because it will be a huge advantage and breakthrough in my mind for law enforcement. With that, I yield to my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy, if he desires the time.
Well, I appreciate my friend from Colorado, and I would just ask of the chairman if he seems to have no issues with the fact, or even thinks that this somehow harms my argument and helps the argument of the chairman, if he'll just accept the amendment.
I will certainly not accept the amendment. I spoke in opposition to the amendment.
Well, the chairman seemed to believe that the issues were not at all with the facts that I was presenting, but rather he then went on a discourse of how that was somehow undermining my argument. So I don't see how it's harmful for the underlying bill to accept the facts that are from the record, from these 3 cities.
I've spoken to that point already. I'm not going to repeat it.
Well,
I yield.
no more time.
Reclaim my time and yield back.
Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady
Jackson
from
Lee.
Texas seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's
To
recognized.
strike the, I thank you so very much. Well, first of all, let me thank Congresswoman Demmings. Thank her for her years of service, and certainly that as chief of police. Thank her for engagement. And the reality of this legislation is so real. And thank you to Mr. Buck for having a clarifying discourse and discussion that really speaks to the issue. Rapid DNA is worthy of assessment, even with our friends who are doing it in a different way. Now, let me be very clear as a Texan. I dare to condemn and insult publicly the city's leadership all over the state and rural communities, who I know are doing the very best that they can in the backdrop of absolutely no help from the state of Texas government, if you will. And we need not go into some of the issues that parents are raising in Uvalde. So let's focus on how this can be a helpful tool. Let me inform my colleagues that the FBI data shows that the percentage of homicides cleared by an arrest or other means has declined significantly from 1965 to today. So that is through Richard Nixon, that is through Ronald Reagan, that is through George Bush. It has declined. There are reasons for it. There are unsolved homicides. Someone said this is not television, and you're absolutely right. American people realize that we are not solving cases in 1 hour. And so the validity of this is crucial. Why? Because the officers want this. They want to have better tools as detectives. I speak to them all the time. I work with local law enforcement all the time. Over the years, I work with federal law enforcement. They want to get the skills and the tools. And so this funding provides for the pathway to develop low clearance rates, to be able to answer the question. And I want to raise this with my friends. What do you say to the parents of a missing child? 100 billion, 1 billion for 10 years? What do you say to the rape victim and the assault victim and the rape victim that winds up dead? As a case that we're dealing with right now, where a father and family are mourning their young woman, and who have been with me and seen the pain of not getting right to this person that is a perpetrator. What do you say to those who have suffered property being taken away? Or what do you say to the victims of murder, meaning those family members who suffer, or those who experience for no reason drive-by shootings and their little child winds up dead and they're still looking for the perpetrator? I want to be on the side of helping victims and their families to receive the support and the attention to these cases, and that there is no distinction in the neighborhood you come from and the socioeconomic background that you have, and that does happen. I am stunned that someone would castigate public servants like those in Austin. I don't know whether we agree or disagree with them, but I know they take an oath to serve their community, and their community can respond accordingly. But I do know that our job is to be able to continue to build the trust in our officers. Maybe something similar to the officer that was depicted on CNN who prayed for the father of someone that he had stopped for a speeding ticket. These are the kinds of officers that we know are out there trying to find the perpetrators, the evil people who have murdered people. Be very clear. This has been difficult since 1965. Check the FBI data. And so HI 5768 is going to provide critical funding to law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices across the country to hire, train, and retain dedicated detectives to investigate homicides, to answer the questions of families. That's one of the biggest issues, because they're overworked, and it's not because they're less, but they're overworked, and we need to be able to have that they have the time to communicate. Homicides and non-fatal shooting, provide restorative support to victims and their families, develop programs and practices to improve clearance rates and victim services. How celebratory my local police department was when I was able to provide them with a grant to keep 9 victim assistance staff persons that we were able to do in the last funding cycle. I know when you hear police officers, they want to do their job. They know it's tough. And they want to be able to go to the family and say, we have found the perpetrator. He or she is onward to justice. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation. It is the right thing to do. Ask yourself the question about what would you do being a victim of murder. What I would do is pass this bill. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
So according to research, declining clearance rates are attributable to the fact that standards for arrest have risen since the 1960s. It's harder for police to be able to arrest people without successful challenge. A growing number of murders being perpetrated by individuals unknown to the victim, and a mistrust of law enforcement in some communities. The defund movement was broader than just defund. The purpose of defund rhetoric was to delegitimize police, to demonize them, to enhance community distrust of police. This bill, in addition to being transparent political cover for the disastrous politics of the Democratic Party, which Mr. Johnson laid out in devastating detail earlier in this markup. And that's particularly a problem for, with all due respect, the sponsor of the bill, given what she's trying to do politically.
Would the gentleman yield?
Not at this time, but in addition to the political cover, transparent motivation of the bill, it is a classic example of Washington liberal chasing your tail. So here's how it goes. Point 1 in time. Democrats in cities across the country demonize their police and drastically cut funding to their budgets. Point 2 in time. Murders go through the roof. Point 3 in time. Democrats propose funding from Washington to municipalities in order to clear more unsolved homicides. I don't know if anybody gets this but me, but there's a supply side and a demand side to this issue. There are 2 ways to address the inventory of uncleared homicides. You can clear more, or you can have fewer. The money that Democrats propose to send back to the cities only works on the demand side, if you will. It only sends back money after the problem has worsened because the municipal Democrats decided to cut their police. You've created a catastrophe. If there was any silver lining, and that's a stretch, to that political disaster.
Would the gentleman yield?
Not at this time. I'm in the middle of helping. Listen carefully.
I couldn't tell.
Listen carefully, because you're not getting it.
Oh, no, I get it. I think you're not getting it.
No, I get it entirely. You're trying to run from it now.
When you're finished, I'll tell you about solving homicides.
You're trying to run from it now. You're trying to run from it now because the chickens are coming home to roost politically. The only conceivable silver lining to cutting the budgets that these municipal Democrats did, resulting in the massive spike in homicides, was the saved money that you could use somewhere else. You want to take that money to Washington, send it back to them so that they can clear the homicide. They can solve the unsolved homicides. In cities that you've intensified the distrust of police, where they need victims and witnesses to cooperate. What a beautiful epitome of Washington, D.C. and the Democratic Party leadership. Here's the answer to the gentlelady from Texas who says, what do you say to the victim of these crimes, the families of the victims? The persons who need to give the answer to those persons, to those victims, and to those families are the people in these cities whom you aided and abetted, as indicated by incident after incident, comment after comment related by Mr. Johnson earlier in this hearing. Those people need to give the answers to the victims of the homicides. It is little consequence to them that the homicide be cleared, that the homicide be solved. I'm sure they'd love to see that, but it would be much better if you hadn't caused them to be killed in the first place. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, I wish to enter into the record a letter from the National Association of Police Organizations and a letter from the National Fraternal Order of Police in support of the bill. Without objection, I now recognize Mr. Jeffries.
I thank the distinguished chairman, and I thank the author of the Victim Act for her legislation, as well as for her service to this country, heroic service, putting her life on the line for decades to serve the people of Orlando. How dare you try to impinge her character and her motives. It's also ironic to me, there was so much disinformation coming out of my colleagues' remarks that I don't know where to start. At some point, either later on today or in future hearings, we're going to deal with the rural crime wave that is sweeping across America. In your counties that you never talk about, you just talk about Chicago or want to cite Austin or Philadelphia, there's a rural crime wave devastating small town America and Appalachia. You never say a word about it because you just want to politicize rhetoric, which is exactly what has happened in terms of this defund the police so-called line of attack. My colleague said that Mr. Johnson, and I wish he was here, laid out in devastating detail an alleged indictment on Democratic leaders or folks within the House of Representatives who supposedly support defund the police. That was an intellectually dishonest list. And so he actually chose to mention my name and reference the CNN article. The interesting thing about the CNN article, which I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection.
That CNN article is actually headlined from June 8, 2020, Top Congressional Democrats Steer Clear of Defund the Police. That's the headline of the article that your guy cites to make the very opposite point. And you know, I looked at the article because I was confused at his representation of my own words. And then I discovered some other interesting statements from that very article. No one is talking about eliminating all police or anything like that, said House Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler. Defunding police departments are not the answer, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. On a private caucus call Monday afternoon, senior House Democrats raised concerns with House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn warning that talk about defunding the police could hijack efforts on police reform. It doesn't end there. Other Democrats, including Rhode Island Representative David Cicilline and Bass, also spoke out about the phrase, according to a source on the call. It doesn't end there. I do not support defunding the police, said Senator Gary Peters. It doesn't end there. I don't think that's a good idea, said Senator Doug Jones. I can go on and on, but I'll just end with, I can go on and on, but I'll just end with my own statement that allegedly was issued as some evidence of my supporting defunding the police, when I'm just quoted as saying, the issue as it relates to police funding needs to be evaluated at the state and local level on a case-by-case basis. That's called federalism, in case you don't understand it. And what's interesting is that you cite an article to make the very opposite point. It's because the puppet master has taught disinformation in such an incredible way that you just seem to think that if you can accuse us of doing the exact opposite, because what this bill is designed to do is to help state and local law enforcement officials in the same way that the American Rescue Plan, which we supported and you all voted against, provided support for state and local law enforcement officials. In the same way that you refused to stand by the Capitol Police officers who defended our lives in the face of a violent insurrection. 140 officers seriously injured, several died. And when we brought a bill to the floor to provide additional security, funding, and support for those brave officers, y'all voted against it. And then you want to come before the Judiciary Committee and act like we support defunding the police when you're the ones actually taking votes to that effect. So we're just not going to sit here and deal with the intellectual dishonesty because, you know, your spin masters have said to you, well, if you keep accusing Democrats of defunding the police, that's going to help you out politically. I wish I could quote the former Attorney General at this moment in terms of how I view that approach. But I think you know exactly the phrase that I want to use, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. There's a series of votes on the floor. The committee will stand in recess until immediately after the votes on the floor. Please come back as soon as the last vote is cast. The committee will stand in recess. recessed. We were amendment. For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would yield whatever time he needs to the gentleman from Texas who's offered the amendment.
I think the gentleman from Ohio, I know we just came back from voting and won't belabor the point. I did note that I didn't get a chance to respond to the chairman from what I recall from before our voting.
That's all right. I don't remember what I said.
Dust off the cobwebs. That, you know, my point here, and I just want to reiterate for the record, because the chairman was suggesting that it was somehow contradictory to be suggesting that I've got concerns with the fact that multiple jurisdictions, even if the chairman disagrees with the point and disagrees with the facts, it is my view that there are multiple jurisdictions, and the record reflects that there are multiple jurisdictions that have cut funding for police, and that has happened across the country, and that is led primarily, and has been led primarily by Democratic city councils, including Austin, Texas, which I represent. My point is simply, here we are, and I got no response from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when I said, here's another $100 million a year, another $1 billion, where are we getting that money? And there was no response to that, right? Because there never is a response to that, ever. There's never a response in this town to that question. They'll just say, we'll get, tax the rich. Tax the rich, like tax companies.
The gentleman yield?
Not at this point. I'll go
Just
back
on
to
that point.
I'll yield.
It's exactly right.
Right, I know. I knew the response.
Under the Trump administration, we
I'm
reduced taxes on the rich, so we just
reclaiming
restore
my
some of
time.
that.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time. I said earlier, I posited that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say taxes. You can't possibly come up with enough taxes for the amount of deficits that we're spending every year. You can't come up with the numbers. The math doesn't work for you to come up with enough taxes while also killing the economy, by the way, to come up with enough taxes to pay everything we're spending. You just keep spending money and keep writing a blank check to do it. And then on the actual substance of what we're talking about, the chairman says, you're defunding. Like your allegation is that because I oppose the bill from the gentlelady from Florida, that I'm defunding. Well, it's like the chairman comes up and says, well, Mr. Roy, I need you to fund my, friend's car, my child's car. And I say, no. And you say, well, you're defunding my kid's car fund. I say, no, that's absurd. It's the people in the states are perfectly capable of coming up with the funding to figure out what they need to do. There are federal policies I'm for as a former federal prosecutor, first assistant attorney general of Texas, going after criminals, whatever we can do when you need to share information. There are roles for the federal government to engage, but in this case, we're just simply doing another grant program. And so with that, I would yield back to the gentleman from Ohio if he has anything else to add.
Well, I'd just say the gentleman's point's well taken. We not only don't have the money that we're going to give is to an entity that has proven they're totally political. So you got two reasons why this doesn't make sense to do, and why I think so many on our side have concerns. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further discussion on this amendment? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. First, I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Val Demings from Florida. I'm really happy to have been an original co-sponsor of the Victim Act, and I thank her so much for her diligence in doing something that's so meaningful and important and impactful at this time. We know that these past several weeks, our nation has felt the painful impact of gun violence in our country, on our communities, and on all of our families. And as this committee is well aware, we all know that I know the hurt and heartbreak that these families are now suffering, and the pain of losing a loved one long before they are really intended to leave this world. My son Jordan was taken from me by homicide. I am thankful that I was able to receive justice for my son's murder, but sadly, many families in America suffer the loss of a loved one without ever receiving any satisfaction of knowing who their killer was, or that they've been arrested, and that they've been convicted and locked away for killing their loved one, their son or their daughter, or any family member. And that's why I'm so proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Victim Act, H.R. 5768. The Victim Act does actually help to ensure that other families in America are assured justice for an unlawful killing of their loved one. And I just want to say that, I'm really kind of surprised by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are not supportive of this piece of legislation. We've heard a lot from you all during the course of the day, during the debate on the previous bill, that Democrats do not want to support law enforcement, We're not supporting our police forces, but here we are offering a bill that does provide increased funding for state and local police departments. And in fact, over $1 billion this does support. And this is over the course of 10 years. This is not just overnight. This is not in the next 2 years or the next 5 years. This is over 10 years. So if you really are for funding the police and our law enforcement across the country, I would urge you to vote yes on this legislation today. And this grant money just would be used to hire and to retain detectives to investigate these homicides and non-fatal shootings, as well as funding to hire and train personnel to process the evidence in these crimes. This bill also provides funding to support the emotional and mental health of shooting victims and family members of homicide victims, because there is, trust me, there is not enough funding for that. One cannot underestimate the mental toll that these kinds of losses take on those of us that are left behind. The Victim Act would ensure families and victims have access to timely mental health treatment, grief counseling, which is so sorely needed, funeral and burial expenses, lost wage assistance to ensure that they can take the time that they need to heal. The Victim Act is a necessary piece of legislation. It is supported by national law enforcement organizations. We've gone through over and over and over again today all of the law enforcement organizations that support these measures, and they're supported by members on both sides of the aisle. So once again, this is a bipartisan piece of legislation. I don't know how many times we have to say this. It is not specifically about politics. This is about helping law enforcement be able to do their job and to provide services and means for people like me that are victims and survivors to be able to feel like they have just a little bit of justice, that the system is working for them on behalf of them, and that this country is not so heartless that we would not do what is right to protect and serve them. And I will be voting yes on H.R. 5768, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment before us here from the gentleman from Texas. I think this is a really important discussion we're having today as murder rates rise faster than inflation, or if you want to say gas prices. That's what's going on across America. And I don't know if the gentleman who was speaking just before we broke from New York, he was talking about crime in rural areas, and that is as much of a problem or it's as significant as it is, as prevalent as it is in the cities. I'd be interested if he has some data in regards to that. If he could share that, that would be a terrific thing if he happens to be with us. I would yield a minute to him to comment on that if he's available. Mr. Jeffries. I don't think he's with us, Mr. Chairman. I would just say, you come to my district, and would you feel safer if your car broke down in Chicago or in Shell Lake, Wisconsin?
Mr. Tiffany, would you yield for just a moment? Mr. Jeffries is not here, but I do have some information that I could share on the rise of crime in rural areas.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you so very much. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, homicide rates in rural America rose 25% in 2020. That's according to the CDC. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that information. And we'll look into that also because we'd really like to see it. And but let's talk about why crime is going up in rural areas also, or at least a big reason. That is because of the methamphetamine and fentanyl that's flowing across our southern border. As all of us that have made trips to the southern border know, it is out of control down there. The illegal immigration is out of control, the human trafficking is out of control, but especially the drugs coming across the border. All you got to do is go down and talk to the sheriffs, as I know I certainly have meeting with sheriffs both in Texas and in Arizona. They will tell you about how the drugs are going up exponentially, and I think Border Patrol and other agencies down there have documented it very well. The significant increase that we've seen in these deadly drugs that are coming across the border. And for those in America that may not be familiar yet, the fentanyl and methamphetamine is absolutely deadly, especially the fentanyl. This isn't the heroin. This isn't, high-grade marijuana, stuff like this. This stuff is deadly. And as the gentleman from Florida said a few weeks ago in this committee, he said, these are no longer overdoses in America. These are poisonings. And there is no part of this country that is exempt. And that is part of the reason why we're seeing this significant increase in murder rates and death rates across America, including in rural areas. I think about my home county, Oneida County, Wisconsin, just a recent story that appeared online where I believe it was the chief deputy from the Oneida County Sheriff's Department said, for the first time, there were more overdose deaths than traffic deaths in the county. And sheriffs across Wisconsin certainly have been telling me, sheriffs across the district, they share the same story regularly, how much damage is being done. So I really am anxious to see this data that came down from the CDC. We're going to take a good hard look at that, but some of this crime in rural areas that's being referred to could be decreased if the southern border if it was gotten control of. The president recently went down to Texas, things like that, but did he go to the border? Still has not been to the border. The vice president has not gone back to the border for months. They are deliberately ignoring what is going on, and it is literally killing Americans.
Gentleman yield.
And it is unfortunate.
Gentleman yield.
I will yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
Yeah, I would just add, here's the context. Democrats spent 2 years defunding the police. They spent 2 years not prosecuting criminals, so much so that just a couple weeks ago in San Francisco, they got, on a recall, got rid of their district attorney. They spent 2 years calling rioters and looters peaceful protesters, and they raised money to bail people out of jail. Who were those rioters and protesters? And now they have a bill to give money to the Department of Justice, $100 million, I think, is in the bill. Money to give the Department of Justice, same Department of Justice that is so political. And all this amendment says is we want some data. Why wouldn't we accept this amendment? I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing up this important piece of legislation. Once again, I must start by opposing an amendment and correct misinformation about Philadelphia resulting from our Republican colleagues' inaccurate attempts to portray gun violence as a problem limited to Democratic jurisdictions, using cherry-picked and inaccurate information despite the fact that, as several members have noted, Republican-run cities and states continue to experience higher rates of homicide and gun violence than Democratic jurisdictions. But to the larger issue before us is an excellent bill supported by law enforcement designed to help solve gun crimes and reduce gun violence, to do exactly what our Republican colleagues say is the only solution to gun violence, to enforce the laws that are already on the books. But instead, it's just another day and another amendment from the Republican playbook. We're spending hours as our colleagues across the aisle offer meaningless amendments and endless blah, 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 because they have no solutions. All they have is hot air, distractions, and delusions. They are full of sound and fury, but signifying nothing because they've got nothing. No solutions, no policy, just noise and chaos. And that's unacceptable, and it's disrespectful to the American people. In recent days, I've heard from hundreds of constituents who are demanding action. And what has really struck me is that the people participating in rallies and vigils in my district and across the country and reaching out are young and old, black and white, male and female, Republican, Independent, and Democratic, members of police forces and ordinary citizens, and both responsible gun owners and people who've never held a firearm. No one is immune from the daily firearm violence in our country any longer. It's causing people to change and limit their daily activities, and question their safety in their own homes, schools, etc. Whether mass shootings, suicides, robberies, or random gun violence in even the most bucolic suburban communities, we have to face this sprawling public health epidemic with multiple solutions. Last week, the House passed strong bipartisan gun violence prevention legislation that would protect our kids and save lives. And we've been waiting for the Senate passage of critical bills to close huge gaps in our background check system since March of last year. We know it's essential to continue working to tackle the underlying issues driving this epidemic of violence, but we also know that solving more shooting cases and supporting victims and their loved ones can help get guns out of the hands of those who shouldn't have them and stem violence in our communities. I want to thank my friend Congresswoman Demings for introducing the Victim Act, which would target resources for these very measures, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor. This bill would provide grants to support hiring, training, and retention of detectives and victim services personnel to investigate shootings and help victims. These grants would also fund training, equipment, and personnel needed to process and analyze evidence in gun crimes. In Philadelphia, our police department launched a unit earlier this year dedicated to this very task, investigating unsolved shootings. The funding proposed in this act can support that work. In addition to the full funding provided by local government, there's been no reduction in police funding in Philadelphia. The Victim Act is an important piece of the puzzle to crack down on gun violence in all our communities, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and pass it out of committee today. And I hear them giggling on the other side because they think they have something that says differently about Philadelphia's budget. They don't. If they can read a budget, they'll see it's fine. So thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For our purposes, the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
I yield my time to Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman. I'll try to be brief here. And respectfully, I would say to my colleague right next to me, to my right, that I was not giggling. Because it's not funny what's going on in Philadelphia. I have a daughter that spent a year in Philadelphia about 5-6 years ago, went to college there for a year and had a wonderful experience. But I really feel bad for the people in Philadelphia. Here's headlines from Channel 3, CBS Philly. Pennsylvania House initiates process to impeach DA Larry Krasner. So you talk about there's this investigative unit that's going and doing its work in Philadelphia, and that's a great thing. But when you got a district attorney that won't prosecute those crimes or prosecute them appropriately or lets people out on low or no bail, it doesn't matter what your law enforcement does. They are stuck in a horrible spot. You are in a really bad spot in Philadelphia with the district attorney you have, just like the district attorney we have in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where he said that, well, these people are just collateral damage on his way to having low and no bail, and will people be harmed? Guaranteed. That's exactly what he said back in 2007, and we end up with people dead as a result of being weak on crime. You've got a huge problem here, and that's why I support this amendment that's being put forward by the gentleman from Texas, because he's saying if you're not going to use this to get criminals, especially violent criminals, off from the streets, why should we be offering federal money to those jurisdictions? Isn't that correct, gentlemen from Texas? Isn't that what it does? It says if you're not going to prosecute these people, that there's a real problem.
I'll yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, gentleman from Kentucky. The purpose of the amendment is to just make crystal clear, as the gentleman points out, that there are significant problems in jurisdictions across the country where police departments have been cut. Here we are trying to run to the rescue, using the federal government to spend money that we don't have, to borrow money and to print money, to create a program. However well intended it is, one of my very close friends in Texas solved the murder of his sister 35 years after it happened. He's a Texas Ranger. I was proud to work with him in the Office of the Attorney General. I absolutely believe in having the funding necessary to go solve crimes and to have the homicide detectives that necessary. But here again, the federal government's running, quote, to the rescue, spending $1 billion over 10 years without any consequence, it's definitely a consequence, but without any responsibility. And this is just pointing out what's happened at the local jurisdictions. I yield back to the friend from Kentucky.
I yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
I just reiterate, it is a fact. It's not made up, it's a fact. For 2 years, all kinds of cities defunded their police. It is a fact that liberal DAs across the country didn't prosecute serious crime. So much so that in San Francisco, of all places, they said to that liberal DA, we're going to recall you, and they did it just a week ago. It is a fact that Democrats in the entire summer of 2020 called rioters and looters peaceful protesters. And it is a fact that then Senator, now Vice President of the United States, helped raise money to bail out those same rioters and looters who were destroying property, destroying small businesses, and attacking police officers while the Democrats were talking about defunding the police. All four of those things are fact. And this amendment simply gets to some data and information that would be helpful for us to have. That is all factual. You can say whatever you can say. We didn't defund the police. We didn't talk about defund. Yes, you did. Mr. Johnson read all the statements. He could have kept going. He ran out of time. There were so many. So all those things are fact, not made up, not Republican talking points, as the left wants to say. They are facts. And that is what this is all about. I yield back to the gentleman from Kentucky.
I yield back to reigning balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support for the underlying bill, and I thank Representative Demings from Florida for bringing it. With her expertise, her experience, her knowledge, it just makes the bill that much richer. I rise in opposition, however, to this amendment. We want to talk about facts, and like my colleague from Pennsylvania, I like to correct the record too. Take a look at Clause B in this amendment. It reads, in June 2020, the Philadelphia City Council diverted, I want to note the verb, diverted $14 million in police funding to another part of the city's budget for the following fiscal year. That sounds awful, doesn't it? It sounds like defunding. It actually was funding for crossing guards. They decided to move it to where it appropriately should be, not within the police department. We're talking crossing guards. There's nothing sinister in that. There's nothing defunding in that. What has happened, unfortunately, is that our city streets and now our rural streets have been flooded with guns due to Republican policies and the Republicans' weddedness to the NRA and their profit motive. Our streets are flooded. And yet, with those facts in hand, the Republicans, while they want to defund this bill and they want to defund policing and police work, important police work, they sat on their hands as we did the markup around ghost guns, around straw purchasing, around gun trafficking, which our city struggles with. They want to do nothing about it. They want to just say thoughts and prayers. It's evil what happens. How about we actually have a responsibility to get guns out of the hands of evil doers? Other things they argue, don't rush, let's study. How many more people have to die? What studies do you need when we've had school shooting after school shooting where children are decapitated and cannot be identified? Parents drop their children off in the morning only to stand in a hellscape line in the evening offering their DNA to identify their unidentifiable children. How much more studying do you need to do? So I'm not for defunding. I'm for right funding. And I really want to call upon my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I know it's very effective, this argument you're making. Fear-mongering is awfully powerfully effective, but it's disingenuous and it's simply not true. You are scaring citizens of every single district for political gain. The Philadelphia Police Department has some of the strongest funding. I think the last budget was $789 million. I don't know if that's right funding, but it's surely not defunding. Why don't you help us? Why don't you say we got to get at trafficking, we got to get at straw purchasers? Why don't you say you want to fund police officers? Take a look at the folks on the other side of the aisle. Did they rally around the Capitol Police Officer Supplemental Bill? No. After the attack that the Capitol Police suffered, losing 4, 5, 6 members, 140 seriously injured, Did they say, oh my gosh, we have an obligation? Of course we have to offer supplemental funding to protect our police officers who protect us, stand in the way of saving our lives. Do they rush to do that? They cavalierly vote no. What a cynical vote. The American Rescue Plan, how about that? Our state and local municipalities were saying, please help us. We have suffered such losses during COVID. Please help us employ, refund our police departments. How many Republicans voted for the American Rescue Plan? You're right, none. That vote no is a vote to defund our police, your police. Finally, I want to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, a fact sheet. It's a statement from the White House just last month. It reads, President Biden issues calls for state and local leaders to dedicate more American Rescue Plan funding to make our communities safer and deploy these dollars quickly.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll read just a little bit from this. Today, President Biden is announcing that already $10 billion in the American Rescue Plan funds have been committed to public safety, including at least $6.5 billion in state and local funds committed by more than half of the states and more than 300 communities across this country who have answered the president's call. Along with the ongoing state and local support from the Justice Department, the American Rescue Plan investments made in 2021 among the largest single-year commitments of federal resources for state and local law enforcement and public safety on record, ever. It earned not one Republican vote. No regret, just keep trying to make you afraid of it, and we won't fund police at all. The ultimate defunders. Scaring people through lies and disinformation, you risk a lot. You risk unnecessarily agitating folks based on your lies. You also risk your own credibility. I call that unconscionable fear-mongering, and I don't know what to call risking your own credibility. I'll just read to you a couple of the commitments, a couple from Philadelphia, where people took advantage of this American Rescue Plan money that folks on the other side of this aisle would have nothing to do with. In Philadelphia, Philadelphia is leveraging American Rescue Plan dollars to invest in a new co-responder program and mobile crisis unit. A police officer's partners with mental health professionals to de-escalate mental health calls. In Pennsylvania, investing $23 million in grants for 25 projects focused on local strategies to stop gun and group violence, with an additional $15 million ARP committed. The grants provide funding to local...
Time of the gentlelady.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of the gentleman from Texas amendment. And the Democrats have been trying to run away from their effort to defund the police time and time again. Numerous times in this committee markup here today, we've knocked those down time and again, but we just heard another effort to act like a vote against the so-called American Rescue Act was a vote to defund the police, which is absolutely ridiculous. That bill was one of the principal reasons, the overspending, about $2 trillion, the reason that we're seeing $5 gas prices in my district in Ohio, $7 district gas prices in California, for example. Republicans have consistently voted to support the police in this country, and everybody knows that. The Democrats can keep saying it, and they keep denying their fingerprints all over legislation that has really hurt police departments across the country. And I'll tell you one example of that, and I'm not sure how much, because I had some Foreign Affairs Committee issues that I had to deal with for a while, so I had to be absent here for a little bit. But I'm back, and relative to the hearing that we had and the Democrats' effort to offer legislation to react to the George Floyd killing, which was horrific and inexcusable, one of their key elements in their legislation was to get rid of something called qualified immunity. What's that? Well, basically what that means is that police officers could be sued personally for their interactions when arresting, for example, a criminal. Police, by the very nature of that job, come into physical contact with people periodically. It just happens, a DUI arrest, a shoplifting arrest, all kinds of domestic relations. And they know at this point they're protected for the most part by qualified immunity because as long as they are following their instructions, what they learned at the police academy, they aren't doing something willful or wanton, very reckless, for example, then they're basically protected. But if you get rid of qualified immunity, police officers could be sued personally. Their kids' college fund, they could go after that. They could go after their pensions. They could go in after the equity in their house, for example. And who the heck's going to want to be a police officer in this country if they could be sued personally and lose their assets and put their families at risk? The answer, obviously, is not very many people. So that was the Democrats' response. They've tried to poo-poo that and cover it up and even deny that, but that's exactly what they were for, and that would be disastrous for policing across the country. And I'd now like to yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I'd ask the chairman if I can insert into the record an article titled "From Defund to Refund: Why Democrats Are Shifting Their Tone on Policing 2 Years After George Floyd's Murder" on May 27th, 2022 in the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Without objection.
In this article, this sort of let me Google that for you concept. Philadelphia is poised to approve a $24 million budget increase to its police department, and its legislative leadership is backed a plan to add hundreds more officers to the force. The Democratic nominee for governor, who is currently the state's chief law enforcement officer, wants to give, quote, hero pay bonuses to cops. And you go down and you talk through the next section, evolving public opinion. Most Democrats are simultaneously embracing accountability for police alongside a message of more training, more funding, more boots on the ground. Quote, when I talk to people in my district, they are taking me to task, said Philadelphia City Council member Cheryl Parker, who has proposed a public safety plan that includes adding 300 officers to the force. They say, where are the beat officers and the bike patrol? They're gone. And what are you doing to make sure they're back? We all know what happened. We all know exactly what happened. And we all know why my Democratic colleagues are now trying to run towards actually filling the gap. Now they want to use the federal government to do that, and that is simply the question that we are raising. With that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Whose time was it?
It was Mr.
I recognize myself.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized. Will the gentleman yield to me for a moment?
Yes, of course.
I simply want to remind the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, that his understanding of qualified immunity seems mistaken, and I would refer him back to the hearing that we held on the subject earlier this year. I yield back to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, it's interesting to watch my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, their faces when they believe that they have really scored political points as we sit here and talk about solving homicides, bringing justice for victims, and supporting families. My colleague from North Carolina earlier talked about prevention. Well, praise the Lord for that, because you're right. Prevention should be first. It should always be first. And we sat here 2 weeks ago for almost 9 hours. Yeah, I'm talking about, tell him Mr. Roy so he'll know. We sat here almost 9 hours 2 weeks ago talking about solutions to gun violence. And so to watch your faces with the smirks and the smiles, I don't see anything funny, because the blood is still in the air from 19 children who were mutilated in their classroom and 2 teachers trying to protect them. The blood is still in the air from Tops Groceries. Innocent people who were gunned down just trying to grocery shop, and you all sat there with smirks on your face because you've scored political points. Well, good for you. Let's see how far that carries you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article entitled "Rural America Reels from Violent Crime. People Lost Their Ever-Loving Minds," an article from the Wall Street Journal.
Without objection.
Thank you so very, very much. You know, it was interesting, too. I think we spent 2 or 3 hours on
Madam, will you yield?
2 or 3 hours on the Active Shooter Alert Act. And, you know, I'm sitting here as a almost 30-year law enforcement officer, and it's just baffling to me, the games that people in powerful positions play. Well, I think the tragedy is that we have to have an Active Shooter Alert Act because you all have failed to do anything or even attempt to do anything about active shooters. So the least that we can do as one of the most powerful bodies around here is to at least tell people, alert them to run for cover. And then, oh, the police. How many times have we heard, oh, you are the one supporting the police, yet you have letter after letter after letter from some of the largest, most powerful police organizations in the nation. And suddenly, you don't want to hear a dang on thing that the police have to say about what they need, what their needs are. Yeah, you support the police as long as they are doing what you want them to do. But when they tell you what they need, suddenly you don't want to hear what the police have to say. The bottom line, we can talk about Philadelphia, we can talk about rural America, where there is an increase, guys, in districts that you represent. We can talk about drag Chicago out of the sky again and talk about that. But the bottom line is half of the homicides in this country go unsolved. And why on earth wouldn't every member of this body want to support detectives, expand capacity, retain detectives, support victims, and prosecute the guilty? So we can, we can stay here all night and offer amendment after amendment that is meaningless to the issue at hand. But the bottom line is we need to find out a way to help solve homicides and support the law enforcement agencies who say they need our help. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have to, I was trying to stay aloof on this debate, but I was baffled by some of the rhetoric which I heard from the last few speakers across the aisle. I'm just going to point out some simple facts. Number one is that this amendment is a finding amendment. It goes in the findings section. I don't think is there anybody here, I mean, seriously, is there anybody here that doubts this quote? Defunding law enforcement can have deadly consequences for residents of jurisdictions that do so, close quote. I don't think there's anybody that would deny that. Is there? I'm surprised. The second one was that, oh, when you voted against the American Rescue Plan, you voted to defund police. Oops. Not even the Washington Post believes that. They gave that 3 Pinocchios. It was 3. And they went through and they explained why. When I heard someone say, oh, you're fear-mongering, and that individual projected, because that individual started talking about children being massacred in the morning and parents having to stand in line to give DNA tests. Gee, that sounds, I don't know, like what? Fear-mongering. That's what that sounds like. And we just heard the last speaker say, there's still blood in the air. That's fear-mongering. That's fear mongering. And I think I have the floor, Mr. Chairman. Are we gonna entertain this kind of interruption all the time? Is that a way?
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. The majority of Americans agree that if you arm guards or teachers, personnel at schools, their children will be safer. That is from 2 polls done post-Uvalde. 2 polls confirm that. So there are ways that the Republicans have offered to try to solve these issues. They're just not the ways you want to solve them. So somehow you impute ill and malevolent intentions.
Would the gentleman
on
yield?
us. I will not yield. You interrupt anyway, so no, I'm not going to yield.
Thank you.
So if you really were concerned about this, which is something we should all be concerned about, and you want to spend $1 billion, seems to me you would have found a way to pay for it. That's what I would have suggested you do. Let's find a way to pay for it. Let's find a way to keep local law enforcement from being federalized. How about that? Let's find ways to encourage instead of trying to put mandates on local law enforcement. With that, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
I'll be real brief. To build on the remarks from a couple minutes ago, the term was used was cynical. And what's cynical is that we can pretend that all of a sudden we're going to get law enforcement back. I don't know if you go out and communicate with your local law enforcement. I do occasionally. And their efforts to be able to rebuild their law enforcement forces is going to be extremely difficult. They're having very difficult time recruiting. They heard clearly. They heard clearly the defund the police movement, that police are evil, and they've been hearing it for a decade.
Would the gentleman yield?
It isn't just a couple years. No, it's not my time. And they have been hearing that, and now it's made it extremely difficult for them to recruit. This is a long-term problem that has been created, and we better start sending a different message. And we keep hearing about the police, for example, in Philadelphia. The problem you've got in Philadelphia is your district attorney. He won't charge violent crimes. He lets people off on low or no bail. It's going on across the country. Hopefully San Francisco has sent a message as a result of the recall in the last week that this has got to stop. And why would you be a policeman? Why would you be a policeman if you've got a district attorney in one of these big cities like Philadelphia that won't even charge crimes? You wonder why they've went into hiding. The whole thing needs to change, and it's going to take time to make it happen. I yield to the gentleman from Arizona, or back to the gentleman from Arizona.
I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak under the 5-minute rule.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my problem with the bill is that it uses the one community's federal taxes to pay for another community's local police department. The police function is quintessentially local. Sir Robert Peel, was known as the father of modern policing. That was the foundation of his entire philosophy. The police are the community are the police. It is quintessentially local. Every community is different. It's got different needs, and its police departments need to be focused locally.
Would the gentleman yield?
Locally.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, and run locally. Now, many democratic cities have bowed to this defund the police, Black Lives Matter movement, and they've cut their police budgets. Mr. Roy's amendment speaks to that quite directly. I happen to think that's foolish and even a dangerous thing to do, but that's up to their local city councils to decide and for their local voters to pass judgment on. Now, the communities in my district did not bow to these demands. They fully funded their police departments with their local tax revenues, while the Democratic cities were reducing funding to their police departments and using their revenues for other purposes. Well, now the representatives of those cities are saying, well, we're all for funding the police departments, and we're going to prove it by taking the taxes paid by my communities that are already fully funding their police departments to pay for your cities that have not. That's just not sound public policy. We shouldn't be robbing St. Petersburg to pay St. Paul. St. Petersburg should pay for its police department to the extent that it wishes, and leave St. Paul alone to pay for its department to the extent that it wishes. Each community's got a different perspective on this. I respect that. But how hypocritical it is to say we're going to show our support for the police by defunding them locally and then force another city to make up the difference. So please don't ask the representatives of the cities that have fully funded their police departments to pay for your cities that have chosen not to fully fund theirs. You pay for your police departments to the extent you wish. We'll pay for our police departments to the extent that we wish, and we'll let the people in each community decide whose approach works best. I'll yield to Mr. Roy first.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman from California, and I would note, when we say the we and you, I represent Austin. And I stated earlier, I think Austin foolishly cut its police budget. But I do not believe that the good people of California or the good people of Florida or any other jurisdiction should be subsidizing the people of Austin for their foolish mistake. Does the gentleman from California agree?
That's exactly right. We call it federalism, we call it local control, and it works. And now, if the gentleman, I still have 2 minutes left, was the chairman?
Will the gentleman yield?
It was Congresswoman Jackson Lee that asked.
I thought the chairman had asked to yield.
I was just going to ask, under the philosophy as you describe it, it sounds like the Articles of Confederation. Why bother having a federal government? The point of a federal government is to tax people where they can pay and to spend the money where it's needed,
Right,
even from one state to another.
Reclaiming my time, for truly national purposes, to provide for the common defense of the nation, to promote the general welfare of the nation, but not to rob one community to pay for another, not to rob one state to pay for another. That's called federalism. It's the very foundation of the architecture of this American republic. And we need to get back to it. The farther we drift from it, seems to be the worse we do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Ms. Garcia.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I am against this motion, and I, of course, I'm just adamantly for the underlying bill, and I just cannot believe how, once again, we are straying so far away from the issue at hand. It just, like our colleagues across the aisle are afraid to talk about anything related to guns and why they're so enamored with guns and don't want to discuss anything about them. It's just completely perplexing to me. As I've said before, you know, I'm a native Texan. I was taught at an early age how to use a rifle and how to use a shotgun. I'm still an owner of a shotgun. I keep it in my home to protect myself and to protect my family and to protect my property. But that's not what we're talking about here. You know, we're talking about making sure that we do something about gun violence and do something about where we are today. And I know that there's a lot been said about urban centers. I come from Houston. We got a lot of dollars for the police department and for some of the other cities that I represent. And we welcome it. We are, you know, I, for one, I want to make it sure and clear to everybody that's listening, I am not for defunding the police, period. And I wish that all our members on this side of the aisle would just make the same statement over and over again so they can get through the thick skulls of some of my colleagues across this aisle. And with that, I know that my colleague from Philadelphia and Pennsylvania would like to respond to some of the disparaging remarks that have been made about her city. So I yield back to the vice chair of our committee, Ms. Madeline Dean of Pennsylvania.
I thank the gentlelady. I wanted to clarify just a basic vocabulary point. I was very upset and described the atrocities that happen, sadly, in our country every single day. But speaking of fear based in the truth about the slaughter of people in a grocery store, based on the truth about the slaughter of innocents, that's fear. I'm afraid. I don't know why you aren't. Fear-mongering is something different, and I'm pretty sure most of you on the other side of the aisle know in your vocabulary the difference between fear, based in truth, and fear-mongering. Fear-mongering is manipulation that causes fear by using exaggerated rumors of impending danger. You are guilty of fear-mongering. I am guilty of sad outrage and fear for my constituents, for my family, for my grandchildren. That's the one thing. The other thing with this Philadelphia thing and Larry Krasner, he just won re-election. I know very well what he believes some of the serious sources of our gun problem and gun violence problems are. It is the iron pipeline where guns are acquired in other states where it's easy to get your hands on a gun, or acquired through private sales. Big loophole in Pennsylvania around private sales. We wanted to do something about that, close that loophole, close the problem of straw purchasing, and guess what? GOP won't do it. I was a member of the Pennsylvania House. Democrats are in the minority there. Democrats are in the minority in the Senate. And our own governor said that what we lack is a majority in Pennsylvania's legislature with a will to do something. I remember when I was there, we tried after Sandy Hook to bring up a background check bill. In the hearing around background checks, we were not allowed to mention guns, not allowed to mention gun violence, and they actually didn't want us to name the bill. That's how absurd the Republican majority in Pennsylvania is. That is one of the greatest obstacles to doing anything around gun violence. Elections matter, and I hope this election cycle brings us some folks who actually share my outrage, who share my fear for my children, my grandchildren, and all of yours, and want to actually do something to save lives. I yield back to Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to just say one last thing. You know, I served in local government. I was the elected city controller for the city of Houston, and I know about local government. But I'm not liking hearing all this second guessing of what local governments are or not doing. I suggested if anybody really wants to make the decisions for local governments, they ought to just stay home and run for city council, city controller, mayor, whatever it is in their cities, because you don't know what's going on there unless you've been in their shoes. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Does Ms. Bass seek recognition on this amendment? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass, I think you have to turn on your mic. Never mind. If no one else seeks recognition, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. No. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Liu votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Cicilline votes no.
Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings? Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Aye. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck, you'll have to turn your camera on.
Aye.
Mr. Buck?
Can you see me?
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Lofgren, you are not recorded.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I record?
Mr. Cicilline, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Cicilline votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Is everyone?
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Are there anyone, other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
For the purpose, the gentleman of Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask
57.
unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read.
Amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The brave men and women who protect our communities by serving in law enforcement deserve our respect and our gratitude for the sacrifices that they make every day. They also deserve and oftentimes need our assistance. By providing additional federal resources, the underlying legislation should help law enforcement solve more homicide and non-fatal shooting cases. But why stop there? After all, homicides and non-fatal shootings are not the least solved violent cases that local police departments face. Actually, more than 50% of homicides are cleared, meaning a suspect has been arrested or identified and usually charged with the crime. But the percentages of cleared cases for rape and robbery are far lower, hovering at only around 30%, depending on the year. Moreover, there are far more victims of rape and robbery in this country every year than there are homicides. In 2020, for example, according to FBI statistics, there were 21,570 homicides in the United States, a number which is obviously far too high. But the number of rapes and robberies committed in this country in any given year is measured in the hundreds of thousands, not tens of thousands. And so, Mr. Chairman, this amendment is fairly simple. It would add rape and robbery to the list of crimes eligible for the grant money created by the underlying legislation. After all, don't those victims deserve the same types of resources dedicated to solving the crimes that they suffered? So I would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this safety-oriented, common-sense amendment. And I yield back.
Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order? You do. Why? Okay, the gentlelady withdraws her point of order. Who seeks recognition on the amendment? Committee will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous,
Use your mic.
ask unanimous consent to amend my amendment to change the language to homicides, rapes, and other aggravated felonies.
Without objection.
Yes, that's the only thing I'm changing in my
Every
amendment.
place where it appears, I assume.
Right, that's right.
Without objection? Then let me just recognize myself in support of the amendment. With that change, I see no reason not to support the amendment. I don't know if it represents an improvement to the bill, but it's certainly at least as good and may represent an improvement to the bill. So I urge adoption of the amendment. Is there any further discussion of the amendment? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. The gentleman reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5768, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin, page 6.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So while I disagree with federalizing law enforcement further, I think this is a very bad path that we're going down. But if we're going to insist on passing this bill here today, we should not reward those communities who defunded the police, those that provided a safe harbor for crime. And if you've not reduced your law enforcement budget in the last 5 years, you can qualify, but otherwise you will not be able to do it. And just to the underlying bill, I think it would be wiser if we just took money from the American Rescue Plan and provide unspent, or perhaps use unspent COVID money to be able to pay for some of the things that they would like to do with law enforcement, rather than racking up additional debt. Because every time we add another dollar of new debt, the Biden inflation train chugs down the tracks even faster, and it's going to be a disaster when it crashes here, and the American people know it. What we're doing is shoveling more fuel into the tinderbox of that Biden inflation train as it careens down the tracks, and we know that it's going to crash at some point and really cause great harm to the American people. So there's a better way to go about this, but what this amendment does is it just says, let's make sure that we're not rewarding those who chose to defund the police. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does it, wait a minute. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
No, I withdraw it.
The point of order is withdrawn. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I think we have been on the floor voting. Some of us have had to go into separate meetings. Some of us have been on Zoom calls. We come back at 5:30. And a very viable bill by a person on this panel that has had years, decades of service as a law enforcement officer, who has seen the plight of a number of large and small cities and rural areas, and offered a very thoughtful initiative that I can assure you that victims of crime are celebrating without even knowing this legislation is, we hope, going to be able to move forward. Let me take hope is going to move forward, and is going to be stronger and better for the victims of crime. That's the good news that we have today. And then there is the news of truth. Again, Large cities with Democratic mayors spend far more money on policing and hire far more police officers than large cities with Republican mayors. The 25 largest Democrat-run cities employ 75% more police officers than the 25 largest Republican-run cities on a per capita basis. The 25 largest Democrat-run cities spends 38% more on policing than the 25 largest Republican cities on a per capita basis. Tragically, crime is a national pandemic. It is reaching rural and urban communities. Tragically, in a rural part of Texas that one would think, on the narrative that my friends are trying to address, may be represented by Republicans, a tragic killing occurred. Violence with guns is prominent and prevalent. But my cup runneth over, because as I watched the last couple of days, I watch Proud Boys in Idaho disturbing a perfectly peaceful Pride event. I watched Proud Boys march on my alma mater's campus, the University of Virginia, with the replacement evil words in their mouth: Jews shall not replace us. And an innocent victim lost their life. I don't know what this obsession is with Black Lives Matter, but they are our children, my children. When Black Lives Matter marched for George Floyd, or really initially when they marched for Trayvon Martin, that was their origin. I'm not sure if my colleagues were there, but I was in Florida. And what I saw was a potpourri of Americans, Floridians, who, under the understanding of what Black people had in the past years had gone through, were marching to embrace Trayvon's family, broken-hearted, and to march to find a pathway forward for Trayvon. I was there in the small city and asked the question why to the county commissioners, why this perpetrator had not even been arrested. And so every time we try to go forward in a positive way, this nonsensical theme really made for campaign posters rather than serious legislative work. And it is not factual about the dichotomy between urban and Democratic cities and Republican cities, because there are elements in all cities. Republican cities are usually in places where there are no gun safety laws, and so guns are rampant. They're rampant, and they spill over into cities that have the ability to ensure that they have strong laws. And I count New York, Illinois, I count California, and cities and states in between. So this additional effort about not reducing its budget is redundant for the last legislation, and it does not answer the pain of victims whose cases have been delayed. And this legislation before us, sponsored by Congresswoman Dimmons, is the answer that we need to solve problems that are backlogged and to give hope to those whose child is dead, whose mother is dead, whose brother is dead. They're raped, they are attacked by an aggravated felony. Let's do this and stop the obsession with Black Lives Matter and others and get our job done. Pass the legislation. I yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you just heard, that's not what the amendment is about here. The amendment that I'm proposing here is that if you reduce funding for police over the last 5 fiscal years, then you don't qualify for this program. If you defunded the police, then you do not qualify. And if that's the case, I mean, what we've been hearing sometimes today is that, no, we haven't been defunding the police. Then this amendment's not a problem. It's not a problem because you haven't been defunding the police. So I think it's a good amendment. It's very simple, and I hope we get its adoption.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of talk today about defunding the police and rising crime. I've even heard my name evoked as though I supported defund the police and have now maybe changed my position. And I think that it is actually pretty pathetic on the other side that they would continue to essentially lie. I mean, it's really even hard for me to say that it's a distortion. I, as one of the lead sponsors of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, will remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that the George Floyd bill provided hundreds of millions of dollars for the police. So anybody that voted for that bill did not support defund the police. But I will point out that my colleagues that have voted against the bill voted against funding for the police, as has been mentioned by several of my other colleagues. If you didn't support the Relief Act and the money that went in response to COVID, you had an opportunity to support the police. You had an opportunity to support the Capitol Police, and you chose to vote against that. I have to say that I'm disappointed that the fear of so many is being weaponized to attack the hard work being done to make our community safer and safer in a comprehensive manner. Of course, we need police. We need to stop the crimes of today and prevent the crimes in the future, which is why investing in community violence prevention programs and crime prevention programs goes right along with making our communities safer. And I know that we were debating a bill earlier by my colleague, Congresswoman Demings, who is a former police chief. So the idea that she would support defunding the police, I think, is ridiculous. And the idea that we would reduce or block funding from cities that, for whatever reason they chose, had to reduce funding or shift funding, that now we're going to penalize them, I think is really ridiculous. And you talk about the rise of crime, and I'm sure that all of you are very well aware that crime has increased across our country, regardless of whether you are talking about a Democratic or a Republican state. As a matter of fact, if you look at the homicide rate, the homicide rates are higher in states that are governed by Republicans. And so at some point in time, I hope we could actually talk about the issues and not use the hearing to essentially provide fodder for either your appearances on Fox News that night or maybe your campaigns.
Will the gentlelady yield to Congressman Raskin?
Absolutely, I will yield to my colleague.
Thank you, Congresswoman Bass. Thank you for those trenchant remarks. I've never liked the phrase defund the police, although I've never heard anybody in my state out there arguing for or legislating for it. The main people here talking about it are Republicans in Congress. In any event, the police and the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police Department, police from Maryland, Virginia, saved our lives on January 6th, 2020, on something our colleagues never talk about in all of their faux appreciation for law enforcement. They never talk about the officers who actually laid down their bodies and their lives to defend us against the white nationalists and the racists who were whipped up into a MAGA mob that attacked the Congress of the United States. And so I've got no interest in that phrase, but I got to say this amendment is utterly absurd because under this amendment, a city government, a town government would not be eligible if they increased their local police budget for 4 of the 5 last years by 150% or 200%, but 1 year they decreased it by 3%. Because I don't think this is about a cumulative approach. It basically says if you've cut your law enforcement budget for any 1 year of the prior 5 years, suddenly you're not going to be eligible to participate, which just shows the general sloppiness of this whole approach, which tries to ride defund the police to some political advantage. I don't hear anybody talking about it, but these people, and in any event, this amendment is utterly absurd. A city could be dramatically increasing its police budget over 5 years, but 1 year decides to decrease it, which we think would be within the realm of federalism and local control, and then suddenly they wouldn't be eligible. Thank you for yielding, Ms. Bass. I'll yield back to you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Tiffany, I do have a question, and thank you for your amendment, because I probably have fought harder to increase police budgets as a police chief than most. But I remember in 2008 and 2009, the city of Orlando went through a recession, and every city department, including the police department, were asked to reduce their budget by 1 percentage point. So how would you handle, how would that fit into what you are requesting in your amendment?
I think if you take a look at the last line in the amendment, previous 5 fiscal years without a corresponding reduction in revenue.
So a police department would not be held responsible, if you will, if that reduction was totally unforeseen to that police chief or that administration. It could be a natural disaster, it could be a recession, it could be, I just want to make sure that under those circumstances, the persons or the agencies would be protected.
You are correct in
Thank
that
you.
characterization.
Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, you will have to turn your camera on.
He's got a high-pitched voice.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Un momento.
Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings. Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? Mr. Neguse?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen?
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomer? Mr. Isa?
Yes.
Mr. Isa votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
House Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you're not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Garcia, you're not recorded.
Garcia votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no.
Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Has Mr. Roy been recorded?
Mr. Roy is not recorded.
I'll vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Roy votes aye.
Stubbe votes yes.
Mr. Stube votes yes.
Has Mr. Cohen been recorded?
Mr. Cohen is not recorded.
Mr. Cohen votes no for the sixth time.
Mr. Cohen, you'll have to turn your camera on.
My camera is on.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, of
That one, Ron.
Georgia?
He's already-
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report. Okay, don't,
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes
Oh,
and
do I-
24
hold on.
noes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Jones, you are not recorded.
How did the chair vote?
Chair voted no.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Yeah. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, in that case, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 5768 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
No, excuse me, aye. This is the final thing.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline.
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stimmings.
Aye.
Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Garcia votes aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Isa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana,
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs, Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock, Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stube,
No.
Mr. Stube votes no. Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey, Mr. Roy, Mr. Bishop, Ms. Fishbach,
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts,
Sparks, no.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz,
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens,
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye.
How am I?
Mr. Gates votes no. Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
Congressman Issa, how am I-
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye.
Mr. Issa?
Congressman Issa votes no.
Mr. Issa votes no.
Congressman Buck, how am I recorded?
Mr. Buck, you are not recorded.
Congressman Buck votes no.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Massey, you are not recorded. Mr. Massey votes no.
Johnson of Louisiana? R. Johnson? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes yea.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Are there any members who have not been recorded who wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is amended as ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7181, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7181 to amend the Trafficking Victims Protection
Without
Act.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 7181, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, is bipartisan legislation that would help identify, protect, and provide essential services to victims of human trafficking by requiring that the contact information for the National Human Trafficking Hotline be posted in the restrooms of all U.S. airplanes, trains, buses, and transportation centers so that any trafficking victim or anyone who sees a person who appears to be a victim of trafficking knows who to call for help. Human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that denies freedom to 24.9 million people around the world. Traffickers exploit their victims by forcing them through violence, fear, and manipulation to provide labor, services, or commercial sex acts. Human trafficking is distinct from the separate crime of human smuggling, as it is often an entirely domestic crime. In contrast, human smugglers engage in the crime of bringing people across international borders through deliberate evasion of immigration laws, often for financial benefit. While human trafficking and human smuggling are distinct crimes, people who are smuggled are vulnerable to becoming victims of human trafficking and other serious offenses. Human trafficking is a heinous crime that poses a grave danger not just to the health and safety of the individual victims, many of whom are children, but also to public health and safety, national security, economic development, and prosperity. And it is on the rise. According to the U.S. National Trafficking Victims Hotline, 11,000 instances of suspected trafficking were reported to the hotline in 2020 alone. But this is just a fraction of the instances of trafficking that occur every day in our country, as human trafficking is a highly underreported crime. This is because traffickers go out of their way to isolate their victims and prevent them from seeking help out of fear that their victims will escape if given the opportunity. Traffickers also rely on our nation's infrastructure system to transport their victims from town to town, city to city, and state to state. When the victims are alone in a restroom on this forced journey, it is likely their only opportunity to reach out for help. But they need to know who to call or even text. We can't ask them to figure that out on their own when their lives are on the line. This bill would provide a critical resource by requiring that the contact information for the National Victims Trafficking Hotline be posted in the very places where victims are most likely to see it and be able to use it, the restrooms of our nation's planes, trains, buses, and transportation terminals. The hotline provides toll-free phone lines and SMS text lines that are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It plays a vital role in combating trafficking by helping law enforcement identify and rescue victims, and by connecting those victims to the support services that they desperately need in order to rebuild their lives. The hotline provides an invaluable resource to trafficking victims and law enforcement, and we need to do everything possible to ensure it reaches its intended audience, the victims of human trafficking. This bill would do just that. If we can ensure the freedom of just one trafficking victim by providing them with this critical information, we should take that opportunity. And through this legislation, we are likely to reach far more than just one victim. I thank Representative Jeffries for his leadership, along with his bipartisan co-sponsors, Representatives Bass, Issa, and Mace, for introducing this targeted piece of legislation and for all their work on behalf of trafficking victims. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. I now recognize Mr. Shabbat for the ranking, for the minority ranking statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Human trafficking is a terrible and tragic evil. We must do all we can in Congress to fight trafficking and help victims. This legislation would change the law to direct the Secretary of Transportation to post the contact information of the National Human Trafficking Hotline in locations where victims may be able to see them and seek help.
I just want to say thank you so much for all your help on this.
Will all members mute their microphones, please?
As has been well documented, human traffickers often use transportation industry for both recruiting and operations. In 2020, the latest year for which data is available, over 10,000 incidents of human trafficking were reported in the United States. National Human Trafficking Hotline and 16,658 victims of trafficking were identified. Our hope is this legislation would help to raise awareness about human trafficking and assist victims in seeking help by posting hotline information in places where they may see it. It's bipartisan legislation. Many of the Republicans on this committee have also co-sponsored this amendment, and I might note many members of this committee are also members of other committees. I happen to be on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we've been working on legislation to battle this horrific crime, really, for many years now, and I think this is good legislation, and hope we can pass it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Are there any amendments to H.R. 7181? For what purpose does Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also thank the ranking member in place, Representative Shabbat, for their support of this legislation. The Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022 is bipartisan, common sense legislation that will require the posting of the contact information of the National Human Trafficking Hotline to the restrooms of all U.S. airports, airplanes, trains, train stations, buses, bus stations, and transportation venues, so that any victim or someone who notices a potential victim of human trafficking knows how to help and who they can reach out to obtain assistance. Human trafficking is the business of stealing freedom for the profit of others. In some cases, traffickers trick, defraud, or physically force victims into selling sex. In other instances, victims are lied to, assaulted, threatened, or manipulated into working under inhumane, illegal, or otherwise unconscionable conditions. It is a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that denies freedom to almost 25 million people throughout the world. The National Human Trafficking Hotline is a toll-free service connecting victims and survivors of trafficking to critical support and resources. The hotline provides both a toll-free phone line and SMS text lines, which are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Help is available in English, Spanish, or in more than 200 additional languages as needed through an on-call interpreter. Hearing and speech impaired individuals can contact the trafficking hotline by dialing 711, the free national access number that connects to telecommunications relay services. Hotlines are critical components of any anti-trafficking effort, as they are one of the safest tools for victims and survivors to coordinate with law enforcement and service provider partners for emergency assistance, connect to services in order to heal, and learn about available resources. They also operate as the first point of contact for the public to relay trafficking concerns and report tips to law enforcement professionals. The Department of State's annual Trafficking in Persons report clearly establishes that raising awareness of the hotline's existence, such as by posting the hotline in public spaces, increases the likelihood of its use. According to statistics compiled by the National Human Trafficking Hotline, 34% of callers identifying as victims learned of the hotline through pamphlets that were part of the organization's campaign to raise public awareness. Additional public awareness will save lives. Spreading awareness of the hotline is key to connect victims and potential victims to the help that they need at the moment when they might be the most vulnerable in transit, and where one phone call can change the course of their life. Traffickers rely on our transportation system, including buses, trains, and planes, to perpetrate their horrific offenses. We must make sure that they cannot freely abuse our transportation system in order to perpetrate this heinous crime. I want to thank the co-leads of this legislation, Representatives Darrell Issa, Karen Bass, and Nancy Mace, for their partnership, as well as my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, including Representatives Lucy McBath, Mike Johnson, Tom Tiffany, Victoria Sparks, for their leadership and co-sponsorship of this effort. Thank you for the opportunity to share some remarks with respect to H.R. 7181, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
I reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7181, offered by Mr. McClintock of California, page 2.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply adds ports of entry to the locations where human trafficking hotline numbers should be placed. You know, so much of the human trafficking that we're seeing is coming through our porous southern border. FBI Director Christopher Wray testified before this committee last year that in many cases, illegal immigrants arrive here deeply indebted to the cartels, and that those debts are often discharged through involuntary servitude enforced by affiliated criminal gangs. It's always fascinated me that there are some on the left who are constantly trying to resurrect the debate over slavery that was resolved nearly 160 years ago, and yet seem oblivious to the slavery that their own border policies are producing in our time. At any rate, human trafficking, involuntary servitude, slavery, is rising dramatically as our borders remain wide open. And I think it's a very good thing to circulate a hotline for someone at a bus terminal or an airport who sees suspicious activity to be able to report it. But where's someone most likely to observe this?
Will the gentleman yield?
In a bus terminal
Will the
in
gentleman
a
yield?
moment?
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I think it's a good amendment. We're prepared to accept it.
Well, then I'll shut up.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized.
Here we go.
Tomorrow is your.
Thank you to the gentleman from New York on putting forward a solution to an issue that has really plagued America and plagued the international community. We held a subcommittee hearing oversight on federal efforts to combat human trafficking. Smuggling people across international borders is an equally troubling crime, but distinct from human trafficking. Smugglers must be prosecuted, and the exploitation of their victims must not go unpunished. While I believe human trafficking happens only in other countries, the victimization of adults, youth, and children for the purpose of performing labor, commercial sex acts, and other services happens on an enormous scale in rural, urban, and suburban communities across the United States. Many believe human trafficking only happens in other countries, but it is here in the United States. In 2020, more than 11,000 instances of potential human trafficking were reported to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. So I rise to support the gentleman's legislation because I've seen the effects of human trafficking in real life in Texas. In Texas, there are reportedly 313,000 victims of human trafficking at any given time, including 79,000 children and youth who are victims of sex trafficking and 234,000 adults who are victims of labor trafficking. Victims of human trafficking tend to be concealed, living in fear and isolated, in some cases physically, and in other cases emotionally. They might stay for a variety of reasons, including lack of basic necessities. In our hearing, we heard of the approach to students, even on high school campuses. Some may be afraid for their safety, while others may not recognize that they're under the control. They're wooed by friends, and even after they are rescued or escape, there is always a possibility that they may be re-victimized, because human trafficking is one of the most lucrative aspects of crime, even more so than drugs. The National Human Trafficking Hotline is an essential component of the fight to end human trafficking. It provides help, safety, and hope to victims and survivors by connecting them to the support and services they need. It's a simple tool and line that can be in places where counselors, officers, family may not be able to be. Victims in crisis can receive assistance with safety planning, emotional support, and/or immediate connections to emergency services, while survivors can get help with rebuilding their lives. The hotline also receives tips about potential situations of human trafficking and facilitates reporting these tips to the appropriate authorities. So we must make every effort to ensure victims and survivors of human trafficking are connected to services that can lead them to safety and help them to begin to restore their lives. And that begins with reaching them where they are and letting them know who they are. So this legislation will require the contact information from the hotline be posted in the restrooms of transportation centers where we know many trafficking victims pass, to inform victims and those who witness suspected trafficking situations. And despite the clandestine nature of human trafficking, we learned from the survivor experts who testified before our subcommittee that opportunities do exist to reach victims, and we should use them. And so I thank Representative Jeffries, Bass, Issa, and Mace for this strategic and practical measure. I hope my colleagues will support it, and I look forward to us moving forward on the additional anti-trafficking legislation in my bill, the Stop Human Trafficking in School Zones Act, that would add teeth to prevention strategies by increasing the penalty for committing the offense of trafficking in near and around schools. It's bipartisan legislation, as this legislation is. Let's do something to stop the intimidation and fear and loss of life even to our young children, our young women, young men, and really the victims of trafficking. It's a scourge on all of us should be stopped, and this legislation as an important component to stopping human trafficking. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 7181.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further comment on the amendment? For what purposes, Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate you taking this amendment because I actually had written down before I knew there was going to be an amendment this very idea. But I just have to point out just a couple of things that would, I think, make this bill more better. That's not what I mean to say, but a better bill. So, because if we're really going to address this and call it the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, doing something more besides sticking up posters in restrooms is called for. So, Arizona's been doing this. You can't go to the airport or anything like that and go to the restroom without seeing these types of posters all over the state already. But by sticking this on the border, you begin to move towards solving the border, but until you enforce border security laws, you're going to have rampant human trafficking and human smuggling. This is a serious thing that goes on daily on our border. And I just want to disabuse ourselves that by calling something the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, sticking up more posters in bathrooms, that we're solving the problem. We're not. There are laws in place that must be enforced, that CBP, ICE, local law enforcement, they are being prevented from enforcing them. I hope these are going to be up in the CBP and ICE processing centers, because if you wanted to see where the biggest congregation of victims of human trafficking is, it's in those CBP and ICE processing centers. That's where they are. That's where they are. I would say that this also looks to me like this was written by somebody east of the Mississippi. It doesn't appreciate how people are transported through the desert in Arizona. Why are we not including things like in rest areas? Believe me, when people go in a rest area and sometimes they're in a suburban or a big SUV, all seats are gone, there's 20 people in them, they stop at rest areas. We should have them there. And in Arizona, we do. How about campgrounds? How about national parks? They are moving through national forest land in southeast Arizona. To me, I appreciate it. I'm going to support this. How about light rails? We haven't defined light rails. That's not included in here. It should be included in here. And you haven't done, you talk about bus stations. Does that include bus stops? Because that's what happens in Yuma, Arizona. That's what happens in Phoenix, Arizona. That's what happens in Tucson, Arizona. Love to see that added to it. With that, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a minute. Thank you. And I'm happy to sign on to this bill, the gentleman from New York. Happy to do that. But let's be real clear. Off from Mr. Biggs' point, we're not solving a problem here. We are not solving the greater problem. Our United States government, under the Biden administration, is the biggest human trafficker in the world at this point. And I can tell you, I've seen the proof. I was told when I went to the border, what was that, a year ago in April, we went down to McAllen, Texas. The Border Patrol people said, you need to go further, go to Panama. I went down to Panama. Who was there? The International Organization for Migration, UN outfit. They are pumping people up here. It is the pipeline from Panama to get people up here to America. Who's here at the southern border? It is the International Organization for Migration. You have the cartels on the southern border. They're helping pump people through. There is one person in America right now who could do more to solve this problem, and that is the President of the United States of America. He could do more to prevent this problem. So I am happy to sign on to this bill. But anybody that's going to go and take a victory lap on this and say, hey, we're really doing something about human trafficking, we're helping on the margins. But if you really want to get to the crux of it, it requires the president or this committee to take action. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
And I'll just say, I do appreciate the sentiment for this bill. I'm going to support this bill, but I would just say one last thing. We need to do something, address the transnational crime organizations known as cartels. They're the ones that are trafficking most. Let's do something about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just wanted to associate myself with your remarks, Mr. Chairman, in terms of your support for the McClintock Amendment. I appreciate the gentleman submitting it. I am in strong support of it, and I agree also with the sentiments expressed by my colleagues, Mr. Tiffany and Mr. Biggs. This is a major problem. We've got to do everything possible to try to solve it. This is a modest step, but a common sense, bipartisan step in terms of making sure that the hotline information is regularly available through these transportation venues, which is a primary artery for the commission of these horrific human trafficking offenses. But I do look forward to working with all of my colleagues on Judiciary, and I know the Homeland Security Committee as well as Foreign Affairs Committee have legislative initiatives that are underway to deal with this problem. It's not a Democratic problem or a Republican problem. It's an American problem that we have to solve on behalf of the American people. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, I too support the amendment, support the legislation. As the gentleman from New York said, this is a modest step, but a good step. But I couldn't agree more with the gentleman from Arizona and Wisconsin. The gentleman from Wisconsin said we can't solve this problem until this administration changes course. But remember, this administration is doing it intentionally. They are intentionally allowing the border to be overrun. Record after record, each month there's a new record of illegal migrants crossing the border. It is, remember what he said a year ago, Mayorkas, when he said that we are executing our plan. If this is their plan to set record month after month, it has to be intentional. And when he was in front of this committee, 6 weeks ago, we asked him about the 42 individuals who came across the border who were on the terrorist watch list, and we asked him the status of that. Does he know where they're at? Have they been sent home? And he couldn't answer the question. You're the head of Homeland Security in front of the Judiciary Committee. You get asked about 42 individuals on the terrorist watch list who came across as illegal migrants, and you don't know the status of them? So, yeah, this is a good step. We appreciate the gentleman from California's amendment, the bill itself, but we aren't even close to what needs to happen with this administration because they are intentionally doing this to the country, and anyone with common sense across the country understands what's going on. I would yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much for yielding. And I would say to the gentleman from New York who has authored this, I appreciate that you've authored this. I would hope that someone like yourself or others on your side of the aisle, perhaps on this Judiciary Committee, because it is evident this administration refuses to do anything about what is devastating communities. And you see it in New York. You see the flights that go in at the dark of night that are dumping people off into New York State and throughout America. This is not a political gotcha thing with us. It truly isn't. After having made 4 or 5 trips to the border, having been to Panama, seeing the International Organization for Migration, which is trying to usurp our borders, when you're seeing this happen, and it is deliberate, in the United States of America, our government is the biggest human trafficker in the world at this point. We are sincerely asking for help on your side of the aisle to deal with this problem. I appreciate what you have put forward here, Mr. Jeffries, but boy, we've got a whole lot bigger problem. I yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the McClintock Amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Representative Hakeem Jeffries and all those that have helped to support this piece of legislation. And there again, we know that it is not a piece of legislation that solves the entire crisis, but it is a beginning, and begin we must. to eradicate human trafficking. Over 11,000 instances of potential human trafficking were reported to the United States National Human Trafficking Hotline in 2020. That's over 11,000 potential cases of one's daughter, one's sister, one's son being forced into sex acts, forced into labor against their will. Over 11,000 potential cases of a loved one torn from their family, leaving their family to wonder whether they'll ever come back, where they are, if they're safe, if they're okay. The Human Trafficking Prevention Act helps combat these horrible crimes by requiring the posting of the National Human Trafficking Hotline number in airports, restrooms, train stations, bus stations, and of course, we know, as we've heard, we'd like to be able to expand additional places that this number would be, so that victims of human trafficking know that help is quite literally just a phone call away. As a former flight attendant for a major air carrier, I traveled in and out of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport for over 30 years. And I know that public transportation, like airplanes that I flew on, were actually used to transport human trafficking victims from one location to another. And of course, those individuals were forced to suffer at the hands of their abusers and others. We were taught what was called situational awareness, to always be aware of any young women that looked nervous, that looked afraid, were not allowed to speak and ask for a beverage or something to eat. Someone that seemed nervous, someone that seemed like maybe they were under duress. So I understand what that potential for human trafficking looks like. When I cared for my passengers on flights between various U.S. cities, I made sure that I was constantly on alert for any of these kinds of signs, potential signs of human trafficking. And of course, we had to be ready to call law enforcement at any point in time that we deemed that there was such a situation. So this legislation really does put some of the power of stopping these kinds of heinous acts in the hands of the victims, because they are most definitely the individuals that need to be empowered to protect themselves from being trafficked. The Human Trafficking Prevention Act provides resources to victims with the support of the National Human Trafficking Hotline. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, this bipartisan bill, because I can assure you, in the time that I flew as a flight attendant for a major carrier, in hindsight, I can honestly tell you, I've seen the faces of young women that were under duress, that were afraid. I've seen the faces of young women that I truly believe had been trafficked. And I cannot imagine what it must have been like for them to be in those circumstances and felt completely unable to do anything about their plight or do anything about their situation. So anything that we can do at this moment, and of course there's always more that we can do, that we must do, but this piece of legislation is a start. And I am sure that each and every young woman, young man, anyone that has been trafficked will really appreciate us doing everything that we can in our power to protect them and keep them safe. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody on this side basically is in favor of the legislation. We support it, but as has been said, we're talking here about putting up signs. And that'll have some impact, but not much. Something that would really have an impact is if this administration would reverse its disastrous policies at our southern border, where they basically undid all the good that had been done, where we actually had some border control finally. We had a wall going up, which was effective. You know, the left loved to dissed the wall, but it actually worked. And now that those metals out there rusting, and the American taxpayers are paying for that. And so therefore, we've seen a huge flow of people coming into this country illegally, and we've seen, caravans of people again. Sometimes it breaks up and gets up here in bits and pieces, but the numbers are unprecedented, as Mr. Jordan said. And let's not forget that we have fentanyl in particular that's been up here that's killing huge numbers of Americans, over 100,000 the most recent year, 100,000 American lives that have been snuffed out because of that poison that's coming mostly from our southern border, and the precursors come from China into Mexico. It gets made down there into the United States and kills Americans. And the American taxpayer is footing the bill for all this stuff ultimately, because they're paying for putting people on buses and planes and shipping them to God knows where all across the country. Members of Congress can't, no matter how much we've asked the administration to get information about where they're going and who's coming, they refuse to give us that information. They do it oftentimes, in the middle of the night where the press or other people can't find out where they're doing it. And so they're paying for that transportation. They're also paying for food. They're paying for locating these people all over the country. They're paying for the education of the children. And unfortunately, some of the folks that are here illegally commit crimes. They end up in our criminal justice system. The American taxpayer is footing the bill for that as well. So, yes, we should support this legislation. I'm going to vote for it. But it doesn't do much. What we ought to do is get control of the border. And this administration is absolutely responsible for this, just as they're responsible for reversing just about every other major policy of the previous administration, like having energy independence finally. They've reversed that, shut down the Keystone Pipeline, discourage American production of energy, and now we've got gas prices spiking in this country that's just killing people. And so it's just frustrating what this administration, what they've done to the country, and people are sick of it. Although I am going to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Ms. Ross seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the bipartisan co-sponsors of this important bill. Human trafficking is one of the worst human rights abuses today, and it occurs sometimes in plain sight. It's antithetical to the American ideal of freedom for all people. While many people associate human trafficking primarily with sex trafficking, this grave human rights abuse can take many forms. The International Labor Organization estimates that over 60% of trafficking victims globally are in forced labor. For example, the Department of Justice found just last year that a nail salon owner in Charlotte, North Carolina, had kept one of her nail technicians in forced labor. This nail technician was physically abused, threatened, and held under a debt contract of $180,000. Migrants without knowledge of their rights are particularly vulnerable to these trafficking abuses. In a 2019 National Institute of Justice funded study of migrant farm workers in my state of North Carolina, a shocking 18% reported incidents that could constitute labor trafficking. Approaches to combating human trafficking must be victim-centered. Best practices empower victims with resources and options for getting out of their condition of exploitation. Posting human trafficking hotlines in locations where people travel is a simple, low-cost step toward enabling trafficking victims to find help and escape situations of abuse. I urge my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any, for what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for bringing this important bipartisan bill to markup today and thank Chairman Jeffries for his extraordinary leadership in this effort. We've come a long way in the last decade in terms of making people aware that human trafficking, one of the worst human rights violations imaginable, exists, and not just overseas, but here too in the United States of America. How many times have we heard stories of someone who says something like, you know, I thought I saw a young person or young girl who I thought was trafficked. All the signs were there that I've heard of, but I didn't know what to do. Well, this is what you can do. You can call the National Human Trafficking Hotline. This hotline is available 24/7 in more than 200 languages to assist victims of trafficking and connect them to resources and to take down tips of human trafficking. In 2020, the hotline processed more than 11,000 reports. This is incredible work and has undoubtedly supported thousands of victims as they escape a life of slavery. But 11,000 is unfortunately only a fraction of the human trafficking cases in this country. This bill, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act, will ensure that the human trafficking hotline number is widely posted in U.S. airplanes, airports, trains, train stations, buses, and bus stations so that any victim of or anyone who suspects human trafficking knows where to turn for help, guidance, and intervention. People want to help. We just have to be certain they have the tools and the knowledge how to do so. And this bill is not just a small, insignificant thing, as some have suggested. This is extraordinarily important, that this information is readily available to those who are victims of human trafficking or those who might observe it is impactful. It will make a real difference. It will save lives. And so I want to say thank you again to Mr. Jeffries for his leadership and all of the bipartisan supporters of this bill. I'm proud to support it today, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank Mr. Jeffries. I thank Mr. McClintock for making the bill even better. I was thinking about my own area. Too many of us have believed that it is something that just doesn't happen in our neighborhoods. It happens on the wrong side of town or in those other countries. But just this month, back home in Philadelphia, it happened to us. 4 people from Reading, PA were convicted of offenses stemming from a year-long investigation by Homeland Security Investigations Philadelphia and the Reading Police Department into a racketeering conspiracy, June 2nd, human trafficking. Victims of these criminals were raped, shot, assaulted with batons, stabbed with a knife, hit with a hammer. A minor was forced to have a sexual encounter with a gun held to her head. Horrid violence that could possibly be stopped by a call if good people intervene. We often say, see something, say something. You've heard this important refrain time and time again. If, like me, you have used SEPTA back home, or even in the metro here in DC, but it is more than that. Sometimes that call is a lifeline, a pathway to freedom. The Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022 can provide that pathway. This bill requires the Department of Transportation to post contact information on the National Human Trafficking Hotline in the restaurants of U.S. airports, buses, bus station, trains, and the additional locations added by the amendment. I am proud to lend my strong support to this bill, and I commend the bipartisan efforts of Representatives Jeffries and Issa. In the most recent year, we have data, 10,583 human trafficking cases were reported. Thousands of lives saved from a phone call. I strongly urge support of this common sense measure, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank Mr. Jeffries for his leadership. I'd like to thank the colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have supported this and will support this bill. I think it's really important to recognize the human cost of human trafficking. And my colleagues have all done an excellent job of outlining the horrors of it. What I do want to say is that while, yes, this is just one step in what is needed to do in order to combat human trafficking, I think it's really important to recognize the work of the Biden administration, because my colleagues, unfortunately, my Republican colleagues, just refuse to acknowledge their responsibility and obligation as legislators, and want to continue to just point the finger at the president for the mass migration that has been occurring over the last decade, actually a decade and beyond. But the Biden administration recently has launched what has been heralded as an unprecedented operation to disrupt human smuggling networks. And they're doing this by deploying hundreds of personnel throughout Latin America, making a significant multi-million-dollar investment in this effort. And I want to applaud Secretary Mayorkas and the president for doing this. This is something that the prior president didn't do, and frankly, prior administrations have not done. So I think it's really important to recognize that it has to be a whole of government approach. It has to be not just the president, but it's on Congress as well. Now, a couple of my other Republican colleagues, actually a number of them on this committee, want to continue to focus on the border. And I welcome that focus in that conversation, and would really, I really wish we had some serious legislators and people interested in serious governance on the other side of the aisle in this committee, because if we want to address some of the challenges that we're seeing at the US-Mexico border, really the best way for us to address this challenge is for us to legislate. What we've seen over the last 30 years is a failure of Congress to modernize its immigration laws. And in fact, we've seen legal immigration avenues shrink. Some avenues have been eliminated altogether. And so no one should be surprised, certainly not any serious legislator should be surprised, knowing that as you shrink legal avenues, of course, that will create more irregular avenues. When you create more irregular avenues, then you incentivize things like human smuggling. So we in Congress have a role to play in finding solutions to these great challenges. It takes a real and serious legislator who's interested in governing to do that. The easy way out is just to point the finger at others, to blame, and not take any responsibility for your own role. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to say I'm eager to vote on this, to support this. And if anyone on the other side of the aisle wants to address irregular migration and would like to look at opening up legal pathways, I'd be delighted to have them join our effort. Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. If no one else seeks recognition, the question occurs on the amendment. No, we've done the amendment. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, question occurs on the bill as amended. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 7181 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. The bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments. And without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3285, the 21st Century President Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3285 to amend gender terms in federal law relating to
Without
the
objection, the
president.
bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 3285, the 21st Century President Act, modernizes current law criminalizing threats against former presidents and their families by removing gendered terms from the statute. It makes no substantive changes in the law. This provision, Section 879 of Title 18, was enacted in 1982 in the aftermath of John Hinckley Jr.'s attempt on the life of then-President Ronald Reagan. Section 879 makes it unlawful to threaten, to kill, kidnap, or inflict bodily harm upon a former president, president-elect or vice president-elect, or a major candidate for president or vice president, or their, quote, immediate family member. The statute, however, defines immediate family with terms such as wife, her, and widow, which presumes the president will always be a man married to a woman. When the law was enacted, in using these terms, Congress did not account for issues of gender equality, an area in which we have made important, though incomplete, progress. In the 2020 election, the presidential candidates among just the two major parties included one member of the LGBTQ community and 6 women. The Democratic and Republican parties have each had women on the ballot as vice presidential candidates. It is clear that the terminology in the statute is outdated and should be changed to refer instead to the spouse of a former president. I want to thank Representative Mark Pocan for identifying this anachronism in the law and for introducing this bill to rectify it. H.R. 3285 will indeed take this law into the 21st century. I also want to thank my Republican colleagues for their past support of this legislation. Last Congress, the same bill passed out of this committee on a voice vote with no amendments offered. It went on to pass the House on a voice vote as well. I hope we can again agree to efficiently advance this bipartisan legislation. Therefore, I support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're fine with this legislation. Only point I would add is we got a border that's no longer a border. We got record gas prices, record inflation, record crime, attacks on the First Amendment rights of Americans, Second Amendment rights of Americans, a foreign policy that is just a mess as well. But today, the Judiciary Committee is going to change it from wife to spouse. So I think we're fine with that and would yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Are there any amendments to H.R. 3285? If not, the question, reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill, H.R. 3285, favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Period. Any more bills? Any more bills? This concludes our business for today. Thanks to all of our members for attending. Without objection, the markup is adjourned.